Even by the right, sometimes we are told that these are the things that we have to bow down on in order to win elections. And yet, there are four things, at least, these are four of many things, that I hold to that are so incredibly important to me, even though they are widely unpopular, that I will not budge on. Number one, abortion is always wrong. Number two, children have a right to a mom and a dad. Number three, pornography should be banned. And number four, Christians should leave the public school system. Number one, abortion is always wrong. There once was a time when I believed in many abortion exceptions, and I still called myself staunchly pro-life. But I thought, as a conservative Christian, that the nuanced, that the sophisticated and educated position was to be pro-life except. Until I was challenged with a question, actually just a random commenter on Facebook, so don't let anyone tell you that you can't change minds on social media. I was challenged with the question, why should the circumstances surrounding someone's conception, or the diagnosis that they receive, or the situation their mother is in justify their murder? Why should a child be punished for things outside of their control? By believing in all kinds of exceptions, I was actually rejecting the premise of the pro-life argument, which is that babies in the womb are humans, and therefore they are entitled to human rights, the most fundamental of which is the right not to be murdered. There is a Texas woman who is in the news, and while I don't want to pick on her, I think that this is fair game because this is a story that has been talked about a lot. She is suing the state of Texas in order to abort her child, who had tragically been diagnosed with trisomy 18. It's a serious condition that is sometimes, though not always, fatal in hours and weeks after birth. There are babies born with this condition every year. Their parents deliver them, name them, hold them, love them, bury them. Some of these children grow to be toddlers and some teenagers. But this woman in the news in the state of Texas wanted an abortion. But in Texas, you can only get an abortion after a heartbeat is detected if the mother's life is at risk. This mother's life was not at risk. The doctors offered her multiple options to be able to deliver her baby whole. Instead, she chose a D&E abortion in another state. It's a very brutal procedure where the baby is dismembered before being removed. And I hold to the radical belief that baby was human and therefore had the right to life, had the right to not be torn apart by forceps. Either way, babies have to come out. If the mother's life is at risk, the baby has to come out. If the baby's life is at risk, the baby has to come out. So the choice is really between the baby coming out whole or in pieces. Either way, the baby is delivered. And I am of the radical position that babies deserve to be born whole. And for this position, I and other pro-lifers are being chastised, even by fellow conservatives, that is too extreme, that's going to lose elections. No, conservatives lose because we compromise too much, not because we don't compromise enough. Maybe if we could all unite behind this radical idea that babies are people and shouldn't be murdered, it wouldn't be so polarizing. But conservatives on this issue, many, not all, have fallen into what I call the empathy trap, which is have empathy for this woman by affirming her choice to have an abortion. And while we should and can have compassion for her, we can do so without supporting the choice to end a child's life. Where is the empathy for the child in the womb? An unborn baby is always human, therefore abortion is always wrong. Number 2, are you ready? Children deserve a mom and a dad. Children are entitled to this. Now, conservatives, we're told, are not supposed to care about Obergefell anymore. The decision that redefined marriage, it did not have the power to redefine it because only God can define it because he created it in Genesis 1. But Obergefell attempted to redefine marriage legally. This is another fundamental issue on which the future of America rises or falls. When it comes to the trans debate, conservatives are mostly on the same page. We all agree, women are women, men are men. One can't be the other because men and women are biologically different and biology matters. But it doesn't just matter when it comes to sports. It doesn't just matter when it comes to gender. It matters in marriage. Marriage is meant to be, in principle, a child-creating, a child-rearing, a child-protecting institution between the only two kinds of individuals that can make babies, a man and a woman. That biology that we recognize differentiates a man and a woman also differentiates a mom and a dad. Two men may be able to be good dads, but they cannot be a mother. Two women may be able to be good moms, but they cannot be a father, and children need both. Children need their moms and their dads equally, but for different reasons and different stages. I have been incredibly blessed to have birthed and breastfed 3 children now, something my husband cannot do, which he's very thankful for. When my kids are sick or hurt or tired, they cry for me. When they want to be chased around the house, they call for their dad. They come to me for comfort and their dad for adventure. This isn't due to personality differences, but because of our biological differences. Only moms can teach girls how to become women. Only dads can teach boys how to become men. And we know from decades of data what fatherlessness can do to children. Statistically, it increases their likelihood of delinquency, of teen pregnancy, poverty. And yet, in the name of inclusion, we are purposely creating fatherless children. In the name of inclusion, we are purposely creating motherless children. The reproductive industry profits off of this through things like sperm and egg donation and surrogacy, and I don't have time to get into all of that, the horrifying ethics of these practices. Suffice it to say, we are creating motherless and fatherless children in a grand dystopian social experiment, the results of which will be harmful on both an individual and a societal level. We hear this phrase, trans women are women, and we scoff because it's a circular motto that doesn't mean anything. But guess what? Love is just as circular and meaningless and destructive. Number 3, pornography should be banned. There have always been limitations to legal speech. And while we should absolutely advocate for the freedom to express unpopular, controversial things, porn does not fall into this category. Porn has destroyed lives, minds, hearts, marriages, relationships. It incentivizes sex trafficking, pedophilia, sexual violence, objectification. It traps people in addictions. Porn sites feed its users increasingly obscene, perverse, and violent content the longer a person uses. An investigation by journalist Arden Young revealed that Pornhub employees, that they admit on camera to suggesting trans content to its users to try to change their interests and attractions. Journalist Genevieve Glock has revealed through her investigations that many men who begin to identify so-called as women were influenced by the darkest corners of pornography. The director of The Matrix, he is a man who now identifies, quote unquote, as a woman. He admitted in a speech that it was porn that made him realize he was trans. There is no benefit to porn. It only harms, it only destroys, it only exploits, it only hurts, it only harms, and it should be banned. Number 4, we're making good time. Number 4, this is the last one. Christians should leave the public school system. That doesn't mean we should not be involved in trying to change public education for the better, but our kids do not have to be the victims of that. In the words of Vodi Bakum, if you send your children to Caesar, do not be surprised when they come back Romans. All education, for better and for worse, is indoctrination. All education places doctrines in its students. The question is, what doctrines? The only question is, what doctrines do you want your children to learn, and who do you want teaching them these doctrines? Children are in school for roughly 40 hours a week for most of the year, for all of their youth. And in those 40 hours, children can either be learning doctrines that are completely opposed to your worldview as parents, because we know that education is no longer neutral, or one that is in alignment with your worldview. Now, ultimately, yes, parents are responsible for discipling our children, but we want our child's education to complement that discipleship. And if you say, but I want my children to learn to fight battles. Look, your child isn't even big enough to hold their shield. We don't put them on the front lines before they can even carry their own sword. We use these years while they are in our care to prepare them, to teach them, to lay a biblical foundation for their life that will equip them to fight the battles out there. There is plenty of time for that. We train missionaries for years before we send them into the field. We should not place the burden of mission work in the public school system on our untrained 9-year-old third grader. And so we take every opportunity to teach our children the ways of the Lord, whether that's through homeschooling, whether it's through some form of Christian education. That is our responsibility as parents. We do not outsource discipleship to an education system that hates us. The connection in all of these, in 4 of my most controversial opinions, there are plenty more, is my desire to protect children, to protect the family, to raise healthy, wise, courageous kids raised by healthy, loving parents. If we want to see change, if we want to make a difference, we have to look beyond the pragmatism that we are told will win the next election. We have to look for generational change. You want to know how the Roe regime fell? It wasn't because of one election or one politician. It wasn't through compromise. It was through decades, almost 50 years of the obedience and the boldness of Christians willing to raise up the next generation, courageous enough to protect children. That's how God works. Which means the change we are looking for might not happen tomorrow. It might not happen in the next election cycle, but by God's grace and His providence, change can happen. Change can happen. So if you want to see change, if you want to make a difference, love God. Honor His design. Love your spouse. Love and protect children. Support the family. Nurture and raise a new generation of brave, truth-loving adults who will be agents of clarity and courage in a culture of cowardice, chaos, and confusion. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. My name is Micah Messer. I'm the production manager here at RSBN. I'm going to give you a quick schedule update over the next several days. December 17th, we got a great event besides TPUSA's America Fest. We're going to be covering President Donald J. Trump will be in Reno, Nevada at a Commit to Caucus event there. That'll start at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We do hope y'all check us out then. We also will be live with TPUSA's America Fest on the 18th, starting at about 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time and lasting through the day. We'll also be live with President Donald J. Trump again in Waterloo, Iowa. That is going to start at about 5 p.m. Eastern. We do hope you join us for that as well. We, of course, will be covering anything and everything we can here at RSBN that has anything to do with President Donald J. Trump or the conservative movement. We hope you'll continue to watch us here on Rumble and on YouTube and wherever else you may find us. Thanks again for watching Right Side, and we'll get back to the program here shortly. We here at RSBN started as a company that relied completely on viewer support. Now we have great partners like Mike Lindell and his MyPillow products. By the way, use code RSBN for up to 80% off. We still rely on you, the viewer. You are our greatest partner. Help us out by going to rsbnnetwork.tv. That's rsbnetwork.tv/donate and dropping us whatever you can afford. Or if you prefer, come join locals at rsbn.locals.com and get some great behind-the-scenes content that you won't see anywhere else. We cannot thank you enough for your support. Thanks again. With Christmas quickly approaching, now is the time to pick up some MyPillow products. Mike Lindell has assured us here at RSBN that you'll get these products to you by Christmas, but only if you order soon. Use promo code RSBN for up to 80% off any MyPillow product today. That's code RSBN. Don't wait. Christmas is quickly approaching. Get some MyPillow products today.
Welcome to Sleepyville, where no one sleeps deeply. The pillows are bad and the sheets are made cheaply. But there is one family in the Sleepyville town that uses MyPillow for the best sleep around. MyPillows are adjustable for proper alignment, and the Giza sheets breathe so they feel no confinement. So order MyPillow for great sleep refinement.
Why are they so chipper?
Their co-workers wondered.
So much energy and zest, like they've had the best slumber.
And when they peeked in the window, the secret was clear. MyPillow sheets, pillows, and mattress toppers appeared. MyPillow is breathable and lasts more than 10 years. It's washable and dryable and was manufactured right here. Giza cotton is what makes the softest of sheets, and the mattress topper helps support pressure points for deep, dreamy sleep. So click the link below to stop counting sheep.
We want MyPillow!
The citizens of Sleepyville cried, but they didn't realize the family had a surprise inside. They were all given a MyPillow to keep. We spend a third of our life snoozing, so let's make it quality sleep.
Yeah! I got towels too!
And mine are blue!
You name it, it's happened. But why were they doing that? Well, they were doing it to silence my voice and quit talking about securing our elections and go to paper ballots hand counted. But I'm going to tell you right now, MyPillow's still here. We're still standing. I will never stop talking, ever. We have to save our country, and we have to secure our elections. I'm going to bring you back now. I'm going to tell you why the 2020 election, I believe, is the most important election in history. I'm going to bring you back to MyPillow. Back in 2011, when I did my first infomercial, I had a dream. I told all my all my family and friends, I said, let's pool our money and we'll make an infomercial. And we had been turned down at all the box stores, which has come full circle. And but we launched this infomercial on October 7, 2011 in the middle of the night, and by the About a month later, we were the #1 infomercial in the world. I went from 10 employees to 500. They said, Mike, you need to be CEO. I said, why do I need to be CEO? We just need to make pillows. Well, we need a corporate attorney. I said, that sounds horrible. We need HR department. That sounds even worse. And I wanted to make pillows, right, and help people. Well, we took in $100 million in 6 months. And I was just going, but I woke up one day in May of 2012, and we were $6 million in debt. And I'm praying to God, saying, what did I do wrong? What happened? And we look back at all these things. There was so much thing that were outsourced, and people came in and told me they knew what they were doing, and I trusted people. And there were promises that were broken, and things were done wrong. And there was betrayal. A lot of things happened. And we took in all the way up to 2014. It would just stay at this level, and I kept praying. Well, and we get into 2014, and miracles started happening where we were able to bring everything in-house, and we learned from 2012. We learned all the mistakes that were made. I said, I can learn by this huge deviation, right? And what had happened. And we took it all in-house, and we didn't, we did a lot of praying, and we changed our way we marketed and everything, our way we tracked things, and how we did things. And what I'm here to tell you is, obviously, we recovered where we are today. We've sold over 82 million My Pillows. But I'm here to tell you, if 2012 had not happened, I wouldn't be here today. And we all know My Pillow is a platform for a much bigger thing, and that's for where we are with our voice. God gave me a voice for this time we're in, but it's all of your voice. God blessed us way back then. If he didn't bless us, and I'm saying with 2012, even though at the time it was devastating, I thought this is the worst thing that could ever happen. But it turned out it was the best thing because of all the things that manifested from that I learned. So now I want you to flip over to the 2020 election, okay? If that election did not happen, if we didn't want to wake up on the morning of November 4th in 2020 and go, what just happened? And things didn't happen, all these bad things that started to happen, if that didn't happen, we wouldn't be where we're at today. We've learned it opened up a doors that were shut. This evil that had hid all this stuff from us. This uniparty, this globalists, everyone that had attacked our country, and what they did. And evil is greedy. They tried to completely take everything on. I'm going to go back a little bit. I prayed on January 4th of 2021. When I was in Georgia, when they were doing the runoff for the 2 senators, I sat and prayed, God, please let them steal both these senators. And you're all going, Mike, what did you do, right? Well, I'm a marketer, and if I was them, if I was evil, I would have said, give them back to Republicans so they shut up about this election. And if they would have done that, they still had the computers, they still had the machines, they still had corruption, so they still had it all. They could, if they would have gave one back, maybe not you guys, but most people would have said, hey, we still have the Senate. Let's get them back in 2022. We'll campaign harder. And we would have lost our country forever, okay? But they had a safety net. They were greedy. They took them both. Thank God they took them both. Then they had this setup of January 6th. And then the 2 most important dates I want to tell you guys quick is January 7th and 8th. Of 2021. That's the day they tried to take our voice forever. 1.2 million Americans were deplatformed. Anyone that spoke out about the elections, about the deviations that had happened, churches were deplatformed on YouTube, Vimeo, crooked Zuckerberg's Facebook, Twitter at the time. Parler was deplatformed. All these things happened. They wanted our voice to be gone. Anyone that had spoke out got deplatformed, and the rest of the country and the world was put into what? They were put into fear. So they didn't want to speak out. But we didn't stop. Our voice kept getting bigger and bigger from that point on. And a very significant date was on February 4th of 2021, and that was the day Smartmatic sued Fox News, which is the start of lawfare. Hadn't been done in our country since 1798. And that silenced the people, platforms that are out there that you don't hear anything more. Fox News, you don't hear them talking about elections anymore. It's disgusting. I see people depressed out in the streets and they're going, it's hopeless, it's hopeless. Well, you've been watching too much Fox News. You know, seriously, it's just depressing. You need to hear the hope. And I'm going to tell you about the hope right now. For the last 2.5, 3 years now, people like me, hundreds of thousands of people have been out there on the ground working tirelessly, doing canvassing, we have teams on the ground in all 50 states. We've gotten voter rolls. We've gotten this. We've looked into it. We know so much now. We've learned about cast vote records that come right out of the machines. It's like if you miss a football game, here's the play-by-play. And if the second quarter, the score is 21-10, and all of a sudden the third quarter is 10-3, okay, that's weird, right? And especially when all the games have the same score, right? Well, we've learned so much, and what we did, and I'm going to tell you about in August, I came out with the plan, taking all this information and a plan to secure our elections and get to where we want to be. And I'm going to tell you about that now, but I want to say some hope right now before I forget. If you all seen, there's two things that happened between August and now that are very significant. A judge in Georgia ruled that there is problems. This was an Obama-appointed judge, that there is problems with the machines. They ruled this a couple months ago, okay? And better yet, they ruled that if you talk about machines, you're not a conspiracy theorist. What? So I got to take off my tinfoil hat on national TV, right? Jimmy Kimmel had me on there, taking off this hat. And then shortly after that, remember I've told you all 51 countries have been taken by the computers in elections. Well, now there's 50. You know why? Argentina, one judge ruled this summer that they could get rid of the machines, outlaw them like Germany, France, UK, and the Netherlands, and go to paper ballots hand counted. She ruled that. And they did it in less than 4.5 months. 4.5 months, they completely did their whole country. They just had an election and not a selection. It was beautiful. The people have finally got rid of their socialism all in one little gone. It's beautiful. There's some hope for you, right? Well, we went around over the last 2 years, it's been over 2 years now, to just about every county in the United States. Now I'm going to tell you the plan. So the plan is almost every county can do what they want as far as switching to paper ballots hand counted. Some states like Michigan are Secretary of State down. Most of them you have the right in your own county, okay? And we went around to these officials, these election officials, and every one of them had an excuse why they wouldn't switch. It was one thing after another, okay? Our machines aren't online. It'll be way too expensive to switch over. There was no crime in my town. Donald Trump won. Who cares about who won? We're talking about the elections, our elections, and not having elections and not selection. Anyway, they all gave us pushback. So I'm going to compare back when I went to sell my pillow back in the day, when I did home shows and fairs, and I would come up, and if any of you came up when I was inventing my pillow, I took it and reverse engineered the pillow. If you came up and took out every reason for you not to buy that pillow, I'll give you an example. If you came up and said, I want a pillow that you could adjust, here you go. I want a pillow you could wash and dry, here you go. Really? Wow. I want a pillow that gives value. Here, it's a 10-year warranty. I want a pillow that stays cool. You got that too. I want a pillow that I don't even know you. I want a guarantee that this will work. Here, I got a 60-day money-back guarantee. So what I'm getting at, by the time I got done in that booth back then, if you said no, you still didn't want to buy it, you weren't going to buy one in the first place, okay? So now, I want you to take that And we go to those same election officials, those county officials that have told us no. My team's out there, hundreds of thousands. We have 300,000 people in all 50 states, almost every county in the country. We were tired of getting blocked. Everywhere we went, I'll give you an example. If we did get it pushed through, the biggest blockers were the uniparty Republicans, believe it or not. And that's the word, that uniparty. Don't forget that. You know, I'll give an example in Arkansas. We're in Arkansas, and Cleburne County, Arkansas, went to paper ballots hand counted, right? But all these great patriots down there, like Colonel Conrad down there, they're going county by county, and they're all going to go to paper ballots. This is earlier this year. Well, what does this guy named Kim Hammers do? This guy that's a Republican there, a senator in Arkansas. He goes and pushes a bill through. Are you ready for this? If your county goes to paper ballots, we're defunding you. You can't make this stuff up. This is a deviation in behavior, okay? We got tired of all these Republican states, South Dakota, Arkansas, Alabama, Texas. This is where we got our biggest pushback. We went to get the cast vote records to San Francisco Township in California. They put them, it's our right under the Freedom of Information Act. They put them right up on their website and said, here, it's your right, you can see it. Other states shut us down, like South Dakota couldn't get one cast vote record. It's disgusting. This is actually what comes out of the machines, okay? So what we did, there's a couple things we have that happen now. When we go around, and next month, maybe in February, my whole team, everyone in this country that's out there is going to go to their county officials again with a better sales pitch. And I'm going to tell you, there will be no reason for them to say no, because here's the tools we have now. It's a little different than before. So if you all know, when, one of the biggest things, because we had all the cyber evidence of the 2020 election and the 2022 election. Now, we had all these cast vote records, too, right? That's cyber stuff. And the biggest thing to deflect that was the machines are not online. They're not online. Ours aren't online. Well, we developed a wireless monitoring device that monitors that now. We passed out to the clerks in the country on November 7th, this last election. Guess what? They all lied. They were online, And so we have that. So the clerks now know they lied to them, okay? But here's something that really is going to help us is, if you all know when I ran for RNC chair, when I did that, God told me, I prayed, God said to run. He didn't say I was going to win. So if you all want to know what came out of that, was a very important thing came out of that. I got to know all the 168. There's 3 in every state, committeewoman, committeeman, and the chairman. And with that, this last August, all of them got together, the people we had in there, and they passed a resolution by the RNC, and it's no machines, paper ballots, hand counted, same day voting, precinct level, signature required. Now, why is this important? This is important because, for a big reason, when we go around to all these counties now, we need to be able to say to them, that would be the last thing. After we give them all these questions, we'll all go through them. So now when we go to these counties, we'll go, hey, here we're coming back. We're back again. We want to go to paper ballots hand counted. Now if that clerk or that official says, well, they're not online. Here they are online. We showed you this. If they say, well, it's going to take too long. No. Argentina flipped over in 4.5 months, and their whole election was done in 1 day. And we don't have a system. Yes, we do. We developed it. A lady in Missouri named Linda Rant developed the best hand counting system in the world. I know, because I've dealt with France, Germany, UK, and the Netherlands. This is better. But has it been used? Yes. Last spring, we did an election in Osage County, Missouri. Democrats, Republicans working together. They were done at the same time as the machines with 100% accuracy. So now we're talking to this official. Now what do you got? And by the way, then they're going to sit there and if they're thinking, now we have another tool. And this just came out 2 days ago. It's a movie called Let My People Go, by Professor Clemens, who's sitting right over here, everybody, if you give him a hand. And this movie is so important because in the movie it explains to you passport records and all these things that it doesn't matter, 10-year-old, you can understand it now. All the stuff that's happened with our election platforms. It's so amazing. It's one of the most amazing documentaries I've ever watched. You can get there. You can, by the way, you can go there and help out. I'll give you the website, frankspeech.com/movie. Okay, and you go there and get this and spread it everywhere. Okay. Now, but when we have that, what this is going to do, it's going to give awareness in the county. We're going to go to every county like it's our only county. Okay. And we go in there and we say to all these clerks, hey, we the people in our county, you know, they've watched this movie, so they've come up there and they're going, this is what's happened. And we show them in their own county. In the 2020 election, every county in the United States had people vote in that county that didn't live in that county. But they did not vote, they just pulled their names. You guys understand that, right? Well, we're showing all these things to this official. Now, if that official still says, no, I don't want to go to paper ballots hand counted, what are they? They're part of the problem. They're a uniparty person that's either in on it because you've given them no reason to go. And if they're a Republican, you're going to go, our party wants this because of that resolution, okay? So we have these tools, and we say, and we're all going to do it at once because we had great success like Shasta County, California, Claiborne County, Arkansas, all these places where once they're known, the media just attacks them like a frenzy. So we're going to do it all at once, and you're going to see this. You're not going to see this on Fox News, okay? And when we do this, by the way, over 200 counties in the United States have committed to go to paper ballots by the 2024 election already. Did you know that? And I'm going to tell you right now that this plan will work. I want everybody to go to LindellPlan.com. I made it easy, so LindellPlan.com. You can get all the details there. You want to get involved, you can get involved. This will work. And in no way am I also want to tell you, you have to get out and vote. We have to overrun whatever we can get rid of, whatever platforms we can get secure. Whatever that footprint is, by the grace of God, you know, we will secure these platforms enough to get to where we need to be. I want to tell you one more last thing. I know my time's up, but I want to say, you guys, all the bad things going on right now that have went on. This is just like we're going to look back and we're going to see all these things had to happen. Because as these bad things are happening in our country right now, people are pouring into this bucket, this hope bucket. And that hope is Jesus Christ. We're in the biggest revival in the history of mankind right now. And people are coming in from both sides. The last thing I'm going to say, when you pray, and you're out there praying, and you're praying, God, please let this happen, please let this happen. Whatever, those are reactionary prayers. Reactionary prayers, they might not be God's will. When you see this stuff happening, that might not be God's will that you're praying for. It might, for at least the timing of it. Well, where is God's will? God's will is in the Word. And if we stay in the Word every day, we can be proactive in prayer as a nation. And our proactive, that will line up with God's will. And it's going to be absolutely amazing when they get there, everybody. God bless you all. Thank you.
With Christmas quickly approaching, now is the time to pick up some MyPillow products. Mike Lindell has assured us here at RSBN that you'll get these products to you by Christmas, but only if you order soon. Use promo code RSBN for up to 80% off any MyPillow product today. That's code RSBN. Don't wait. Christmas is quickly approaching. Get some MyPillow products today.
Just released our new dates for the Summer Institute. Those dates are June 17th through the 21st and July 8th through the 12th. Now, some of you are probably wondering, well, what is the Summer Institute? The Summer Institute is an incredible opportunity for college-age students to come to the American Journey Experience Museum and experience history like never before. Students will learn of the political philosophies and ideologies that made this nation great, as well as be able to hold and experience artifacts in history like they never have before. You'll be trained by Tim and David Barton of Wall Builders and have a special guest appearance of Glenn Beck, creator of theblaze.com. If you would like the opportunity to apply for our program, please visit AmericanJourneyExperience.com to fill out the application. You should have an education coordinator reach out to you within 48 to 72 hours of filing that application. Thank you, God bless you, and we hope to see you in Dallas, Texas. It is May 10th, 1940. Winston Churchill has assumed power in His Majesty's government as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland have fallen to the Nazis. France is a mere weeks away from surrendering to the enemy. And that will enable Great Britain to lose its greatest ally in all of Europe. Even worse, British Parliament is considering appeasement measures which would allow Great Britain to forfeit the majority of Europe to the fascists. These days in Britain are dark, but Winston Churchill would choose hope. He is called the most revered statesman in the 20th century because of his boundless optimism, his courage, his tenacity, and his ability to mobilize the English language in a way that no leader had before. And he changed it into its most effective fighting form, which is inspiration into the hearts of his fellow countrymen. He knows that if he is to defeat Germany, he must not leave the United Kingdom only in form, but actually unite the kingdom in fact. So he marches to the House of Commons, and he gives one of the greatest wartime speeches of all time. He says that Hitler knows he will have to break us in this island. But if we stand up to him, then all of Europe may be free, and the life of the world may move forward into broad sunlit uplands. But if we fail, then the entire world, including the United States, including everything we have ever known and cared for, will sink into the abyss of a new dark age made more sinister and perhaps more protracted by the lights of perverted science. Let us therefore brace ourselves to our duties and so bear ourselves that if the British Empire and its Commonwealth lasts for 1,000 years, men will still say that this was our finest hour. In the face of total evil, Churchill chose faith, hope, and victory. And ladies and gentlemen, the question is before our country, will America choose the same? I don't have to tell any of you that our nation is in serious trouble. As I stand on this stage today, we are $34 trillion in debt and have indebted 6 generations of unborn Americans. We have murdered 63 million babies, which constitute the most innocent population on the face of the planet. We are engaged in numerous conflicts abroad with no resolve to bring any of them to a conclusion. From the local middle school to the highest echelons of government, we are undergoing an ideological war that, if left on its present course, will spell the end of the Republic, our values, and what makes America exceptional. I experienced this in full effect when I worked as a staff member in the Texas House of Representatives. I would ask representatives and senators and lobbyists a very simple question. And that question was, what do you think makes America exceptional? And I received a range of incredibly disappointing answers. Answers like, well, Elijah, what makes America exceptional is the fact that we have freedom or liberty or powerful military, or we're leaders of medical innovation and invention. And while I would argue all of those things are good, none of those things is what makes America exceptional. You see, what made America separate from all of the other governments on the face of the planet was the fact that we understood this simple promise. You've probably heard it before. It goes like this: that we hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. So you see, it doesn't matter what laws passed by Congress, what order is signed by the president, or what opinion is rendered by the Supreme Court, because we believe that there's a supreme being who holds within his hand the destiny of all nations, and the destiny of every single man, woman, and child in this room. So tell me, America, is that something worth fighting for? Then answer me this: why have so many Americans resigned themselves to watching their country fall? Why do I hear Americans say that it's time to run for the hills and abandon what millions have fought and died for? I think Ronald Reagan ended up saying it best when he said, if our present struggles are too difficult now, when did that realization begin? Just in the face of these issues and this enemy? Or should have Moses told the children of Israel to stay in slavery under Pharaoh? Should have Christ refused the cross? Or should have the revolutionaries at Concord and Lexington refuse to fire the shot heard around the world? The martyrs of history were not fools. And the 400,000 Americans we sacrificed to liberate our continent, not our own, did not die in vain. And if only we as Americans remembered this history and we understood the history of our heroes, we could channel the same courage and excellence and mobilize that to save these great United States. That is exactly why Glenn Beck started the American Journey experience. Through our collection of over 160,000 artifacts, we use these items to bring the history of heroes back alive, so that we may learn from their courage and their excellence and their faith in God. And this promoted us, or this allowed us to bring our greatest flagship offering, which is the American Journey Experience Summer Institute. It's an opportunity to come to our museum in Irving, Texas, and learn of the incredible stories that made America what it is today. Not just hearing of these stories, but being able to hold in your hands the actual artifacts that were present at those critical junctures. It is our mission that after the Summer Institute, you will be equipped to engage in the culture war and fight it and win. But above all, I pray that after coming, you will understand that there is hope. That you will understand that even if you are in your classroom or your church or your small group and you feel like you stand alone, that if God is with you, you are always the majority. So where are you, men of courage? Where are you, women of honor? Your country is in its dire need, its hour of maximum danger. Will you respond to its call with courage and virtue? Or will you let this, the last best hope of man on earth, fall? I know you won't. And I pray that you will join us in this great endeavor. Thank you. God bless you. And may God bless these United States of America. Thank you.
We here at RSBN started as a company that relied completely on viewer support. Now we have great partners like Mike Lindell and his MyPillow products. By the way, use code RSBN for up to 80% off. We still rely on you, the viewer. You are our greatest partner. Help us out by going to rsbnnetwork.tv. That's rsbnetwork.tv/donate and dropping us whatever you can afford. Or if you prefer, come join locals at rsbn.locals.com and get some great behind-the-scenes content that you won't see anywhere else. We cannot thank you enough for your support. Thanks again.
Once again.
With your help. With your help.
So before we start, I want to introduce the incredible team of patriots that are part of Border 911. First, Jason Jones, retired captain of Texas DPS Intelligence. This man knows more about the criminal cartels internationally than any man I met in my 35-year career. Jason, thanks for being a part of the team. Rodney Scott, retired National Chief of the United States Border Patrol. This man has served 3 decades. Went from a Border Patrol agent to the National Chief, not a finer patriot out there. Victor Avila, my personal hero. Victor was a senior special agent, worked for me at ICE. He worked the cartels in Mexico. His partner was tragically murdered. Victor was seriously critically injured, but survived 4 gunshots. Victor is a national hero, part of Border 911. Derek Maltz is the quietest of us. Soft-spoken man, career DEA guy, director of special ops. He's been traveling the country for the last 2 years, meeting with families of children who've been poisoned by China with fentanyl, and Derek's spreading the word that we got to take China on. We got to stop the scourge of fentanyl, which is coming across the open southwest border. Mark Morgan. I had the pleasure of working with Mark when I was the ICE director. Mark was the CBP commissioner of the board, CBP, Customs and Border Protection. 60,000 men and women serving the CBP. He's the commissioner. He also worked on the Trump administration. Mark, great part of the team. And Sarah Carter. I really ain't got to say anything about Sarah. Sarah's been working the border for 2 decades, investigative journalist. She's a part of the team because she brings that added edge of being involved for 2 decades on this issue, not from a law enforcement perspective, but from an investigative journalist doing different things that she's done. She is a major and most important part of this team. Sarah, thank you.
Oh my gosh, thank you. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. Aren't I with the best looking guys in all of America right here? The best team ever. Best team ever. I feel blessed.
So, if I offend anybody today, I don't care.
He never cares.
Life's hard. Buy a helmet, right?
So, look, I wake up every morning pissed off because we handed this administration the most secure border in my lifetime. I started as a Border Patrol agent in 1984. I spent almost 35 years doing this job. I climbed to be the first director of ICE that actually came up through the ranks. So the 20,000 men and women that work for me, I never asked them to do anything I didn't do for myself. So President Trump brought me in as the ICE director, and I did a job and worked with this fine team of people behind me. So I'm going to start right off with questions. Mark, Secretary Mayorkas says we have a secure border. What say you?
He's a liar.
Yeah.
And look, Tom knows me, so he knows how to get me fired up right away, right? So let's go down this. Secretary Mayorkas, the secretary of one of the most largest departments in our country right now, with the sole responsibility to defend and protect our borders. And since day one, he's abdicated his oath of responsibility. He's absolutely abused his authority. He's gone after the very men and women that he's supposed to oversee. He's lied to Congress and you again and again and again. And that's why Tom and I and others have been calling for his impeachment for the last 3 years. And make no mistake, this man, as Tom said, he served as this administration chief architect of the open border policies of this administration that intentionally took the most secure border in our lifetime, and they intentionally dismantled the network of tools and authorities we had that had led to the most secure border in our nation's history.
So look, I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I respected every president I ever worked for. Even Clinton and Obama took some steps to secure the border because they clearly understood you can't have national security without border security. But no one did anything, even close, to the unprecedented success of the Trump administration. However, we have the first president sitting right now in the White House, the first president in the history of this nation who unsecured the border. Think about that. Now, you've been doing this for 20 years, over 20 years. What do you see different from the border when you started covering the border 20 years ago to what you're seeing now?
It's far worse than I've ever seen it. It's the worst crisis that we're facing in America right now. And it's a wake-up call to each and every one of us that the administration that is in Washington, D.C. is working against U.S. interests and against our interests and is aiding and abetting the worst criminal trafficking organizations in the world's history. Each and every one of us, and Tom, we've been talking about this all morning, but each and every one of us is affected by what is happening at the border. You know, when a lot of the congressional members come up and they say every state is a border state, every town is a border town, that is really the truth. That is what is happening. Our children are dying. American citizens are being exposed. It's not just fentanyl. And by the way, this is not just about addiction. This is about fentanyl poisoning. This is about poisoning our population. Yes, I hear you out there. But how many of you feel that the government is not listening to you? You're not alone. How many of you feel that you are being abandoned by this government and that our nation is being ripped apart at the seams, and that this government is allowing it to happen and opening up the border for our adversaries? Right. I'm going to tell you something, and I'm going to give it back to you, Tom. I'm here with some of the best people in this nation. Tom Homan is a true patriot. Mark Morgan, a true patriot. Victor Avila, Derek Maltz. Every single day, they put everything on the line. Jason Jones, Rodney Scott, I could go on and on. Charlie Kirk, right? I mean, everybody knows that the people that are coming here are people that are fighting for this country. But I want to tell you something that they're probably not telling you, and maybe they have, but you really have to believe this. We cannot do this without each and every single one of you. You cannot remain silent in this fight to get our country back and regain control of the U.S.-Mexico border. Because if you don't, and if you don't speak up, we are going to lose, and we are going to lose this country. I guarantee you that.
So the men and women on this team, the gentleman that just left, you need to understand, every one of us retired. And I've been out there preaching about Border 911. It says ever since this happened on the southern border, we lost control of the border. Think about this. The most powerful nation in the world, the United States, no longer has operational control of our southern borders. The criminal cartels do it. I want to let Mark talk about it in a minute. But every one of us, even though we're retired, we decided to put this group together, and we're going to spend the next year going around this country educating American people why border security matters. So when you get to the voting booth next year, You're going to vote for the person who's going to secure the border and save lives, all right? So before I give it to Mark, here's what I want you to understand. Regardless of what your opinion is on illegal immigration, when you purposely open that border up like this administration has done that overwhelms the Border Patrol where 70 to 90% of them are pulled off the line, that's when the fentanyl comes through that's killing our young kids. That's when the no-inspected terrorists are going to get in. That's when the criminals and gang members get in. They have created the biggest national security crisis of this nation since 9/11. And I'm telling you, they've arrested people from 171 different countries. Some of these countries sponsor terror. Last year alone, they arrested 227 on terrorist watch lists coming through the southern border. At the same time, 432 at the northern border. They got 1.8 million known gotaways caught on video, drone traffic, central traffic. If they've arrested 659 in a year, and under Trump, we had 4. In 4 years, we had 11. That's what's happened. If you don't think a single one of the 1.8 didn't come here to do something to this country, then you're ignorant. This is a massive national security affair, and that's why we brought us together to spend the next year educating people on border security. And there's nobody better to talk about border security than the guy that secured it at the highest levels under the Trump administration, Mark Morgan. Mark?
Thanks. And I tell you, one of the things I was honored to, obviously, to be a part of an incredible team that really led to the most secure border in our lifetime. But one thing I was really honored to be a proud of is we built 460 miles of wall. And let me tell you, here's another thing that's why it's so important we're here, why you're so important. Because we have to regain the false narrative that's been pushed out there by Democrats and open border advocates in this administration. Here's how the narrative goes. Is they want to make and convince everybody that's what the chaos and lawlessness that's happening on our borders is about immigration. And why do they want to do that? Well, let's follow the bouncing ball, right? Because if you're against then what's happening on our border, you're against immigration. If you're against immigration, you're against brown people. If you're against brown people, you're a racist, right? That's the narrative. We have to be strong. We have to push back. We have to stop talking about this in terms of immigration. What's happening in our borders right now is not about immigration. That's a separate issue, right? What's happening at our borders is about border security, which is synonymous with national security, and our inability to secure our border is being driven by illegal immigration. And let me give you a quick analogy. Sarah, you and I were talking about this before. So let's say Sarah and I, we go grocery shopping, and she goes in and she fills her cart full of groceries. She goes in line, she pays. I go in and I fill my grocery cart full of groceries, except I leave and I run, I don't pay. We go to the parking lot and somebody says, hey, what'd you do, Sarah and Mark? And we both say we went grocery shopping. Right? No, she went grocery shopping. I committed a crime that had a multitude of downstream impacts. And so here's what we have. Because of illegal immigration, because this administration has incentivized, encouraged, and rewarded illegal immigration, 8 million in the past 35 months total nationwide encounters, 1.8 million known gotaways that have come to our borders in 35 months. That has pulled limited law enforcement and national security resources off the front line. I'm telling you right now today, the majority of agents are not on the front lines defending our nation's border. They are acting as a processing enterprise to catch and release illegal aliens.
Right.
And what's the downstream effect to that? That means our borders are wide open. No one's patrolling our borders. We've literally handed operation control over the cartels. And what's the result? Drugs, criminals, and national security threats are pouring in every single day, jeopardizing every aspect of our nation's safety, health, and national security.
Damn right. Sarah, we need to talk about a subject that's uncomfortable. And one of the things that broke me throughout my career is the children that are smuggling into this country. You've been down there a lot. You met with the moms. You met with the kids. You met with Texas DPS and Border Patrol. Share with the audience here what is happening to these children.
This is probably the hardest part of my job. I'm sure many of you have seen some of the segments. Those of you who haven't, you can go back and watch them on the internet. But I've spent a lot of my time on the border. I'm the daughter of an immigrant. My mother was from Cuba. I'm the firstborn in her family in America. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes. I love her. She was the whole reason for everything that I do. And so when I go to the border and I'm covering stories, my focus always is to talk to the least of those that do not have a voice, whether that be our Border Patrol agents who are being hindered from doing their job and are suffering from low morale because of what Mark had just described to you, or whether it's the migrants themselves, many times the children who are being exploited by the drug cartels and human traffickers. And I can tell you this, I have never seen anything more tragic than what our government has allowed to happen to these children. Nothing is worse than what is happening at the border right now. We see children as young as 2 and 3 years old, and I know you've experienced that, Tom, who have been raped, who have been kidnapped, who end up in this country with nobody to represent them. And many of the kids die on this journey. And let me explain this to you. It's like we think a lot of times to ourselves, like, why should we care about this? You know, like, we're Americans, like, we shouldn't even be doing this. Well, we're not. It's our government that is allowing these cartels and human traffickers to reap hundreds of millions of dollars in child trafficking alone, billions of dollars in drugs and child trafficking. I have run into girls as young as 12 or 13. I speak Spanish fluently. I ask them what their journey was like. Some of them eventually tell me the truth and break down. They tell me they had been raped multiple times, or that they had been violated, or they can't speak at all because they are terrified of what awaits them when they get here. And by the way, if you think they come to the United States and then they're set free and maybe they find happiness, that's not the case. They end up in trafficking organizations in the U.S. Yep, they end up in trafficking organizations in the United States, and they are exploited. It is up to us as a moral and principled society, and I'm sure you hear a lot about that throughout your time here at Turning Point, to stand up and speak out against this and tell our government and the Biden administration and the Democrats and anybody else who says that they are allowing this to happen at our border because they care about the migrants, they're liars. They are lying to you. They don't care about the migrants. Exactly. They are abusing them, and they are allowing this to happen because they are reaping a reward from this. They are changing the fabric of this country. They do not care about you and your children, and they certainly don't care about the people that they are trafficking into our nation. Let's send a clear message in 2024 to put a stop to it.
So let me, using one of Mark Morgan's terms that I've stolen, let me foot stomp on that a little bit. So I'm getting all pissed off again just talking about this. First off, the border czar. Vice President Kamala Harris. Where the hell is she? So you know what? I just might have to come back and tell her how the job's done and do the job myself.
Woo!
And you can take that to the bank. Where was I going?
You were going with Kamala.
No, what she said, look, I did this for a long time. Like I said, I started in Border Patrol in 1984, and people always ask me, why do you get so emotional on the network? And why do you yell at Congress people? Because most of them are morons, that's why. I mean, I had to educate AOC, you know, who's just dumb. And she didn't know it's illegal across the United States illegally. And I've argued with a congressman that told me, shut up, I won't shut up. You can pound that gavel all you want. I got the right to speak here today. I've earned the right to speak here today. And I'm the only one under oath. You know what my dream is? My dream is someday going to go testify, and rather than me being under oath and them lying to the American people, let's put them under oath and let me ask them a few questions. So I want, you know, one of the things when people see this, hey, I love that video of you and AOC. You know, I love that video. They don't remember I was ICE director too. You know, it was just not a YouTube thing. But the biggest thing this administration can do to law enforcement is kill their spirit, and that's what they have done. Secretary Mayorkas, when he retires, he's going to retire without zero respect. He's going to have zero respect from the tens of thousands of women in the Border Patrol, Customs Border Protection, ICE, all these Secret Service, all these law enforcement officers who have now been vilified by this administration. Before I hand it to Mark, you're the CBP commissioner under the last administration. Secretary Mayorkas stood at the White House and slandered the men of the Horse Patrol who were innocent. And to this day, have never been apologized to, even though the investigation showed them innocent. They didn't do anything wrong. They did exactly as they were trained to do. The horses did exactly as they were trained to do. The only ones who broke the law that day were the illegal aliens entered the country illegally, which is a crime, then ignoring verbal orders from a federal law enforcement officer, which is a felony. But no one talked about that. Mark, as a guy, 20 years in the FBI, a police officer in New York City, a guy who's carried a badge and gun for most of your life, what is your opinion of what this administration has done to the men and women of DHS?
Well, I'll wrap it up. On live TV, when I was doing a Newsmax hit, and they asked me about Secretary Mayorkas, live TV, I called him a scumbag. All right? This is we were talking about this back. This is a defining moment. And look, I'm not trying to blow smoke your way. You are a critically important element in the next 10 months. Look, you've heard the statement by now, every state is a border state. And I'm asking a rhetorical question, but think about it. I want you to think of, what does that mean? Are you able to articulate that? Because we travel over the country, from San Diego to Brownsville to Maine, and I got to tell you, even strong conservatives, they still don't understand what that means. Because a little bit of human nature, if we don't think something is not piercing our bubble, we don't see it as important, right? But I promise you, there's another phrase that goes with that. What happens at the border does not stay at the border. Right? We've all heard, every one of you has heard about a fentanyl poisoning in your city, your town, your state. Well, where the hell does the fentanyl come from? Exactly. So that veil, your bubble has been pierced. A lot of people just don't understand it. Every single day, we have murderers, rapists, pedophiles, aggravated felons, and gang members among the 1.8 million known gotaways that are sneaking past our Border Patrol agents because they're in facilities processing. Where do you think the murderers, rapists, and pedophiles and gang members go? To your towns and cities and states, right? So we have, and Tom already talked about the terrorist threat. In the past 35 months, over 285 illegal aliens on the FBI's terror screening database has been apprehended. Tens of thousands of special interest aliens. Tens of thousands we've apprehended that we know, come from countries that sponsor, harbor, and facilitate terrorism. And I get asked a question, Mark, so do you think that a possible threat's going to come to our borders? And I say, no. And they look at me, it's already here. I mean, with all due respect, we need to wake the hell up, right? And we need to start pushing back. We need to start taking back the narrative that this is not about immigration, it's about border security.
But like Mark said, we can't do it without each and every one of you. And instead of thinking about deporting all the people that have come in here first, we first need to really deport President Biden and his administration. Thank you.
She always gets the best lines.
No, I'm going to tell you why. Because we can't fix this when we have people in office who are making this happen. This is deliberate. This isn't like, oh, I had some policy and it went sideways and now I need to fix it. This is like, how do we make the border as open as possible? How do we break this nation, right? There's no other word for it. Because I wouldn't open my front door of my house with my children asleep inside and just let anybody in, would you? Would you just say, is it okay to have a neighbor that's gunning down other members of your neighborhood and selling drugs next door? Would you call the police? Right? So why is our government not doing that? Why are we not asking the real hard question? So we have all these ideas as to why this is happening, right? But just like you, we're all just trying to expose the truth. We don't have an exact answer, but we know what it is, right? We can't give you exactly what it is, but what it will require is each and every single one of you to do your job, to stand up, to speak out, to say we're not going to take it anymore, and do that in your local communities, in your schools, and all across this country, and invite us to come visit you, because I promise you we will be there for you, and we will stand up for you and fight for you. Thank you.
So let me end with this. Let me end with this. You all know whose side I'm on. So I got a passion. I got a dream. I wake up every morning pissed off at what they unsecured our border and caused all this chaos. My dream is to come back and run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. And you can take that to the bank. Border911.com. Border911.com. Help us out.
Border 911.
Hello and welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. My name is Micah Messer. I'm the production manager here at RSBN. I'm going to give you a quick schedule update over the next several days. December 17th, we got a great event besides TPUSA's America Fest. We're going to be covering President Donald J. Trump will be in Reno, Nevada at a Commit to Caucus event there. That'll start at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We do hope y'all check us out then. We also will be live with TPUSA's America Fest on the 18th, starting at about 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time and lasting through the day. We'll also be live with President Donald J. Trump again in Waterloo, Iowa. That is going to start at about 5 p.m. Eastern. We do hope you join us for that as well. We, of course, will be covering anything and everything we can here at RSBN that has anything to do with President Donald J. Trump or the conservative movement. We hope you'll continue to watch us here on Rumble and on YouTube and wherever else you may find us. Thanks again for watching Right Side, and we'll get back to the program here shortly.
Hello, Phoenix! Hello, everyone! My name's Roy from the new federal state of China. We're Chinese, but we are the opposite of the Chinese Communist Party. I have one message to convey. The Chinese Communist Party does not represent China or Chinese people. It is the enemy of Chinese people, American people, and the people of the world. Our story can be traced back to 1989 Tiananmen Square. Our founder, Miles Guo, was arrested and jailed for supporting the political prisoners, the protesters in Tiananmen Square. Alongside him, there are more than 60 people arrested. Those heroes were killed, executed, right in front of Miles. He could never forget the look in their eyes. It was a silent plea for someone to continue to carry their legacy and bring democracy and freedom to China one day. Miles survived, and many years later, he started a movement called the Whistleblowers Movement, with sole purpose of taking down the CCP. He started to reveal all the intelligence on the CCP, the heinous plans of the CCP,
Of course, as a result, he became the most targeted and persecuted Chinese dissident. But he never stopped fighting. Chinese people are the biggest victims of the Chinese Communist Party. As we speak, millions of Uyghurs are jailed in concentration camps. Tibetans and youths are victims of pedophilia and organ harvesting. Hong Kong protesters or any other people who dare to speak against the regime will be disappeared, silenced, and executed. As we speak, over 400 million forced abortions were executed since the CCP adopted one-child policy. The Chinese people never had a chance to vote for their government. They never had the right to own land. They never had freedom of speech, or freedom of religion, or rule of law. They became more than slaves of the CCP kleptocrats. But I'm here more than just sharing our own stories. I'm here to prevent our stories becoming American stories. The CCP, thank you. The CCP has already infiltrated almost every aspect of the US life. It has launched an unrestrained warfare against all of us. It unleashed a deadly virus that killed millions of innocent lives. Its fentanyl export is killing 300 American people per day. It spread the spy balloon above us, and its spying operations are almost everywhere, in media companies, in big tech, scientific institutions, universities, Hollywood, and Wall Street. It's behind wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. It formed a new axis of evil alliance with Russia, North Korea, and Iran. Your pension funds, your educational funds, your savings are being invested in Communist China right now, and the total number is a whopping $7 trillion. And Xi Jinping is more than ready to confiscate that money and give that to the terrorist groups and fan the flames of conflicts and seize the perfect opportunity to invade Taiwan. For the past 8 years, Miles and the whistleblowers from the NFSC have exposed the truth around Hong Kong crisis, HNA group, COVID, and COVID vaccines, and many more. Those warnings were not taken seriously enough. Every time we revealed this kind of information, I had hoped we were wrong, because if the information is wrong, a lot of people wouldn't have to die or suffer. But in the long run, it has always been proven, verified as true. And today, for the first time ever, I have 3 specific pieces of exclusive intelligence to share with you. And I urge you to listen very carefully to what I have to say and verify for yourselves through time. Number 1, you may have already heard the secret biolab in California. Actually, the CCP has already finished building 11 P3 biolabs in the Middle East, Africa, and South America. They have the capability to manufacture and unleash new viruses at Xi Jinping's command. That's the same kind of virus that already killed 6.5 million people. Number 2, CCP's military installations. The CCP has already deployed 3,500 ballistic missiles, the DF-10A series, in 3 countries in the Middle East, worth a total of $50 billion. There are 2,000 more currently in transaction and will be delivered to those regions. They even have production lines for those missiles in those areas. Additionally, the CCP has built no fewer than 20 nuclear ICBMs. They deployed DF-41 series with nuclear warheads. They can reach the mainland US or any other country. Number 3, the Chinese Communist Party is behind the terrorist group in the Middle East. In Iran and Syria, the CCP has already built an army of 20,000 mercenaries ready for combat and to join Hamas. And each individual will be paid $10,000 per month by the CCP. And there are another 20,000 mercenaries ready to be deployed in the event of escalation between Israel and Hamas. The intelligence I just shared with you is brought by NFSC, thanks to the courageous whistleblowers inside China. They risked their lives to bring those messages. And we invite you to witness the validity of the information through time. In the past, we have provided many similar pieces of intelligence to authorities. The information should have been disclosed by the US government, but due to CCP's infiltration, it failed. So we now have to come out and speak out. As our revelations continue to be verified, we now hope American people can join us in eliminating the Chinese Communist Party. And we're not asking you to give us money or arms or die for a revolution or wars. All America needs to do is very simple. Stop supporting the Chinese Communist Party. And decouple from the Chinese Communist Party technologically and financially. And leave the rest to the new Federal State of China. And we ensure you the elimination of the Chinese Communist Party in China. Today, hundreds of millions of people have joined our causes. The majority of them are working covertly in the party in China and supporting us. We have 21 chapters around the globe, and we are more united and determined than ever. And I truly believe soon enough, we'll stand atop the Beijing Pangu Plaza again and put Xi Jinping, the dictator, on a Nuremberg trial for his crimes and make it the devil's last night. That night, we will see the end of the evil communist regime. That night, we will reunite with our loved ones. And that night, for the very first time in history of that soil, we will see a free China, a new China, the new Federal State of China. Thank you.
afternoon. My name is Father Calvin Robinson. Today we have a wonderful panel. We're going to be breaking down the false narratives of DIE within the church. I'm going to give my wonderful panelists an opportunity to give a brief introduction of who they are and why you should be listening to their words. First of all, we have Kevin McGarry.
Good afternoon. It's a real honor and privilege to be here. I have, I'm really spoiled because I have all the guys that I highly esteem as fathers in the faith and just standing up for righteousness. So I'm really just glad to be here. I'm the co-founder of Every Black Life Matters. I've written a new book, DEI in 3D. I encourage you all to take a look at that as well. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Kevin. Next to him, we have Pastor Alan.
Well, hello, church. I'm Pastor Alan Jackson. I serve a congregation in the Nashville, Tennessee area. And I started with a handful of people about 40 years ago, and I'm still serving in the same place. So I'm a living testimony to the faithfulness of God.
Oh, man. And, of course, Dr. Washington.
Glad to be here with you. Is it working?
Yes, yes.
I'm glad to be here with you. I serve as the president and CEO of Awakening the Voice of Truth. I have the great distinction of wearing the title of President Emeritus of Promise Keeper, as well as the Rock Church in Chicago. And I love the Lord, and I'm ready to deal with false narratives.
Amen. Now, Kevin is the co-founder of Every Black Lives Matters. So I thought we'd start with you to break down what is the problem with a movement like Black Lives Matter. Why is it a false narrative, and why is it counter-scriptural?
Yeah, so Black Lives Matter, the fundamental reason why organizations like that are completely false narrative, holistically false, is because they're wedded and grounded in Marxism. If you know anything about Marx, you understand that anything that he did was wholly demonic. His number one goal in life was to dethrone God wherever he exists, whether he existed in synagogues or in the heart of men. His number one goal in life was to dethrone God. Psalms 14 tells us what that person is. A person who says that there is no God is a fool. So biblically speaking, anything Marxist is foolish. And unfortunately, we have these organizations that have propped up, like BLM and so many others, that are harnessing and encouraging, wickedness and foolishness, foolery, demonic foolery in our streets. And this is a big problem that we have to overcome. So we started Every Black Life Matters, the righteous and faithful alternative to BLM. And so we are everything that they're not. Encouraging fatherhood and school choice and all the other things that make a difference to patriotic Americans.
And Dr. Washington, your ministry, Awakening the Voice of Truth, breaks down where a lot of this came from. Black Lives Matter, the movement itself, is obviously rooted in critical race theory, which is a critical theory. Where did this originate from?
It originated from the fact that I feel like we are not hearing truth. We're not dealing with the issue of truth. Our president and vice president said the greatest problem in America today is Islamophobia. I feel that indeed is a false narrative. I believe the greatest problem that we are facing this day is anti-Semitism, hatred of God's chosen people. And if indeed at the highest office in the land, if we are saying that the greatest problem is Islamophobia, it's a lack of understanding that the tenets of Islam in the Quran is to kill all Jews, to kill all Christians, to kill everyone who is an infidel. That's the focus of what's there. And if we're saying at our highest level that Islamophobia is the greatest problem, it means that we are protecting their right to carry out that message. So we need to have truth. Truth is the greatest problem is anti-Semitism, where across our nation and around the world, people are expressing hatred for God's chosen people. And as we hate them, we're mocking God, and we need to understand that's truth.
Amen. I do want to bring the conversation back to Islamophobia at some point, because I don't think we could be Islamophobic enough. I don't think we can be afraid enough of the threat that is Islam, and the Catholic heresy that is Islam, the threat to Christendom that is Islam. So I will come back to that. But I'd like to bring Pastor Allen into the conversation of BLM, and your ministry in Nashville is obviously a wide demographic, a very broad, diverse demographic. What was the impact on the ground, and how did you challenge the false narratives that in order to be inclusive and diverse and equitable, we have to be affirming of sin, and we have to promote the idea that racism is something that's inherent only in white people, and this idea that original sin has been replaced with whiteness? How did you break that down on the ground in your day-to-day ministry?
Well, thank you. I think the challenge in the church, there are so many winds that are blowing around and so many ideas that we lose our foundation. We are centered in the redemptive work of Jesus of Nazareth. We're sinners and we need a Savior. And that translates beyond any skin color or ethnicity or language or nationality. And when the church loses that message, the culture loses that message, and the culture loses its conscience. And we've seen that happen. The church has lost the courage to confront our culture with the truth. We want the approval of our culture, so we're willing to trade away the truth in order to think we could gain a broader audience. And the opposite has happened. The churches are empty and people aren't participating. And we need the courage in the church once again to say we need a Savior. We've got to come back to the power of the gospel. Unfortunately, we have filled our churches with a false gospel, which has resulted in a false church, and which has given fuel to a false narrative that's consuming our culture. And the solution, Eric Metaxas said it last night, we're in a spiritual battle. Before we're in a political battle, we're in a spiritual battle. And the church is going to have the courage to recognize that and tell the truth to our culture, and then I think we'll see God intervene.
Very good, thank you. Kevin, this Western civilization that we live in, we used to call it Christendom because it was built on the foundation of Christ. From our laws to our culture to what we deem to be good versus evil, all came from the Bible. And we've taken Christ out of Western civilization. We've left a massive void that is being filled with wokeness, so there's things like Black Lives Matter, but also with Islam. How do we combat all of these false narratives? How do we remind people that there is one way, there is one truth, and we know him in the person of Jesus Christ?
Yeah, I think one of the best ways for us to really get a handle on what's been happening is to just go back down memory lane for just a couple of years. I think what we see now is very telling. And by God's grace, we're seeing that the Lord himself is actually separating the sheep from the goats. The goats would be the ones that are hellbound, and the sheep are the ones that hear his voice and follow. But here's what he's doing. If you remember in 2016, there was a false narrative about, well, it's I'm with her and it's her time, right? And then you fast forward then to then we get into George Floyd, and then all whites were complicit with what happened in Minneapolis and all of this, and that's another false narrative. Then you fast forward to COVID, and then you need to close your churches and this and that, and this is all false narrative driven by and undergirded by a foundation of Marxism, all of it. Then you get to CRT and DEI, complete false narratives, right? That everybody needs equal outcomes. That's ridiculous. God didn't make robots. God made individuals. He gave us each an essence of who he is with an individual path to accomplish individual things in his divine providence, right? For each of us. Then you get to, and then now you come to Hamas. Now, all of these things, as we're going through this, you see the church now really separating. We see a lot of, and so we see some pastors that are here and we see it manifest. And then now you get with Hamas, what Hamas did over a month ago, and it's even more, telling where pastors are and where they're not. And so now we have the opportunity now to say, okay, I understand, because I can see, I'm clear-eyed, God's lifted the veil, and I can see who's with us, who's with God, and who's not. Those who won't say anything about the atrocities that have happened over the past, even as just a brief history I gave you, and who still stand on the side of culture, a demonic culture. Yeah, you can call them what you want. You can still call them pastor if you want, but these people are fallen, and we need to pray for them. But that's where we are, is we're seeing an unfolding of false narratives across the board, all undergirded by Marxism, all enshrined then in equity. And so we need to do better, and I'm hopeful that, you know, we here can start to get a grasp on this and start to come around to the truth, because our children are being wholly defiled by what's happening right now, and we need to intervene in a real positive and strong way on their behalf.
Dr. Washington, I think Kevin raises a good point about what we here can do, because it's so easy for us to sit back and think, okay, so the woke people are wrong on BLM, on gender issues, the Mohammedans are wrong on Islam because it's a false narrative. But what about us here, the Christians, the conservatives? We can fall into the trap of making an idol of our own ideas. For example, this week we heard of the Satanist statue that was destroyed. Good. Destroying an idol to Satan. I can't think of anything better than that. That's a sign of goodness. But a lot of our side has been saying, well, actually, let's protect private property. Actually, this is destructive damage to public institutions. Actually, this, that, and the other. The legalism, the pharisaical thinking. How do we remind ourselves that we can't fall into that trap? We have to put God first, and if something is evil, it is to be destroyed, not tolerated.
Thank you. We have to understand that the hour has come that we need to awaken the voice of truth. And we are not using truth as it needs to be utilized. We mentioned Islamophobia. The goal there is to kill us and to kill Christians, to kill Jews. At the highest level in our government, we have an Islamist, Rashida Tlaib, and she has been censored, but she's doubled down. She's speaking at Arizona State University and speaking there about killing all Jews, when she says from the river to the sea, the goal of that is to kill all Jews. We need to understand that's what she's saying. And it's being said at the highest level in our office, but yet our top leaders are saying, well, our greatest problem is Islamophobia. So we're going to protect the ability for her to be able to say that. Do we not know that as Gentiles, God is going to judge us on how we have treated his chosen people? And if, in fact, we are allowing individuals to say that let's kill the Jewish people, then we're going to give an account from that. Scripture is very clear. Our Lord is going to return with his holy angels to judge the Gentiles based on exactly how they treated his chosen people. That's in Matthew 25, verses 31 to 46. And it's clear that that is going to take place. Do we not know, he says this, briefly, when I was sick, he's going to separate the Gentiles, that's those who are not Jewish, from like sheep to goats. To the sheep, he's going to say, blessed are you, come into my dwelling. For when I was hungry, you gave me food. When I was naked, you clothed me. Thirsty, you gave me something to drink. They'll say, Lord, when did we see you any of that? He said, to the least, to the extent that you did it to the least of these, my brethren or his Jewish brethren, you did it to me. He'll say to the goats, cursed are you. For when I was hungry, you didn't feed me. When I was naked, you didn't clothe me. When you gave me no food. I said, Lord, when did we see you hungry and naked and did not do it? To the degree that you did not do it to the least of these, my brethren, you didn't do it to me. Here's what we need to understand, truth. When we indeed blaspheme, call for the death, and not respond to God's chosen people, we have not responded to him. So we need to understand, how should we turn that around? We need to stand with God's chosen people. We need to make a pledge that, hey, we believe that the Jews, you know, if there were no Jews, there would be no patriarch. If there were no Jews, there would be no apostles. If there were no Jews, there would be no Bible. If there were no Jews, there would be no Savior. Jesus is Jewish, the Savior of the world. We need to understand that and make a commitment to stand with God's chosen people.
Okay, before I come to Pastor Allen, I do want to push back a bit on that, because there will be people that say, well, the Jews today are not God's chosen people because it's not the Jewish race of the Bible, and actually that we were grafted in as Gentiles. And people might say, actually, we should put America first, we should put the West first, and if that aligns with what's going on in Israel, fine, but we should be against Islamification, yes, but not necessarily take Israel's side explicitly in the way that the United States did with the Ukraine. What would you say to people who push back in that direction?
Well, we must speak truth. And the truth of the matter is the Israel today is the Israel of the Bible. We got to understand this. Palestinian is a false narrative. The occupation is a false narrative. All of the land belongs to God's chosen people. He gave it to them over 3,000 years ago. And if we don't recognize that that's true, there are people who are saying that Israel is a false, Israel's not the Israel. That is not true. The truth of the matter is that Israel today is the Israel of yesterday and the Israel of tomorrow. And it's the place where when Jesus comes, he's going to come to Israel, the Mount of Olives, and we're going to be with him for 1,000 years. That's truth, and we need to stand up for that without flinching.
Okay, thank you. Pastor Allen, I want to wind it back a bit, back towards us. If you can't tell by my accent, I come from a Christian country, an explicitly Christian country. Now, things are a bit different out here. You seem to have drifted to a universalism, a relativism where all ideas are to be treated as equal. All cultures are to be treated as equal. All faiths are to be treated as equal. But we know that's not to be true. We know there is one truth. There's one way, there's one life. He is Jesus Christ. We know there's one true faith, Christianity. How do we shift the narrative over here from these Christian states, which were explicitly founded as Christian states, that have somehow become this broad narrative of everything goes?
That's a really good question, and it's something I think we've all got to process and think about. What we've witnessed is a rise of darkness, and the only way that happens is the light has failed. So I don't think we can sit in our churches and point through the windows and say those people are the problem. I think it's the condition, the hearts of God's people. But we have to be careful. They're using language to manipulate us, and one of those words is tolerance. Once upon a time, tolerance meant that everybody was entitled to an opinion, but it didn't mean every opinion was equal. Well, currently, they're trying to tell us that every opinion should be given equal validity, except the Christian worldview. For decades, we were told that our faith was not welcome in the corporate boardroom, that if we were people of faith, we shouldn't bring those values into the corporate boardroom, and if one person raised their hand and said, I'm offended, then we should withdraw and be quiet. We saw that in academia, we saw that in our hospitals, we've seen it in every part of our culture. So the Christians timidly withdrew and surrendered the field. Until now we find the corporate boardroom and academia driving a worldview through the heart of our culture that is patently anti-Christian. And the question is, are we going to have the courage to stand up and say, we were wrong, we surrendered, and we're going to retake the territory that we walked away from. We're bringing Jesus back into the boardroom, and we're bringing Jesus back into the hospital, and we're bringing Jesus back into the political arena. And I'm a pastor, I can speak to this. The people say to me, don't be political at church. I'm not advocating for a party. I'm advocating for a worldview. The sanctity of human life, the dignity of marriage, that every person has an innate dignity before God. The church has to have the courage to take those values. We spent hundreds of hours being trained in the culture of the first century. If you've done any formal biblical studies, you have to understand a culture before you can understand a text. We learned it about the first century. We learned it about the 10th century BCE. And then we find ourselves today where they say if we comment on current culture, we're being political. I'm not being political. I'm bringing my faith to bear on the world in which we live. We don't have a theoretical faith. We don't worship a theoretical God. There is a God. He can be known. You'll give an account of your life to him. And we want to do our best to represent him well with our brief journey under the sun. So I think we need courage in the church more than a desire to be applauded by our culture.
Thank you. Now, Kevin, Pastor Allen's right, our faith is political. But we've moved from, as a culture, we've moved from saying alternative lifestyles are acceptable to alternative lifestyles are now the new normative. And normative lifestyles need to be denigrated. And we've moved to a point where actually to be a white, straight Christian male is to be looked down upon as something wrong. Now, what can we advise? How can we help people who aren't leaders, who aren't pastors? How can we help everyday Christians stand up for that truth and say, no, actually, if I happen to be straight, if I happen to be white, if I happen to be a Christian, that is a good thing. It's not a bad thing, and I want to live my life true to Christ.
Yeah, that's a great question. The reality is that those of us who profess Christ as Savior and Lord, we have all of the history and facts and truth on our side, but a lot of us don't really, we haven't connected with that. So when we get accosted by a demonic culture, we have a tendency to want to withdraw or to cower back. Those days are over. This is the remnant church. This is the time for the church to stand up and speak truth to power or wherever it is. It needs to be spoken. That means when our children, our grandchildren, and community children come home and try to say that we're white supremacists or we're racist or this and that we need to understand truth and help them out of their condition of wokeness. The only way that we're going to be able to do that, however, and this is where the nub of the issue, is a lot of us don't understand what happened historically. A lot of us don't have the grounding, the foundation to be able to stand up and to answer appropriately answer questions that honestly our children, grandchildren, and community children and others around us may have. And so we cower because we don't have answers. So the answer is we need to equip ourselves with the facts and with truth and with history and with the principle of what we stand on. And the way to do that is, it just so happens that I have an online course that'll give you everything you need to know. So you just go to our website. It's online curriculum, the multiple modules, and only a couple of dollars. You go there and you take it at your own pace, but we give you all of the facts and truths so you will have the answers to help stave off the demonism that's rampaging across our culture and society and really captivating our children. So the only way we're going to do that is to make sure that we have enough standing, and the way that we get standing is to get education. One of the ways you can get education is go to our website and take the online curriculum, everyblm.com, and I'll also be out with the books in that. I'll have more information for you at the table. But we need to equip ourselves so we can be a help, and so we can pray and help and move our family through this cycle of insanity.
I'm going to ask Dr. Washington the same question, because I feel like we have to push back. We have to, unfortunately, have three colored folk on the stage saying it's okay to say you are white, it's okay to say you are Christian, without being seen as a white supremacist or a Christian nationalist. But therefore, what's wrong about wanting a Christian nation, Dr. Washington?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think we should... America has a motto. That motto says, "In God we trust." And everything that we are doing now, from the White House to the outhouse, goes against that. We've got to turn that around, and it begins with the church. It begins with we who are believers. We have to say, we believe in our motto. We have to start. I love what Riley Gaines said. He says, all of the changes that we need is not going to happen in the White House. It's going to happen in our house. It's got to happen where we begin. So we have to say, in God we trust, and we have to live that way. The fact that all whites are racist based on CRT, critical race theory, is absolutely wrong. We're seeing at the top level that America is systemically racist. I say that is dead wrong. In order for it to be systemically racist, it means that racism has to be permeated. America was racist during slavery. America was racist during Jim Crow. But we've passed that. Those laws are now gone, and no laws will back it. In order to be systemically racist, you have to have laws to back it up. There are no laws backing it up. Now, racism does exist, but only in one place, and that place is in the hearts of individuals. And the only way to remove that, watch this, is one single powerful word. That word is relationship. We have to have relationship across the lines of division and have oneness. I've written a book called One Word, The Cure for Hurt, Hatred, and Hostility. I just happen to have 200 of those books available I'm going to give to the first 200 people to show up. But The issue is we need to understand that we have to stand firm. We have to stand firm in our motto. Let's recapture the motto. If we believe in God, then we won't have abortion. If we believe in God, we'll honor his son, Jesus Christ. If we believe in God, we'll have a marriage only between a man and a woman. If we believe in God, we'll love our neighbor no matter who that neighbor is, like ourselves. So what we've got to do is live our motto beginning in the house, and we can then change the White House.
Pastor Allen, there are no politicians coming to save us. There are no church leaders coming to save us. This is down to the grassroots. This is down to the everyman, the common folk. The ordinary Christian is what's going to turn this nation and this Western society around, if it is going to be turned around. How do we do that? How do we speak the truth? In love, in charity, with grace.
Well, I think we decide we're going to do that. That we will not yield, we will not back up, we will not apologize. If I can add one line to what Dr. Washington said, we've never been a uniquely Christian nation, an exclusively Christian nation, but we are unmistakably a nation that was birthed with a Christian worldview, with the desire to honor Jesus of Nazareth as Lord and Christ. Now, it's been a diverse place. There have been people with a multitude of ideas since our inception. But the values that gave rise to our Constitution, our Declaration of Independence, our leading universities, our legal system, how we've treated one another, came from that biblical worldview. So I'm deeply offended when someone denies that. That's our heritage. You can't argue that. It's a matter of history. If we said to the Native American peoples, to the indigenous peoples of North America, your religion is illegitimate, it shouldn't be remembered, it should be swept away, you should be disrespected for it, none of us would tolerate that. Why are we silent when they denigrate our Christian heritage? What has happened to us? Are we that embarrassed of Jesus? If Jesus isn't welcome, I'm not coming. We have a right to bring our faith with us wherever we go, to lead with our faith. Whether you're a butcher, a baker, or a candlestick maker, the primary identification of your person, if you're a Christ follower, is that relationship with Jesus of Nazareth. And the church has been addled on this. We have wanted the applause of our culture more than the approval of a living God. And I pray we'll be awakened to that. You know, we've talked a good bit up here about Israel and the Jewish people. Anti-Semitism, the hatred of the Jewish people, has a spiritual basis to it. We've seen it again with Hamas. The horrific, heinous things that were done to the Israelis. Citizens, women, children, murdered, raped, abused. Anti-Semitism is fueled by a spirit. The harbor of that for the last 2,000 years has been the Christian church. The greatest persecutor of the Jewish people has been the Christian church across the nations of Europe, across many places. What we have to recognize is the spirit of anti-Semitism and the spirit of Antichrist are two sides of the same coin. What the Hamas did to the Jewish people, they will do to the Christian people if we don't stand up and protect the rights and liberty of human beings. That is a biblical worldview. That doesn't come from any place else. Karl Marx and his communist ideology that's being championed today on our universities and our intellectual elites has given rise for 200 years to a bunch of thuggish dictators that's resulted in the murder of millions of people. And the church better have the courage to tell the truth, or we will lose our freedom.
Okay, so Kevin, where do we get that courage? Because the enemy hates the truth. When people speak the truth, they're called a transphobe, a xenophobe, an Islamophobe, sexist, transphobic, what are the other phobes and isms? There's always a label to shut down the truth. How do we get the courage? How do we get the strength to speak it regardless?
Yeah. I think it really starts with a lot of the reason why we cower today is because we feel ill-equipped to be able to handle the conversation. We think that, you know, the intellectual class and the crazies who are, you know, intellectual, that they actually have facts. They're speaking lies 90+% of the time. But if we don't have the facts on our side, then we feel ill-equipped to just push back a little bit. We don't have to necessarily get into a grotesque debate with them, but we need to at least be able to push back, stand firm, and and have enough facts on our side so we can challenge them appropriately. So a lot of it has to do with just becoming educated. We've really, taken our positions as parents and as theologians and clergy, and we've been steeped in the Bible, but we haven't been appropriately applying it to culture, or current culture, so we can help people to recognize what is happening in a biblical context and then appropriately pushing back. So it's just a matter of education and knowledge and understanding.
And you're absolutely right, Kevin, but Dr. Washington, can you elaborate on that? Because knowledge isn't enough. The facts aren't enough. We need to offload our anxieties and our stress and our fears of engaging in the truth to Christ and get our strength and courage from Christ. How do we do that?
How do we get our strength and faith from Christ? I think fear is the #1 enemy to being a solid Christian. We are afraid to say radical Islamic terrorists is a problem, and we need to deal with that as a problem. We need to be able to call things what they are. We need to not be afraid. We need to be bold. I'm wearing a star. This is the Star of David. It was given to me several years ago because I said I made a commitment and a pledge to stand with God's people no matter what. But a month ago, I saw a Jewish man murdered with a white brother who hit him with a megaphone for one reason, because he's Jewish. I was getting ready to travel, and I had this star on my blue jean jacket. And all of a sudden, I looked at that, and I remember that man was killed because he was Jewish. And to my shame, I removed the star off the jacket. Why? Because I was gripped with fear. I've been preaching for years saying the day is going to come when it's going to be dangerous to be Jewish. That day has already arrived, and I faced it, and I took it all. I am ashamed of that. I got my wife, we cried together, and I repented. And 3 Sundays ago, and I Stand for Israel service, I said to Paul Wilbur, who is Jewish, I said, Paul, I'm ashamed to admit that I removed the star because I was afraid. But I'm asking you, Paul, give me that star again, and I promise you, I will never, ever take it off again. And this is the star that he planned on me. I wonder today, how many of you here today would really be willing to stand with me and say, I'll stand with my Jewish people no matter what. I'll stand with them no matter what. I'll be with them. I'll stand with them no matter what. This blesses me. This blesses me to no end. I'm going to be, along with my brother from England and Kevin, and the pastor's pretty busy there, at the Faith booth. And at the Faith booth, Kevin and I both have books that we're going to give you this free. But I also have more than 100 of these stars. More than 100. And if you'll come to that booth and you'll say to me, I made that pledge, I'm going to give you a star. And if we run out of stars, I'm going to give you my website to go to that star, because I want you to have a star that will make a difference. Okay?
Sorry, I have to cut you off. We're out of time. But I do want to add one caveat to that. It's fantastic to stand with our allies. It's fantastic to stand with our brothers and sisters. But first and foremost, we stand with Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Round of applause for Kevin McGarry, Pastor Allen, and Dr. Washington. I've been Calvin Robinson. Thank you very much. God
about my Father's business. I believe in God, and I believe He's called me to this, and that's why I put forth quality and excellence in what I build, and thankfully it's paid off. He talked about how in 2020, in the 2020 elections, the media pushed him on who he was voting for, and he said, well, I'm voting for Trump, sue me. And AOC, you guys know AOC, Democratic Congresswoman from New York City, she said, I am a proud Latinx or Latina or whatever they're called. I am a proud Latina woman, and I believe that as a Latina woman, we should boycott Goya. Okay? So he says, Robert says, I'm voting for Trump. AOC says, let's get his head. We are absolutely boycotting this company, and the power of the Latina resistance, come with me. Here's what actually happened. It was the most successful month of business Goya Foods had ever had. And the most hilarious part of all this, he actually gave AOC Employee of the Month and hung her picture on the wall. And he said, anytime you would like to initiate a boycott, please be my guest. This is wonderful. Here's why I start off by telling that story. We are winning. We are winning. Sometimes a small faction within our country that's very loud, they love to yell, and they have a lot of opinions about things they know very little about. They come out with their bullhorns and the blue hair, and they get so angry, trying to convince you in the process that you're alone, that you're the crazy one. When in reality, if you love your country and you love your Constitution and you believe in the classic American principles that built this great nation, you believe in objective reality, you are not in the minority. Millions and millions of Americans stand with you, and anytime we see something happen in economics, like the flood of support to Goya, or like the boycott of Bud Light or the boycott of Disney, anytime we see things like the success of Sound of Freedom on a 10th of the budget of Disney, we are reminded that you are not alone. You're not alone. MSNBC wrote an article about us 2 weeks ago. You know what their headline was? The weird, wacky, alt-right company trying to create a parallel economy. They thought that would be some sort of dig. Here's the thing. If MSNBC thinks you're normal, you're doing it wrong. If you fit MSNBC's definition of normal, I would encourage you to evaluate your life choices. It is an absolute privilege and honor to be called weird and wacky by a group of people that want decimation to our country and the moral fabric that has built this great nation. I am proud to be weird in their eyes. If what they deem as strange, then so be it. We absolutely are wild and enthusiastic about creating a parallel, patriotic, America First economy where truth is at the forefront of every transaction. So we started a company called Public Square because we were inspired to win the economic war. We believe ultimately that the media has also fed you another lie. You can only vote every 2 and 4 years. That's it. That's the power limit, the cap of your ability in the United States to express your opinion about how society should be structured. You have the ability to cast a ballot every 2 and 4 years. That's what they tell you. Here's the reality. Every time you swipe your card, every time you make a purchase, you are empowering something. This past summer, we learned that millions of Americans were tired of empowering Bud Light, Target, Anheuser-Busch, Disney, all these different companies, to the tune, by the way, of a $50 billion decrease in market capitalization. So, we are winning. We have a lot more power in our wallets than we realize. And today I want to share with you 3 ways in which I believe we can win the economic war. Not just for this generation, not just for a momentary glimpse in our nation's history, but actually for generations to come. First, it looks like you have to recognize you're in a war. There was an old saying that the last person to recognize they're in a knife fight loses. The first person to recognize it already has an upper hand. You're at an economic war. I did not start this war. We are on the forefront of creating an economy that actually works for the American people, but we did not start this battle. People say, and MSNBC criticized us in this article, they said, you guys are stirring division in our country. We said, excuse me, we didn't start this. I was comfortable with neutrality. In fact, I say all the time, I'm not even an inherently political person. I'm driven by principles, but I'm like a normal dude from 2006. It's just the country left me behind. And so as we look at the economic environment, we have to recognize that neutrality is dead. They have caused us to pick a side. Do you want to be on the side of globalist authoritarians that want to use their oligarchic structures to steal your human liberty? Or do you want to be on the side of objective truth, beautiful morality, the valuing of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for every American? I do not know about you, but I go with the latter. So step one is you have to recognize you're in an economic war. The other side has realized it. Mark Benioff, you guys know who Mark Benioff is? He's the CEO of Salesforce, one of the largest companies in the world in software. Did you know that Mark Benioff, not only did he buy Time magazine so that he could have a media apparatus to serve his regime, he also called himself the most anti-conservative CEO in the country. He takes pleasure in canceling you, funded lawsuits against the former president. Jeff Bezos created Amazon, took your data in the process, used it to weaponize his forces against you, hired 19 lobbyists for the FTC so that they could keep their bureaucratic regime going, bought the Washington Post so that he could have his own media apparatus entity that would protect his image. Nike will gladly lecture you about climate change while they are lobbying the United States government to continue the use of slave labor, while they claim they're the virtuous ones. And by the way, our message is not ditch Nike and go with Adidas. They're both bad. But did you know there are thousands of small businesses around this country that are owned independently by families that would love to serve you, and they would never lecture you about climate change when they are just trying to serve you products? So number one, recognize the economic war you're in. Proverbs 3:9, I'm a man of faith. The Lord is the light of my life. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and I never shy away from any opportunity to share that. I love liberty because I know the author. That's why I do what I do. Proverbs 3:9 says, honor God with your wealth. It is impossible to honor God with my wealth if I am funding communist authoritarians that act more like weaponized political organizations than they do functioning businesses. I can't honor God with my wealth if I am funding anti-God companies. That's number one. Recognize the war you're in. Okay? Number two, recognize the power that you wield. I open this by talking about this. You wield incredible power with your wallet. Anytime you spend your money on something, it is what you were empowering. So, if you're a builder of solutions, which I hope that you are, conservatives should be the most creative people on the planet, driven to solve problems. It's in our nature. Last year we learned, I'll give you an example, that every single major diaper brand, this will seem random, but I'll connect it. Every single major diaper brand in the United States today, just to show you how far wokeism has gone, vocally or financially supports abortion. Did you know that? How does that make any economic sense, let alone the moral egregious nature of it? Every single major diaper brand in the United States today, Hello Bello, Coterie, Pampers, Honest, all of them either vocally or financially support abortion. Coterie, which calls itself the luxury Rolls-Royce of diapers, quite a name, they came out last year after the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and you know what they said? They said our team is heartbroken to learn this devastating news of our abortion access being revoked. Hello Bello actually funds their employees' abortions. My wife and I last year, we were learning from our Public Square platform, we've had millions of searches in our search bar, we were learning that the mama bears on our platform were looking for diapers, and unfortunately there was not a pro-life, pro-family, and pro-freedom option. My wife and I were also, at the same time, October of last year, having our first little kiddo. Her name is Lily, she's amazing. She's a miracle from God. She means everything to me. And we thought, well, gosh, we're not going to put her in pro-abortion diapers. That makes no sense. By the way, to show you the economic insanity of this would be like me saying, you know what? I've got a great idea. Going on Shark Tank. I'm going to pitch a men's shoe line where a portion of our profits will go to the extermination of men. The logic is the same. And so we thought this makes no sense. There's not a pro-life, pro-family, beautiful, elegant diaper brand. You know what? We're going to create one. We were driven by solutions. So now, proud to tell you that in 4 months of being live, we've created Every Life. And in 4 months, it is already the fastest growing baby brand in modern American history. And we have a simple message. No matter where you're from, no matter where you look like, no matter your socioeconomic status, the color of your skin, your background, every life is a miracle. It's deserving of protection and celebration. And far be it from me to be someone that would ever advocate against the most vulnerable and their right to life. That's the message of our brand. And we give back to pregnancy centers, adoption facilities. When Maui hit and the fires happened, we actually donated over 150,000 diapers to Maui with the power of our consumers. It's been amazing. And best of all, the diapers work. We have a 1-year-old. She's an every life baby. It's wonderful. What's my point? Be solution-oriented. If step one is recognizing the moment that we're in our nation's history and the economic war we're facing, number two is recognize the power you wield as a consumer or a business owner to create change. Corporate America will listen to you. ESG funds have been decimated the last 6 months because the power of consumer spending has made it very clear to the tyrants on Wall Street and in Washington, D.C., we do not want what you are selling. It is working. You wield power in your wallets. So step three, what do you do with it? Well, you use it day in and day out. Sometimes we hear folks reach out and they say, hey, I'm just concerned, I still have an iPhone, I have a hard time leaving all these woke companies behind. What's the point? Our encouragement to folks is just start somewhere. You never know the power that you wield until you actually start wielding it. You never recognize the change you can have with your wallet to vote, not just every 2 and 4 years, but every single day until you start to wield it. Y'all, we have story after story after story. We have over 75,000 businesses on Public Square, well over 1.5 million consumer members. We hear testimonies every day of business owners reaching out and saying, my business has been saved. We had a hair salon that reached out and said, we were going to have to go out of business. COVID took it out of us. The government wouldn't let us open. We actually faced fines from the government. And yet, with the power of Public Square and the consumer base that we've garnered through this parallel economy, we're actually back on our feet having the strongest season of business we've ever had. We've had employees match with employers that don't hate them. We've had folks move their banks to banks that they know they can feel a blessed assurance that they're not going to cancel them. We have had entire towns transformed by what's happening in Public Square. And the beauty is, we're just getting started. In less than 18 months, this platform already hit 1 million members faster than Twitter, Airbnb, Spotify. The movement of the parallel economy is growing. Power structures of society are being shifted back toward we the people, and all it takes is starting with a shift of your spending for one item. Pick an item. I bought this watch from Public Square. Bought my socks from Public Square. I got a coffee from a Public Square business. You start somewhere, and you will find over time that more and more of your purchases are weapons in this economic war that will shift the power structures of our country back to the values of we the people. You get to be on the forefront. You get to make change. You have a wallet. It's time to wield it. Sound good? Let's go. Love it. Hey, friends, it's fantastic to talk to you. You can learn more about what we're doing at Public Square at publicsquare.com. We're changing the country with the power of consumer spending, and we would love for you to join us on the journey. Have a great rest of your Monday. Thank you so much.
Choose life. Every miracle from God. Boy and girl. Black, tan, and white. Planned and unplanned. Gifted and special. Every one of them is celebrated here. Every life. A diaper company that celebrates and protects every precious miracle from above. A premium product, an extraordinary mission. We are changing diapers. We are changing lives.
Go ahead.
Aloha Turning Point USA. My name is Jason Jones. Hey! Not the immigration Jason Jones, but let's give a round of applause for the other Jason Jones, too. We love him. I'm a filmmaker, and the president and founder of the Vulnerable People Project. Our mission is to stand with the most vulnerable people in the world when the world has left. And I have to say, since Joe Biden was elected president, or since Joe Biden went to the White House, the world has fallen apart and work has been very hard for us. So my organization works, and we're the last Western organization operating in every province in Afghanistan. This week alone, we distributed 200 tons of coal to the widows and orphans of our Afghan allies who are killed in Afghanistan, to their widows and orphans of our allies who are killed, and Joe Biden abandoned them. We will be distributing 5,000 tons before the winter is over. The reason why is the president of Vulnerable People Project, I wanted to sponsor Turning Point USA's AmFest, is because I wanted to stand before the heroes that are going to save America. And we need to save America, but we have to remember the world needs a city on a hill. And as America falls apart, the world falls apart. Russia invades Ukraine, war in Israel and Gaza, the worst years in famine since World War II. We need you to save America. I want to give a round of, we say at VPP that vulnerable people are not weak people, they are strong people placed in challenging circumstances. But when we come together, those impossible situations, we become victorious. Your generation has been placed in a challenging situation. But by coming together, you will triumph. So I want to give a round of applause to Charlie Kirk and all the Turning Point USA staff. And I want you to give a round of applause to all the young heroes who are fighting for freedom on their college campuses and at their high schools. Because that's what takes real courage. At VP, I have a new book coming out April 16th, and there will be tens of thousands of copies given to all TPUSA young people. It's called The Great Campaign to Defeat the Great Reset. Are there any Klaus Schwab fans here? None? Are we going to defeat the Great Reset? This book maps out the strategy and the plan on how we will defeat the Great Reset. But as we seek to save our country, save Western civilization, there's an important battle that you can begin today. And this is how you, right now, can begin to defeat the Great Reset. Number one, love God. Number two, love your parents. Because they want to separate you from God and they want to separate you from your family. Are you here with your family? If you're here with your family, I want to hear a round of applause. Tragically, on the other side of the spectrum, no one would applaud because they don't go anywhere together as a family, and that's quite sorrowful. Love God, love your family. Number two, preserve your moral imagination. Preserve your heart. Preserve yourself so that you can experience romantic love, fall in love, and get married. Because this is how you're going to defeat the Great Reset. Love God, love your family, fall in love, get married, have children, love your children, order your lives towards your posterity and the common good. And all of Klaus Schwab's plans, Bill Gates' plans for your cricket meat and your chalked skies in a coal-free world will collapse. And so isn't that great that your challenge, the path to defeating the Great Reset, is to fall in love and get married? Now, I just want to say, I want you to support us. Go to our website, thegreatcampaign.org. We have a petition to stand with Jimmy Lai, who's facing life in prison for standing up to the CCP. And I want to say this, Klaus Schwab, if you're watching, we're going to distribute 5,000 tons of coal this winter to keep the most vulnerable people alive. God bless you, Turning Point USA.
We're deep into an or far enough. It cannot go too far.
Our education system is completely repurposed to do brainwashing, to bring people into conflict-oriented analyses of society.
Because I don't think enough Americans understand what America's about. America is founded on a single important key principle, is that not one of us is God.
Great to be here. What do you think, Dr. Lindsay? I love it. We're going to dive right into it, but I have 3 announcements. They give me all these great announcements. The first is I want to thank those of you that have been listening in to the podcast we've been doing. They've been really great. I am interviewing Tucker Carlson before he hits the main stage. And it's at 3 o'clock up right near where all the breakouts are. You have to be a member, but it's at 3 o'clock if you guys want to go to that. So I think it's 127 if it's there. Secondly, if you guys want to subscribe to our podcast, the QR code is up there. And then finally, just because I always want to be very clear and honest, Candace really was going to do her best to be here. She just had a baby, as you know, and had foot surgery, so she'll be joining us remotely. Just want to let you guys know that. But Tucker's still going to be here, so that's the good news. So, all right. James Lindsay, Charlie Kirk, are they trying to queer our kids?
Yeah, our education, our media, our social media is in the grips of a religious cult that's doctrine is called queer theory. Well, queer theory, you know, we did this 2 years ago, sitting on this stage, and I was like, queer theory opens the gates to hell. And it is 100% true. The idea behind queer theory is, first of all, let's just get this out of the way. Queer is not an identity. You cannot be a queer person in who you actually are. Queer is explicitly defined as a political stance, which means it's as much of your identity as being a Republican or a Democrat or a member of the Green Party. It's not who you are. It is not being gay. It has nothing, in fact, to do with being gay. In fact, it's hostile to being gay in the same way that critical race theory is hostile to being black unless you agree with them. It's the exact same mentality. It is defined, queer is defined by David Halperin, who defined it in 1995, as a oppositional stance to the normal, the legitimate, and the dominant. So it is taking a purposefully oppositional stance to anything normal and legitimate on purpose, and then pretending that has to do with who you actually are. So it's Marxism, where instead of trying to take on capitalism as the private property that they want to smash, it's that some people get to be considered normal and other people are deviants, degenerates, weirdos, and perverts that also has to be smashed.
Is there a concerted effort to go after kids?
Oh yeah, absolutely, because kids are very impressionable. Like an adult that gets a drag queen shoved in their face that they didn't expect is going to be very, not swayed by this. Maybe you wanted to go to a drag show, I don't care, whatever. But a child that has a drag show in front of them, they have questions all of a sudden. Why is there a man dressed as a woman? Why is this performance happening? And it confuses them. It actually shuts down their processes to be able to understand what the world is. It forces them to turn to an expert. Remember when Ketanji Brown Jackson said, even though she's a woman, she doesn't know what a woman is, without asking, she said a biologist, but without asking an expert, it induces that state in impressionable kids. This has a real name in the psychological literature called trauma bonding. You traumatize the kids to induce a personal identity crisis, then you bond with them as giving them the only resolution to that. So you lead them away from their parents, you lead them away from their church, you lead them away from healthy role models, and you bond with them as a cult member who is engaging in activity that can only possibly be described by the word groomer, which you're now not allowed to say in Canada.
Okay, groomer, that's what we have to say to these teachers, right? That go after these kids. Are you saying that the alphabet mafia, they are intentionally trying to sexualize children? Why? Are they pedophiles?
Some of them, maybe, yes. The primary reason is the trauma. You need to create psychological trauma in order to lead somebody into a cult, into a state of dependency, into a state of confusion. The main point of queer theory is to introduce age-inappropriate materials to children to traumatize them. Look, actually, go find some of those videos where there are the exposés of children being exposed to drag queens and look at the kids' faces. They're horrified. They're horrified. And that sense of trauma needs resolution, and then they set themselves up. And when I said there's no word except groomer, I had this moment. I was on the BBC. They, of course, didn't play this because I got the guy. So the guy's interviewing me, and he says, well, you're caught up in that groom scandal. Would you like to explain yourself or something like that? And I said, listen, I'm going to read something to you straight out of the academic literature. You tell me what word I should use if you don't like groomer. And the stuff, I can paraphrase it, I can't quote it for you from memory, but it says that the point of Drag Queen Story Hour, specifically in schools, is to introduce children to an alternate mode of kinship based upon living queerly. And I said, what exactly word should I use for an alternate mode of kinship based on living queerly, where they said that it's family friendly. This is a direct quote, in the sense of the queer family you find on the street. What word do I use? And the guy said, oh, you mean, well, yes. And so, yeah, it's grooming.
But what, just, I have my own opinions. What is their goal? Do they want to create more young people to be trans and lesbian and gay, but while grooming them? What is their objective? What does success look like for the groomers?
They want more children to be trans, yes, because there are a large number of advantages for them for that. These are desperately...
What are those advantages?
Desperately confused individuals who are becoming medical patients in a huge, the biggest child abuse scandal that has ever happened in history, who have lifetime commitments to an extraordinarily expensive medical system. Like they require medical care for the rest of their lives, drugs, surgeries, support care. This is expensive. Well, what happens? You saddle kids with tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loan debt. What do they start begging for politically? Student loan relief. You'll saddle kids with hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical debt. What do you think they're going to ask for? Socialized medicine. So that's one advantage. But more importantly, the cult aspect. They need broken, confused kids, just like Mao Zedong needed angry people who hated normalcy in China, the old ways of China. Mao created a red guard by radicalizing the youth to distrust their parents, to hate their parents, to hate the enemies of the people, to hate the people of the wrong classes, the people who weren't revolutionaries, the people who weren't activists. Mao did that, and what he created was a red guard. What they need is a rainbow guard. They need a bunch of broken young people who will flip out and go be activists while they're failing all their math classes at the drop of a hat, because the world seems to be cheating them. And the people who are actually destroying their psychology, destroying their physiology, are actually the people who are then wielding them as a weapon, and that's what they need. They need a radicalized, angry youth. So they don't need gays and lesbians. They need queers. They need radical, political, anti-normalcy, anti-legitimacy warriors.
Queer used to be a slur, and now they embrace it. How do they even self-describe that term?
Well, I gave you the definition that Halperin gave, but this is a tactic that they use. As a matter of fact, queer theory uses some other tactics that make it very difficult to talk about. So this tactic is actually called strategic essentialism. So they adopt slurs that were used against them so that they wear it as a badge of honor, and then if you try to call them that, they accuse you of using a slur.
And that's the N-word thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Another tactic that they use is they write absolutely disgusting things in their books that you can't quote. You just can't say them. You can't, even these children's books. Look what happens. You go around the country, parents are showing up to school board meetings, and they're trying to just read the children's books out loud, and they're getting shut down. People try to read them on television, and it violates the FCC regulations, but it's okay for a classroom because it traumatizes the children and induces them to ask questions so they can be led into this situation. This is a strategic point, and I don't want to be super gross, but this book, David Halperin's book, which I said, if you want to go read the definition of queer, where it was defined, it's in a book called Saint Foucault, holding up the literal pedophile, postmodern Michel Foucault, as though he's a saint. He goes through 200 pages of why this guy's great, and then there are several sections, I'm trying to figure out how to say this in this setting, that describe very extreme sexual acts so gratuitously that it's almost impossible to quote the book. This is a tactic. They make it disgusting on purpose. I can't even use half the words that are actual academic terms in queer theory on the stage.
So how do we beat the groomers? They're going after our kids. They're doing so unapologetically. They want to create more people to be trans. Trans is a social contagion. Would you agree with that?
It's worse than that. There's a pressure pump into it. It's worse than social contagion. But yeah, so they demonize these basic white girl identities, and that's predominantly who's getting swept up in this. They demonize these identities. You can't be cool. You have nothing to stand on. Your race is a problem. This is CRT working together with queer theory, but guess what? It's perfectly cool. You become one of the most celebrated and interesting people in your class if you adopt a sexual identity or especially a gender identity. By the way, gender doesn't exist. That's just made up. Like, gender identity is literally a cult grooming term that is designed to mislead children and to confuse adults into supporting them into their own destruction. So they confuse these poor kids and they destroy them. That's what it's for. It's all it's for, Charlie. It's just to destroy kids so that they can turn them into a revolutionary army.
So James, do you think we're going to see a push or a focus on getting rid of child protection laws, legalizing pedophilia? Is that part of this?
I mean, you already see the pushes, and it's like, I don't say it is sometimes actually in the queer theory literature, but it's more accurate to say that the pedophile stuff is never far from the queer theory literature.
And some of their writers are pedophiles.
Well, that's true. Foucault, for example, that's right. But you see, for example, just after David Halperin defines queer, he says, well, it could mean a lot of things. So it could mean people that are in, non-traditional marriages or marriages with children, very naughty children, for example. And it's in italics. It's like, what are you talking about, David Halperin? Or you read Gail Rubin, who's credited as writing the first paper in queer theory called Thinking Sex. And she has like 3 or 4 sections in there where she's defending what she calls intergenerational sexual relations. And then also she has a long section where she openly defends and says nobody will stand up for the boy lovers. So it's never far from the queer theory literature. I call it the dark heart of queer theory, is that there is this deep-seated agreement with the pedophiles. It's not necessarily the whole school, but it's a deep-seated agreement that's never far from the literature.
And there certainly isn't denunciation or intentional separation, but there's almost kind of parallel tacit approval or at the very least indifference to that. Would that be right?
Yeah, that's right.
And so I want to make sure that we really keep hitting this. James, battle plan. How do we beat the groomers? How do we beat the people who are queering our kids and trying to turn the entire country gay and trans?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot to answer that part of the question. We have, the thing that these people fear the most is clear articulations that expose what they're doing. That's why they hide behind these language things. I mean, I've heard the F word off the stage, so I'll use it.
No, don't
do it. I'll say effing.
We got some homeschoolers here, and I got a lot of emails yesterday.
One of their actual terms.
Vivek, he caused me so many problems.
Vivek, yeah, that's who I was. Well, I'm not going to go to the bathroom in the middle of this either, Charlie.
Oh my God, I got so many homeschool moms. They were swearing at me.
Gender effing, Charlie. Gender effing. That is a term of art.
Thank you. God bless, James.
That is a technical term in the field. It's an activity to make gender more weird, like it's not weird enough. So what do? We have to expose them. We have to expose them with clarity. We have to show how they are building these apparatuses, implementing these apparatuses, getting them in the schools, that they are using trauma bonding, that they are changing definitions. Here's an example. The DSM-5, when it talks about gender dysphoria, which used to have a completely different name, it used to be treated as another one of these delusional identity disorders like anorexia or one of these things where the goal is to treat the underlying disorder. Well, what it does is now it switches to say we're going to treat the distress associated with the disorder. So now the goal isn't to treat the disorder, it's to treat the distress associated. So what do? Affirm it. And what that actually does is leads them further down the path. That this is a cult with a cult doctrine, with a cult set of beliefs, with the goal of cult recruitment that can't recruit adults easily, except by making them sympathetic to their children after they recruit their children, has to be exposed. And then we're going to have to start bringing increasing amounts of the law to bear on this, whether that's medical malpractice lawsuits all over the place, We're going to need expert witnesses who can pull apart the lies from the American Psychological Association on this, the American Psychiatric Association on this, the American Medical Association, 62 different medical associations around the world representing 1.3 million professionals have all signed on to the idea of gender-affirming care, which should rightly be called queer cult brainwashing.
So James, so glad you brought that up. I want to detour for a second and have you answer. When I go on campus, they'll argue from their piece of evidence they'll say, Charlie, this must be right because the AMA, because this 1.3 million person. Are you trying to say, Charlie, that there is this trans conspiracy and that you disagree with the experts? How would you respond to that?
How do I disagree with experts? Let me write a paper about it. Let me see if I can get another paper published in the queer theory literature pranking them, because I've already done that.
Do you guys know that? Do you know that James Lindsay? He pulled off one of the greatest pranks and hoaxes in college history. He pretended to be somebody he wasn't. He got all these papers. What's the most egregious one?
I mean, the most egregious one is the one about watching dogs do dog humping at the dog park to judge that we have to train men the way we train dogs to end rape culture.
And what did the woman say about it?
That one was given an award for excellence in scholarship. The one about queer theory, though, was called an important contribution to knowledge. Another one was literally, speaking of Harvard University, by the way, was literally a transliteration of chapter 12 of Hitler's Mein Kampf into intersectional feminism, and they accepted it in a social work journal. So, yeah, I have some problems with these professional associations. I think that the peer review system that they base their opinions on is not any better than the peers themselves. The system that produces the journal publications, the peers themselves, however corrupt they are, that's how corrupt that literature is. So yeah, I'll throw right in the face of 1.3 million medical professionals and say, don't cut healthy genitals off kids. Dude, how hard is that?
And we can't fall for the trap that if an institution says A, that A must be right or true. That is a logical fallacy. It is a trap. A great example, lobotomies used to be well endorsed by medical professionals, bloodletting. Sometimes institutions get things terribly wrong, and at their core, they can't defend this position. There is no evidence that giving kids testosterone replacement therapy at 13 years old is going to solve an underlying mental issue that they have. There is no evidence of that. None in our reason, our common sense, compassion, in any sort of clinical data whatsoever. You know what we do have evidence for? We have evidence, thanks to Dr. Miriam Grossman, who is a hero for her book, Lost in Transnation, where she said, if we used to solve gender dysphoria through something called watchful waiting, you have somebody that says, I think I'm a boy, I think I'm a girl, and you watch them for 90 days and 120 days, and you see if with proper environment, proper discussion, if they still feel that way. And guess what? Puberty ends up not being the problem. Puberty is the solution to many gender dysphoria-related issues, especially with young ladies. So young ladies, they might feel, oh my goodness, I have a lot of puberty anxiety. I might not feel at home in my body. If you go to every young woman in this audience, or woman, I guarantee you there was a moment where you felt uncomfortable and not yourself in your body going through puberty. Praise God there is not some witch doctor that tried to cut off your breasts if you would have said that to a pediatrician.
The story's so sad, Charlie. To get right into what the story is so sad because it's not even just puberty anxiety. A lot of times these young girls have actually experienced some kind of traumatic incident. Maybe it's a small one where somebody ogled them or something. Maybe it's a big one where they got actually sexually assaulted. Maybe it was something where they got groped as they turn 12 and they start to develop. They have some trauma. They develop shame about their body. They associate it with the changes that they're going through in their body. And then some witch doctor, some queer cultist leads them to believe that maybe what you should should do is run from the body you are instead of deal with what actually happened to you in a healthy way. What we're doing is we're dealing with people who have sometimes serious underlying mental issues, sometimes less serious situations, trauma, injury, concerns, anxieties, and we're describing the most aggressive possible treatment protocol. Let's socially transition you, treat you as you're a completely different person, by the way, and hide it from your parents under official school policy. Let's try Lupron. Let's do puberty blockers to you to stop the thing that will walk you out of this in many cases. Let's do cross-sex hormones, which will mess with your body tremendously. And hey, guess what? We have surgeries too, and then they are often misled. I know a person in my life who they couldn't stop it. Recently, this young girl, 13, 14 years old, something 12 maybe, ends up going through a double mastectomy. This child and her misled father fully believe they'll grow back. They can fix that too. They're being lied to by the most evil cult that has ever taken grip of our institutions in the history of the world.
And so, James, we have 4 minutes. How do we beat these people? We must show, not tell. I think Pastor Amanchukwu has done a great job of this when he goes to school board meetings and he shows the profanity. What are the rules? What are the marching orders? How do we beat this cult? Because they control so many institutions. They control the media. Right now, the Charlie Kirk YouTube page currently has a strike on YouTube because I said trans people suffer from a mental delusion. By the way, if you guys please help us out, subscribe on YouTube if you can. It helps actually us break out of that shadow ban. They control everything. We can't even speak about this in certain parts of social media. Praise God, Elon Musk has liberated Twitter because we finally have an opportunity to talk about it. James.
Yeah, you have to take advantage of those channels. We need an army of people. I know there are some even psychologists in this room who do this, who are digging into this, who are able to give clear articulations of what's wrong with it. We need people who are saying, no, this is really what the truth of the matter is. We need parents who are saying, no, absolutely not. We need parent after parent after parent protecting children. We need to figure out ways to reach our kids. Guess what? These are a problem. As much of this grooming activity that takes place in schools, it starts here and gets confirmed there. These things on social media, we have got to start thinking through very carefully what we want to expose our children to. It's not just these books that need to be exposed. Why don't we look at what apps they're using? Look at these new AI girlfriends and things like that they're just, I've seen all over social media for last week. What a horror show. What do you think is going to happen if you're letting your children have unsupervised access to people who want to lead them down bad paths? We have to take these organizations like the Trevor Project, for example, find out what's going on underneath the hood. We know James O'Keefe is here. He likes to find out what's under the hood of organizations. Well, somebody needs to be finding out what's going on at the Trevor Project that leads kids to call out and, oh no, I'm having a crisis. I might commit suicide. They reach out to this thing and they start telling them, well, maybe, you know, we're non-judgmental. So maybe you want to look into cross-sex hormones or something. Maybe you want to look at an affirmation plan. Maybe you want to do that. And it has a button that they can push at any time. So if their parent takes their phone, they can push one button and it deletes their entire history so their parents can't possibly find out what's going on at that place. By the way, the World Economic Forum listed it as one of 14 ed technology programs that's changing the world a couple of years ago. So what's going on there? We need to start digging into the apparatuses. There needs to be massive investigative journalism. There needs to be massive digging into the queer theory literature to show how evil is. Stuff like Watchful Waiting. It Gets Better was another program from couple decades ago, and it works. It works and it works. And if you go to the queer theory literature and see what they say about it, they say that it's a narrative constructed to maintain oppressive. What am I looking for? Social construction of childhood innocence. It robs you of the ability to engage in an initiation, which is the opposite of innocence in queer theory. This all has to be exposed boldly, clearly, and like John Amanchukwu, you've got to show it to people.
And we need to start to have Republican attorneys general, and DAs, sheriffs, and if we win back the White House, President Trump instructing the next attorney general, we need perp walks of these people who call themselves doctors that have been doing this to these kids. We need hundreds and soon to be thousands of these doctors to be handcuffed, to be put in prison, to say you are going to jail for the rest of your life. You are not going to be able to serve in decent society. And by the way, I'll be honest, some of these doctors have done more harm to America's youth than some people at Gitmo right now. So I hope you are thinking the way that I'm thinking. If you are a doctor and you gave a kid irreversible hormones, you are a wizard witch doctor who deserves to suffer for the rest of your life and pay for your crimes against humanity. James, close it up.
Yeah, listen, we've got to do what Elon Musk has taken the lead on, going after an organization called Media Matters. Hey, Media Matters, I know you're going to write an article about it. Let's go. You did last year before I got off the stage. Let's go. We've got to go after these organizations and figure out why on earth they are defending this. Not why are they internally defending. Who's funding them to defend this and why? Why is money being dumped into? Who's dumping money into destroying our nation's children at the psychological and physiological and spiritual level for this cult agenda? And what is behind that? We've got to get that. I hope Elon sues Media Matters straight into the bowels of hell where it needs to go now. And we've got to do it for every one of these organizations that does this. New York Times, you too.
James Lindsay, everybody, give it up for him. God bless.
A lot of sports writers have this strong left-wing point of view and want to turn everything into a racial issue. What they are building for young people, I can't sit by and just let it happen without raising my voice. They're using the emotion and the narrative of anti-black oppression to tear down this country. This country is the greatest country in the history of the planet.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Charlie, and Turning Point USA for inviting me. I don't have a lot of time, so I want to get right to my message. I spent much of the last year trying to get people's mind right, particularly men's mind right, so that we can engage in this spiritual battle that we have going on globally, but obviously, most obviously here in America. And so my message throughout 2023 was that bearing witness requires courage, not perfection. And that message was sounded because the left and the secular use our imperfection to silence us. Well, Jason, how dare you stand on truth and stand for those things? Didn't you used to do X, Y, and Z? Didn't you commit these sins? And so my message to men was, bear witness, don't let them use your sin to silence you, and embrace your identity in Christ. And that will clean you up. And so I started embracing my identity in Christ, and then it became much more difficult. And this is 7, 8 years ago. I started wearing my faith publicly. And so once I branded myself a Christian, I looked really stupid inside of a strip club. Oh, you're a Christian. There were a number of things that I used to do that looked really stupid once I started wearing my identity in Christ, and it allowed me to stand on truth and speak on things. And so I'm not encouraging anyone to embrace their sin, but don't let your sin silence your walk with Jesus Christ. You need Jesus because of your sin. And I say all that to say that in 2024, I'm changing up the message. And I'm going to spend all of 24 trying to encourage men in particular to come out of the mindset of apology. We have to quit apologizing for sins we did not commit. We have to quit apologizing for America's history. And so we're selling T-shirts here from the Blaze. Stop apologizing on the front. And on the back, it says, America's history inspires gratitude, not shame. And so I want to walk you through how they're using shame to further silence us, to make us unwilling to stand on truth. And there's a lot of examples of this, but two of the most powerful things going on that is silencing men and making us get into this apologetic mindset. And once you're in a mindset of apology, when it comes time to take a bold stance for what's right, you're in the wrong mindset. You're thinking, oh, I can't say anything because this group had terrible things happen in their past, and so in order to correct these terrible things that happen in their past, we have to allow terrible things to happen to us right now. And there's two groups using this very effectively, hand in hand, working together to change America. The feminist movement and the Black Lives Matter movement. They are shaming, they are recreating America's history and promoting a narrative that is completely inaccurate. All of us that were blessed to be born here or have been granted citizenship here owe an incredible debt of gratitude to our ancestors, to our founding fathers, to our founding principles. I want to walk you through it logically so that when you get challenged on this, you will have a response. And so I'm going to first start with the feminists who their narrative on America is, oh my God, America is so sexist. And if it weren't for these sexist traditions, if women weren't oppressed in the 16, 17, 1800s, oh my God, the head coach of the New England Patriots would probably be a woman if we were allowed to live free in the 16, 17, 1800s. And so their narrative that they're promoting is that our customs and cultures and traditions in the workforce were a byproduct of sexism, not necessity. That is a lie. Our culture in the 16, 17, 1800s, the way women were treated and the roles that were in place for women were a byproduct of necessity and common sense. It was reflective of a culture that was trying to live up to biblical values and biblical principles. But more than that, we didn't have DoorDash in the 1700s. Men had to go out and hunt and kill and fend off wild animals and fend off attackers. And so, and it took, we didn't have vacuum cleaners. We didn't have Clorox wet wipes. It took a lot of effort to maintain a home in the 16, 17, and 1800s. Women, in their proper mindset, in my view, were so respectful and so honored by the responsibility God gave them of nurturing and developing and grooming children in the womb, because that is when life begins, that women weren't sitting around saying, oh my God, if I was an advertising executive, how much happier I would be. They weren't upset that they weren't the primary financial providers in their home. They had the greatest responsibility that God has given: life. They were responsible for replenishing the earth and nurturing life in the womb, which is the most critical part of the development of children, what transpires in the womb. And so they have recreated this history that, oh God, it was all just sexism, and we didn't have the right to vote until Susan B. Anthony and the women's suffrage movement. And I will defend life before suffrage, because a vote used to represent the family. When we were a culture that really valued family and really understood the natural order that God intended, man serving God, woman following man who serves God, man and woman developing and nurturing children, you only needed one vote per household, because that vote was about the entire family, as they have destroyed our family structure and made this all an individual pursuit. Now everybody has to have a vote, and everybody has an agenda that a lot of times has nothing to do with family. The risks and the sacrifices that men made for the advancement of this country and for the benefit of all of us. I can't say these weren't things that women were uninterested in, but they were certainly fine with men being roughnecks and going up on skyscrapers to build hotels and high-rises and fall to their death or injury, because that was the role that men played, and we knew that was our responsibility. The life expectancy for a woman is 7 to 9 years longer than a man in America. That's a reflection of our sacrifice as men. We have not cut. Now, I'm not saying everything was perfect, because it was not perfect. But we have not cut women a bad deal in this country. We are imperfect. Our country has been imperfect. But those of us that are believers and were believers, and the people that put together those founding documents and established this country, made incredible sacrifices that we all benefit from, and we should all have an incredible amount of gratitude towards. That is the true narrative as it relates to men and women in America. I want to go a cut deeper as it relates to race and the Black Lives Matter movement and the diversity, equity, and inclusion movement and the anti-racist Ibram X. Kendi and these people that have painted this narrative that America owes black people today a debt for all the wrong that transpired in the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, and 1900s. Their narrative is wrong. If they ever write a new Bible, the story of black Americans will be front and center in one of God's greatest miracles, what we all accomplished here in this country. People brought here on slave ships who participated in helping other Christian believers correct the wrongs of our past and create the freest, most opportunity-rich, safest, and most prosperous society for black people in the history of the planet. That is the proper narrative. We produced this culture, a Christian culture, produced a miracle right here in America, and we owe all of our ancestors, regardless of color, black, white, brown, whatever. We owe them a debt. Instead, we sit here today with all of this freedom, all of this opportunity, all of this equality, and we say we're owed something. The entitlement is embarrassing. Don't apologize for America's history. It is not perfect. You're not perfect. The people complaining about you are imperfect. Our country is a reflection of our striving to be closer to Jesus Christ. And I'm just sorry, that is a fact. That's how we've made so much progress. And so there will be people constantly arguing, we're owed a debt. You must apologize for what your ancestors did. No, we owe our ancestors incredible thankfulness, incredible gratitude. We owe them a debt. We owe them reparations. We are not owed reparations. Don't apologize. If you're in the mindset of apology, when it comes time to stand on truth, you will fail. And we are headed towards a time where we're all going to be required to stand on truth. We have to get our minds right in order to engage in this battle. And when you actually take the time to research or just think about our history, you will become more confident in defending this country. You will become more confident in saying that we need to restore a Christian culture. When I hear a Bill Maher sit on his television show week after week, he's not saying this exactly, but this is what he's saying. He'll never admit it. But if you've been watching Bill Maher for the last 2 or 3 years, he is arguing virtually every week, man, things were better before this country went totally secular. I could crack the jokes that I wanted when this country wasn't totally secular. What he's complaining about is, again, when you remove God from the culture, there is no forgiveness. There is no gratitude. That's the argument I'm making today, and why you have to stop apologizing. This ungrateful, lack of gratitude attitude that we have and that is pervasive in America is all connected to a lack of understanding that we owe Jesus Christ an incredible debt of gratitude. And when you wake up every day knowing that He is the reason you're here, He's the reason you're believing, that feeling of gratitude will become pervasive. And when you see other image bearers of Jesus Christ, your mindset will be of gratitude, not entitlement. It will be about what can I do to serve my fellow man, not what can I do to oppress or demonize or diminish my fellow man. Because when you look at the feminist movement and you look at the Black Lives Matter movement, what are they really arguing? The feminists are arguing, in order for me to elevate, you must be brought down and diminished, man. The patriarchy must come down in order for me to be elevated. What the Black Lives Matter crowd is arguing, white people, you must go down for me to go up. Where is this biblically sound? Where is any of this in the Bible? How is that Jesus' way? It is not. Stop apologizing, men. We still have power. We still have the ability to bring this culture back to what is best for our children and for the generations that follow us. There are incredible Americans that made incredible sacrifices for all of us. We must be willing to protect this freedom by making the same sort of sacrifices our ancestors did. Thank you for hearing me today.
Hey everybody, I loved attending and speaking at the Pacific Justice Institute Gala last year. Brad Dacus does amazing work and really is a shining beacon of liberty in a dark, dark place.
We've had so much comfort Christianity in our country, and we forget that real Christianity means stepping up to the plate, even if there's going to be difficult times. We at Pacific Justice was founded about 30 years ago. I said, okay, God, I'll do this. I'll continue doing the work. And so we're willing to go to bat for you guys. So I gave God a few little requirements, like free office space, free computer system, keep me on the radio stations for free. There were 2 at the time. And I'm not going to charge anyone ever for anything. We now have 36 offices, 29 states, affiliate attorneys all across the country to go to bat for you.
You've been a voice for truth, which is a very rare thing, especially in a university setting. It frustrates me infinitely.
Wow, what a crowd. What a crowd. Thank you to Charlie Kirk and the Turning Point gang for having me here. What energy. It's unbelievable. Slight change of maybe pace. I'd like to talk to you about happiness. This is probably the #1 thing that people say that they'd like to achieve in life. And yet, of course, the devil is in the details. It's not always easy to know how to reach happiness. People call me the happy warrior, because even when I'm taking on all these difficult topics, I always seem to have a smile on my face. So I had the temerity of writing a book on happiness, which is not an easy thing to do, because probably the #1 topic that philosophers have talked about for several millennia has been how to live the good life. Now, here's the genetic breakdown. About 50% of our differences in happiness scores come from our genes. But the good news is that there's another 50% that's up for grabs, meaning that the types of decisions that I make, the types of mindsets that I adopt might either improve my sense of well-being or worsen it. And so what I'll talk about in the next 20 minutes is some of these key mindsets. So here's what Seneca, the ancient Greek Roman Stoic, said: "There is not anything in this world, perhaps, that is more talked of and less understood than the business of a happy life. It is every man's wish and design, and yet not one of 1,000 that knows wherein that happiness consists." And then Immanuel Kant, who was a philosopher a couple of hundred years ago, "But it is a misfortune that the concept of happiness is such an indeterminate concept that although every human being wishes to attain this, he can still never say determinately and consistently with himself what he really wishes and wills." But there are certain things that we can do that, statistically speaking, can increase the likelihood of us being happy. So let's look at some of these. The first one I'd like to talk about is happiness as a positional emotion, meaning that it's not that I need to reach some absolute level of some metric that makes me happy, but rather I always compare myself to relevant others, and that is what either makes me happy or miserable. So keeping up with the Joneses, right? The neighbors have a nicer car, then that upsets me. I better up my game so that I can beat them in this kind of conspicuous consumption. Some of the young folks here might remember the 2015 teenage movie film, The Duff, the designated ugly fat friend. But there's a real psychological principle here, which is if I hang around with someone who is less attractive than me, that creates a contrast effect, and then that makes me better looking. By the way, many of the people who took selfies with me happened to all be 6'5" or taller. That was not a recipe for my happiness. My testosterone levels really went down. So please, if you want to come up for selfies, be under 5'6". Here's a study that I did with one of my former doctoral students. The dollar figures are from 2001, but now with Biden's inflation, we'd need to triple these. If I asked you, do you prefer to have a $600 salary increase and your colleague receives $800, or you get $500 and he or she gets $500? From a strict economic maximization perspective, you should prefer the 600 option because you want more money in your dollar, in your pocket, but most people prefer the 500. In other words, I prefer to receive less money as long as my competitor doesn't fare better than I do. Now, the next one is a really good one. It's easy to get people interested in anything related to sex. Happiness and sex. Well, of course, on average, the more sex that we have, the happier we are. But here's the second part. I'm a lot happier if all my friends have a lot less sex than I do. So not only I have to have a lot of sex, but everyone around me should have less sex than me. So the life lesson is build a friends network with celibate people or asexual people. Speaking of mating, this is actually a photo of my ridiculously lovely wife. We just celebrated 24 years together, by the way. This was in Portugal. We went there on a family vacation. So how do you choose the right life partner? Because that is a fundamental marker for happiness. If you choose the right one, you'll be happy. If you choose the wrong one, you'll be in a dark abyss. There are two maxims that operate here. There is, in evolutionary psychology, there's the birds of a feather flock together, or the opposites attract. Now, for short-term dalliance, opposites attract might work. I may be introverted, my prospective suitor or lady might be a extrovert, and that complements one another, and it might be a very nice experience. But for long-term stability, the research is overwhelmingly clear. It's birds of a feather flock together. Now, on which feathers are you flocking together? You have to have shared belief systems, shared values. So if you meet someone at Turning Point and they happen to be a closeted blue-haired wokester, the chances of you having a happy marriage is probably close to nil. So choose your partner wisely. Choosing the right profession is also very important. One of the reasons why I think I'm situationally happy is because I love what I do. I operate all day long in a world of ideas. I create new knowledge and I disseminate knowledge. I'm perpetually engaging in intellectual play, which I'll talk about in a second. So I argue that there are two things that you should pursue when you are seeking a job that's going to hopefully give you maximal happiness. So if possible, any job that allows you to instantiate your creative impulse, all other things equal, is going to give you greater purpose and meaning. Nothing wrong with, forensic accountants and insurance adjusters, but they probably don't wake up in the morning and say, thank God I'm an insurance adjuster. Whereas a chef, an architect, a stand-up comic, an author, they're operating in different worlds, but they are all creating things. And that, as I said, gives you purpose and meaning. And then the other thing is to seek temporal freedom. I work very, very long hours. I often work 12, 14-hour days, but I never feel like I'm working because I'm like a vagabond. So I can go for 3 hours to sit at a cafe to think about my next book, and then I go off and I meet a graduate student, and then I think about something else that I'm working on. And so the fact that I don't have scheduling asphyxia brings me great happiness. So if you can hit those two markers, you're likely to have a fulfilling professional career. I also talk in the book about something that Aristotle taught us 2,000 plus years ago. He talked about the golden mean, right? All things in moderation. He said that a soldier who is too cowardly is not good. A soldier who is too reckless in his bravery is going to die very quickly. And the optimal point is somewhere in the middle. And so what I show in that chapter is that this is probably the #1 universal law for optimal flourishing. A bewildering number of phenomena adhere to this inverted U. How perfectionist you are. If you're not perfectionist enough, your work suffers. If you're too much of a perfectionist, as I am, you sit there obsessing over every comma if it's in the right place, and you end up losing a lot of productive time because you're obsessing in a pathological perfectionist way. Stress follows an inverted U. Your parenting style, if you're too laissez-faire, it's not good. If you're too much of an overbearing parent, it's not good. Somewhere in the middle is the optimal point. Exercise intensity follows it. Alcohol consumption follows it. Fish consumption follows it. How many times you should repeat an ad in an advertising campaign also follows it. So in a bewildering number of cases, life is ultimately about seeking that sweet spot. I also talk in the book about, as I said earlier, about living life as though it's a playground, right? It's regrettable that in the same way that we lose our baby teeth and then we grow our adult teeth, people think of play in a similar manner. You play as a child, but then you grow it out. You grow out of it. Nothing could be further from the truth. I think one of the reasons why I resonate with people is because I can not take myself seriously. I could joke, I could be very professorial, but I can also be a complete jokester. So Patch Adams, if you remember the movie that Robin Williams played, he's a physician. I think he's still alive. He deals in a very, very difficult set of circumstances. He takes care of sick children, and yet he's constantly being a clown and playing. The argument being that there are actual medicinal properties that you benefit from in being able to laugh and play. The movie Life is Beautiful, which won the Academy Award in 1997, was about how a father and his son, while stuck in the Holocaust, in the concentration camps, he tried to protect his child by making it seem as though the entire Holocaust was just a play session. The next one, you see a sniper, that actually comes from my personal history. I grew up in the Lebanese Civil War, and my parents would tell me one of the ways that you would die in Lebanon was there were these snipers at the top of buildings that would just blow up the brains of anybody who walked within their visual field. And so they would tell me, okay, go outside and play, but don't pass this particular imaginary line because that would open you up to the visual field of the snipers. So even in such dire circumstances, the innate need to play was there. Science is a form of play, right? And there are several scientists, myself included, who've argued that science is nothing but, you know, highbrow intellectual play. You're trying to see which variable correlates with which other variables, what causes what other variable. So it's the ultimate, you know, 1,000-piece puzzle. Dogs, these are actually our dogs, Belgian Shepherds. If you live your life without dogs, you're really missing out. A dog says, love me, rub my belly, give me food, I'll take care of everything else, I'll sniff your bombs, I'll take you out of avalanches, I'll protect you. I mean, try to burglarize our house with these guys around. Belgian Shepherds are absolutely insane. All I ask in return is take some time to play with me. That's a pretty good deal. And then here is actually a Photoshop picture of me that's became famous on the internet. A fan did it. By the way, someone at the university tried to fire me because I posted a Photoshop image of me because I was making fun of transgender people. And in this case, this alter ego is known as Fierce Sally. Yes, there are some more wigs there. I'll get to that in a second. It turns out the research shows, maybe it doesn't surprise people in this room, that conservatives have repeatedly scored higher than liberals and progressives, I mean, in scientific studies. Now, I argue speculatively, but I think it's a pretty good argument, that, so here's the argument why that happens. Conservatives wake up in the morning and say, well, sure, there are things wrong in our society, but by definition, there are things worth conserving. There are ideas that have stood the test of time. And so overall, I live in a good society, so I'm existentially happy. The progressive wakes up in an existential gloom. We are in a racist society, misogynistic, ableist, transphobic, Islamophobic, and therefore we need to eradicate the status quo, and just around the corner we can find unicornia. So that's why I've got images of a whole bunch of unicorns. It's just around the corner. Let's just bring down a few more statues and everything will be in place. And of course, to the point about playing and being happy, this is an assortment, a buffet, a panoply of wigs that I have worn on my show to demonstrate my woke ideological fierceness. Now, if you see the last slide, I'm showing you here, I'm next to a frog. Now, why is that? I'm an evolutionist, I'm an evolutionary psychologist. And so in evolutionary biology, there's the principle of aposematic coloring, which is the opposite of the evolution of camouflaging. It's where an animal evolves very bright colors, which you would think at first thought, well, why would you want to be conspicuous to predators? The idea is, of course, that if you could see me so well, it's probably because you want to avoid me and I am venomous. Well, I've argued that the hair coloring of the wokesters is exactly a form of aposematic coloring. Variety as the spice of life, that's another chapter. So if you look at the top row, buffets, we love them. If you go out to an all-inclusive, you end up, on average, putting on 5 pounds per week that you're there. So if you go for a 2-week all-inclusive, that's 10 pounds, so be careful. Because it's easy for us to hoard a lot of food because we've evolved in an environment of caloric scarcity and caloric uncertainty. Just to give you a sense of how much our brains are tricked by the desire for variety, if you give people one-colored M&Ms or multicolored M&Ms, even though objectively speaking they taste exactly the same, people end up eating a lot more from the multicolored bowl. Or next to it there's the pasta, one-shaped pasta or multi-shaped pastas. It's the exact same pasta. People end up hoarding a lot more from the multi-shaped pasta. So variety can be a bit of a quicksand trap. below you see variety seeking, where that's why I put sometimes. In some cases you may not want to instantiate your desire for variety seeking, especially in the mating domain, especially if you're married. So on the one hand, we've evolved the desire for long pair bonding because we're a biparental species and we have children that take a long time to reach sexual maturity. But on the other hand, both men and women have also evolved the desire for sexual variety seeking. I'll leave it for you to navigate through that conundrum. And then the last image I have here that deals with variety seeking, this is the Vitruvian Man. This is a drawing from Leonardo da Vinci. The reason I put it up is because Leonardo da Vinci is the ultimate interdisciplinary guy. He never stayed in one lane. He was an anatomist and an engineer and a painter and a sculptor and a futurist. And so I try to live my life, certainly my academic life, this way, which is exactly what they tell you to not do as a professor. Stay in your lane, be hyper-specialized. Life is too short to only navigate through one ecosystem. On persistence and the anti-fragility of failure, the first image to the left is Lionel Messi. It happens to be that today is the one-year anniversary of Argentina winning the World Cup. I think I was less stressed going through the Lebanese civil war than watching the final of the World Cup last year. Because I truly felt that there would be no cosmic justice in the universe if this gorgeous player did not win the World Cup. Now, why do I have him up here? Because he was told that he was too small of a player to be a professional player. He quit the national team in 2016 because he kept having heartbreaks with the national team. And yet he came back. He was anti-fragile to failure, as was Michael Jordan, who was cut from his sophomore high school team, as was J.K. Rowling, who was rejected by every single publisher until the last one who accepted her, as was Steven Spielberg, who was rejected not once, not twice, but 3 times by the USC Film School. And so Seneca said that the strong trees are the ones that face a lot of wind stressors, because by facing those stressors, they develop non-brittle roots. And so life is also like that. If you're always in an echo chamber, if any controversial idea makes me, go into a fetal position, that's probably not an optimal way to live life. I'm almost done, 2 more slides. I have a chapter on regret, right? It turns out that there are 2 types of regret. There are regret due to actions. I regret that I cheated on my wife and now I'm divorced. So that's a regret due to an action versus regret due to inaction. I regret that I never became an artist and I became a pediatrician because my dad and his dad were pediatricians. Well, it may or may not surprise you that the biggest looming regrets that most people have over the long run are regrets due to inaction, the roads not taken. And so if you see here, I've got the 5 biggest regrets that people on their deathbed enunciate. The first of which is, I wish I'd had the courage to live a life true to myself, not the life others expected of me, meaning existential authenticity. Now, I have 2 photos here of 2 remarkable guys who didn't think it was too late for them to pursue their dreams. On the left is actually a gentleman from my own university. He had left Nazi Germany as a young man. He had never pursued his university education because he had to work. Pragmatic realities forced him to work. In his 60s, when he retired, he began his undergrad. In his 70s, he began his master's. And when he was 92, he finished his PhD. 1 year later, he passed away. So it's never too late. And the other gentleman has been on my show, Manfred Steiner. He obtained a MD, became a medical doctor in 1955, picked up a PhD in 1967 in biochemistry, but his real love in life was always physics. So after he retired from medicine, already a man in his 70s, he started studying physics and obtained his second PhD at the age of 89 in physics, and now he's feverishly working on publishing papers. He's in his 90s, so it's never too late. Last slide about the importance of gratitude and contextualizing whatever you're feeling in terms of, you're having a bad spell in your life. The gentleman on the left, David McCallum, is arguably the greatest guest I've ever had on my show, and you've probably never heard of him. He spent 29 years in prison for a murder of which he eventually was exonerated. And as we were chatting, I looked at him, I said, David, you're a much better man than I am, because you're like the reincarnation of Buddha, because there is no rancor in your life. There is no vengefulness. I would want to burn the world down if somebody took 29 years of my life. And then he answered, well, I have a sister who has cerebral palsy, and she is bedridden, and she finds a way to smile. So really what I went through wasn't so bad. So he was able to contextualize having 3 decades of his life stolen because someone else had it worse. And then finally, Bijan Gilani is someone that I met when I was a professor at University of California, Irvine. He was a doctoral student then. He was doing his PhD on studying the homeless community, but he was a very wealthy man, independently wealthy. He finished his PhD. Many years later, a reporter tracked him down and found out that he had become homeless through the vagaries of life. And the car that you see right there is his house. That's where he lives. And when he was asked, are you happy? He said, well, why wouldn't I be happy? I have a library, I have a card to the Newport Beach Public Library so I can go and nourish my mind all day. I have a card to the Newport gym. I could keep my body healthy. I'm a moral person, I'm a knowledgeable person, I have no reason to not be happy. So contextualize whatever you're going through, be grateful, and thank you very much.
We are here to defend democracy.
Misinformation poses a threat to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codify everyone's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
The fact of the matter is look, we're all going to answer to him. But I live by that faith. And if we work together and lift each other up, we will build this red wave and red conservative movement that will benefit all of us.
One of my favorite Bible verses came to mind. It's Joshua 1:9. God commands us to only be strong and to be of good courage. Yes, we're a wireless provider. We're a cell phone company. We have great coverage, nationwide coverage on 4G, 5G networks. We have 100% U.S.-based customer support. We check all the boxes that say that we're a cell phone company. But here's the deal. Our mission has nothing to do with cell phones. Our mission is to relentlessly defend our God-given constitutional rights and freedoms, and to do so in a way that glorifies our God.
My pronouns are Bible believer, Jesus lover, gun carrier, and mama bear. We give a portion of every dollar we earn to conservative causes, and our 4 pillars are the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, and we support our military and our first responders. And as long as there is breath in our bodies, as long as God lets us wake up to another day, we will stand up for our children, and we will fight to take our country back, and we will take America back in our lifetime.
Patriot Mobile stands with you. We'd love for you to join us. Sign up today.
This is a man that we have an immense amount of respect for, who I consider probably the most brilliant man alive. All of this wise advice that you're giving is so refreshing.
You're a great American.
Please welcome Dr. Ben Carlson.
I think one of the big problems that we have right now is people have lost faith. If you don't fix those problems, you're just like spitting in the ocean. We're seeing this wokeness spreading throughout our community to the destruction of our community.
Everything seems to circle back to race, to whether it has anything to do with it or not.
Their chief weapon is intimidation. You guys are up against some pretty awful stuff going on.
The United States of America has been such an important stabilizing force in the world.
We have got to wake up.
Dr. Carlson, everybody. Dr. Carlson, I know I speak for America Fest and Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. Thank you for your service to this great country. You are an American hero.
Well, right back at you, because, you know, you are the example of somebody who can be very successful, who doesn't have to be poisoned in one of these Ivy League schools.
Thank you. Thank you. So Dr. Carlson, there's so much happening in the country right now. I want to start talking first about your commitment to faith, putting God first. Jesus is the most important thing in your life, in my life. Talk about that.
Well, you know, I grew up in a household of faith, but I really didn't understand it until I was 14 years old when I tried to stab someone. And, you know, the Lord arranged things so that they had a big metal belt buckle on under their clothing, and the knife struck that and broke, and they were terrified. I was more terrified than they were, thinking I was trying to kill somebody over nothing. And, you know, I went to my bathroom, and I just started thinking about my life. And I had turned things around academically by that time, because I had been a horrible, horrible student. I had been the worst student imaginable. But, you know, got things turned around academically. But I realized I would never realize my dream of becoming a doctor with a temper like that. I would end up in jail, reform school, or the grave. And none of those appealed to me. So I just prayed. I said, Lord, you got to show me the way. And there was a Bible there, and I picked it up. And there are all these verses about anger. You know, like Proverbs 19:19, there's no point getting an angry man out of trouble because he's just going to get back into it. Or Proverbs 16:32, mightier is the man who can control his temper than the man who can conquer a city. And then there were all these verses about fools, and it seems like they were all written about me. And, you know, and then I just started praying, and it came to me that the reason I was angry so much is because I was selfish. It was always about me, my, and I. Somebody did this to me. They took my thing. They're in my space. I want this. And I said, if you can learn how to step outside of the center of the circle and let it be about somebody else, you won't be angry anymore. That was my last great outburst. But I came that day to accept God not only as my heavenly Father, but as my earthly Father, too. This would be somebody that I could consult with.
Now, Dr. Carlson, I'll be honest, I can't imagine you getting upset. You are so steady. That really is the transformative power of Jesus Christ. Well, if you're trying to tell me you used to be a hothead.
That's exactly right. That's what he can do. He can actually change you to the point that people can't even believe that was the way you were.
I can't believe that. And, I mean, Dr. Carlson, I just want to say, for those of you that don't know, Dr. Carlson's medical career is one of the most impressive in the history of medicine. The lives, it's just gifted hands, is that right? Yeah. Gifted hands. I encourage you guys to check it out. You have saved so many lives and just incredible. But Dr. Carlson, you were loved by the media and loved by people until you started to speak out politically. Of course, it was the famous prayer breakfast where you, let's just say, said a few things. And they weren't really that controversial.
No, they weren't.
That you weren't supposed to do what you did. And then you ran for president. and you did it so honorably. And I mean, I wish more politicians had the ethics of Ben Carson, don't you? Oh my goodness. And
well, I'm not a politician, though.
well, I would never insult you like that.
Thank you. Because politicians do what's politically expedient. And I think it's time that we have people do what's right. And just to recognize that we need to have people in the political sphere who realize that they work for the people don't work for them.
That's right. And so, Dr. Carson, one of the things I want to ask you about, I know you're addressing this with American Cornerstone, is education.
Yes.
I am bombarded when I visit these college campuses, and I'm told America is systemically racist. Mm-hmm. America is systemically racist. How do you respond to that? And tell our audience about the important work you're doing at American Cornerstone.
Well, you know, I get tired of hearing people beat down on our country and say how unfair we are to other people. You know, the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter where your ancestors came from. They came from England, they came from France, they came from Africa, they came from Sweden, they came from India. You're better off here than you would be where they came from. You know? And, you know, there was a time in our history where racism was rampant, okay, but in my lifetime, the time that I've been alive, it has changed dramatically. When I was 6 years old, I went to Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I saw signs, whites only, coloreds only, and they explained to me what this was all about. In the same lifetime, we have black admirals and generals and CEOs of Fortune 500 companies and heads of foundations and university presidents. And we've had a president of the United States and a vice president, although you don't see her. So, I mean, you know, that really represents a very significant change in a short period of time. And if our country was all that bad, why are these people trying to get in it? And when they get here, wouldn't they call their relatives and say, don't come here, this is a horrible place? This is not what we're saying. We're seeing they're still flooding in record numbers. And that tells you that we have something that is worth fighting for and something that's worth preserving. Well, you know, at the end of the Trump administration, I said, I can retire, finally, because I had failed retirement the first time. And, but, you know, not too many weeks after the election, seeing the direction of the country, I realized that I would have no fun at all playing golf or cruising around the world while watching my country go down the tubes. I mean, this country has been very good to me. And, you know, my American dream was to be a doctor. And some people would have thought that would be a difficult thing to do from where I came from. But, you know, as a child, I loved medicine, anything about medicine. Dr. Kildare, Dr. Casey, all those stories on television. I even like going to the doctor's office. And I would gladly have a shot just so I could smell the alcohol swabs. I mean, anything.
It's kind of weird, Dr. Carson, I gotta say that.
Well, maybe not a COVID shot, but yeah. I mean. But this country allowed that American dream to come true. And that's what American Cornerstone is about. Some very outstanding people from HUD and myself, we got together, we said, let's formulate a think tank, which was later dubbed a do tank, to bring us back to those cornerstone principles that made us great. It's not a coincidence that we went from a bunch of ragtag militiamen to the pinnacle of the world. It was because of cornerstone number one, our faith, our Judeo-Christian values, which taught us to love your neighbor, not to hate your neighbor, not to cancel your neighbor if they have a different yard sign. You know, what a difference that made for us as a nation. The cornerstone of liberty. So important, our freedoms, our freedom of speech, our freedom to protect ourselves, our freedom of association. All of these freedoms are things that people came to this country in search of. We cannot let those go by any stretch of the imagination. And that's why I speak out so vehemently against political correctness and wokeness and all this total crap. You know, we can talk about what we want to. People fought and died so that we could talk about what we want to, and we could believe what we wanted to believe in. And then the cornerstone of community. You know, we had people who came here from all over the world, different places. We had communities of 100 families, nobody else around for 50 miles. Not only did they survive, but they thrived. Why? Because they understood the concept of the common good. Sometimes they could barely even speak to each other with different languages, but they understood how to work together. And that was the thing that helped us to grow so quickly and to become so powerful so quickly as a nation. And then the concept, the cornerstone of life, from the womb to the tomb. You have to honor life because it is the most precious thing that God gave us. And there was a time when we cared about everybody's life and the direction of those lives. And we must get back to that place again. We must get away from the hatred and the divisiveness, because the fact of the matter is, we the American people, we are not enemies. Wayne, we are not enemies. We have to remember that, because people are trying to divide us on the basis of race, age, income, gender, political affiliation, religion, you name it. And what has happened in other countries that became socialist or communist? What did they do first? Divided the people. And they also dumbed down the population. Isn't that going on in our country right now? They're dumbing down the population. You see these men on the street interviews, and they say, "Who fought in the Civil War?" There was a Civil War. I mean, they don't know who fought in the Civil War. They don't know anything, and as a result of that, they're very easy to manipulate. You can come to them and you can say, "Our southern border is completely secure. We have it safe and we have it under control." And they'll say, "The government said it was okay. The government said it was secure." You got to be pretty stupid. It must hurt to be that stupid.
Do you think the dumbing down of America is intentional?
I do believe it is intentional. You know, what's going on in our schools? You know, are we teaching people what they need to know to be effective, successful citizens? Or are we teaching them things that are absolutely ridiculous? You know, I think about this gender stuff that's going on right now. You know, think about how life begins. You have a male gamete with 23 chromosomes, a female gamete with 23 chromosomes, neither one of which has the ability to become a human being. They join together, fertilization occurs, 46 chromosomes, a zygote. It develops very quickly. Within 6 to 8 weeks, there are already little eye buds and ear buds and little fingers and little toes and a heart that is beating, and it continues growing and developing. Millions of neurons to that brain every single day. Even when it's born, it's still developing that brain, millions of neurons. That's why little babies sleep for 20 to 22 hours a day. That brain is developed. It continues to develop into your 20s. So you're not mature until that time, and yet we have people trying to take advantage of the natural curiosity and the flexibility of these children and confuse them. That's why children have parents, to protect them from people like that.
Doctor, so important. Doctor, what is your opinion of medical professionals who then treat a 12, 13, or 14-year-old with this irreversible cocktail of drugs against even notifying their parents?
I'm ashamed of them. I'm ashamed to be in the same profession with people who do that. I mean, because they know, because of their medical training, that the brains of those children are not developed. And yet they're going to those children and sometimes telling them, don't tell your parents.
Yes.
And
it's against the law in some states.
And whatever happened to science? Science used to be an important part of medicine. What does science say? You have 2 X chromosomes, you're a woman. You have an X and a Y, you're a man. Why is that difficult to understand?
And Dr. Carlson, can you just elaborate, let's go deeper. The institutions, the American Medical Association, I mean, as someone who is literally one of the most accomplished doctors on the planet, how do you think about seeing the AMA, which represents 1.3 million medical professionals, say the way to treat this is through irreversible surgery and drugs?
Well, only 19% of doctors belong to the AMA. That should tell you something right there. You know, there are a lot of people in the medical community who actually think the right way. But very much like the American population at large, they're afraid to speak up. They're afraid to say something. And this is what the left does. It intimidates people. Yes. And we have to remember, if we want to save America, if we want it to be the land of the free, it has to be the home of the brave.
Give a sign-off here for our activists of all ages, specifically the students that are facing opposition on campus.
Well, I got to tell you, I am so happy to see so many young people who are brave enough to stand up for what they believe in. And, you know, you guys are the missionaries. Okay, there's a whole bunch of heathen out there. And you need to go out and you need to speak up. You need to talk about the things that made us into a great nation. Don't be ashamed. You know, so often people just stand in the corner and stare at their feet and hope no one calls them a nasty name. That won't work anymore because we're on the precipice of what kind of country we're going to be. Are we going to be a country that is of, for, and by the people, or of, by, and by the government? We have to decide that. You have to be the missionaries. You have to go out there and do this. And if you don't do it, we're going to be lost. So our future is dependent upon each one of you. And everybody has a sphere of influence. Don't think because you're not Charlie Kirk, you don't have a sphere of influence. You do. And it's much bigger than you think it is. And think about Jesus' 12 disciples, 12 people. And look at how many Christians there are in the world today. We can do this.
Dr. Carlson, I got one more question, and it's a curveball. If asked, would you serve as Trump's vice president?
I'm getting you in trouble. Well, let me put it this way. Right now, our energies need to be focused on getting Trump back in the office. Everything else is a distraction.
God bless you, Dr. Carlson. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Legend tackling the subjects that most comedians wouldn't dare go near.
He may not be the most politically correct comedian. He's not a woke leftist.
Now, someone who is not tiresome and desperate is actor and comedian Rob Schneider.
That's what tyranny is when people empower, do horrible things, and they don't have any consequences.
What they want to do is destroy everything that they don't agree with and start over in this imagined utopia.
I think it's important to attack what is in power.
We have to protect the most vulnerable, the members of our society, our children. I think we need to stand up and protect them.
I think at a certain point it's enough of this and stand up to it.
Put enough dents into this tyranny, and eventually it'll collapse.
First of all, I want to thank you. You can do it. Okay, let's get that out of the way. Thank you. I'd like to thank Dr. Carlson. That was hilarious. And now, I love you too. I'm asking myself, what am I doing here? I am a traditional liberal, which apparently makes me a right-winger these days. Traditional liberalism, women's rights, gay rights, civil rights, not judging a person by the color of their skin, free speech, these are now conservative values. So much has changed so rapidly. It's only been a couple of years since we've learned that women could have dicks. If you speak your mind in Hollywood, you go from playing the bad guy in Spider-Man to Naked and Alone, Celebrity Edition, which was actually a lot of fun. First, I want to say Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. I know it seems odd today that even saying Merry Christmas can be viewed as politically incorrect because, you don't want to piss off all the people that are going to go to hell. And they are. Just got back from an LGBTQ plus rally for Hamas. I invited them all to a KKK rally for Black Lives Matter. And then to an underage minors fundraiser for pedophiles. Just got back from California. Grocery shopping in California takes forever. You just go, excuse me, can I get somebody to unlock the bananas? Because I'm low on potassium. California is a test case for what we don't want for the rest of America. But you should know there is a very good chance that Gavin Newsom could be president of the United States. You should know it. Know and be prepared. Be prepared for more. The pendulum of ridiculousness has not swung to its zenith yet. In California, it has gone out of committee to approve slave reparations to be paid to people who were never slaves, to be paid for by people who never owned slaves, in a state that never had slaves. That's like paying child support for a child you never had to a woman you never fucked. But I told Charlie there would be one F-bomb. I apologize. Now, I don't buy into this Democrat-Republican establishment. As we have seen, Republicans have voted for every, until this last one, has voted for every dollar and billions of dollars sent to Ukraine to continue that slaughter. And I don't think that I think we need to have politicians who will stand up and make that part of their policy to oppose this war and oppose the slaughter. Whenever people get too crazy about left and right, I would say Americans take care of Americans, and all you have to do is look to any time that there's a natural disaster and you see Americans looking out for other Americans. When there was a flood in Houston a couple of summers ago, and the people were waiting on top of their roofs to be rescued by people in boats. You know what the people in the boats were not saying? Like, are you a Democrat or Republican up there? A Democrat? Well, this is a Republican boat. Yeah, the Democrat boat should be coming shortly. Good luck with that. It's a kayak. It's better for the environment. And, my friends and gays for groomers are here. I want to say hi. Now, traditionally, if you were born in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 4% identify as gay. Generation Z, curiously, 20% identify. Brown University this semester, 2023, 40% of Brown University students identified as LGBTQ+. Statistically, it is impossible for all these people to be gay. If this trend continues, eventually most people in the gay community will be straight. If you want to protest your government, do it by growing your own food and getting yourself and everyone in your family healthy. Protest by safely getting off prescription drugs. The biggest illusion of all the government lies and coercion during COVID was the idea that the government somehow cares about you. Cared enough to give you free COVID-19 shots. Well, if the government cared about you, they'd give you free diabetes and free cancer medication. We have certainly come a long way from ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country, to simply, we'll just print a bunch of money and give it to you. Everything the Democrats and their allies in big tech and the liberal media warned you about Trump, all their fear-mongering, was not a warning at all, but a roadmap for what they intended to do when they regain power. To subvert our democratic republic in every way possible, from opening up our borders to censoring anyone who opposed their dictates, imprisoning political dissidents, and using the Justice Department as a weapon against political opponents, and pushing the world closer to World War III. Not to sound like a sermon, but I am not afraid to mention God. I know. Thank you. I knew I was on the right track when I was attacked for saying I must put God, my family, and my country before my career. Thank you. For saying I want my children to have the same opportunities to flourish in the greatest experiment in freedom in human history, the United States of America, I was ridiculed. I take that as a badge of honor. Our founding fathers didn't promise us a perfect society. They promised us a freer society for the individual. Now, unlike the bloody terrors of France and Russia, the American Revolution kept the rule of law and property rights. The French Revolution in 1789, the Declaration of the Rights of Man, in which the free communication of ideas and opinions was enshrined as one of the most precious rights of man. In France, that right lasted just 4 short years. But in the United States of America, the First Amendment in our Constitution, 1791, the idea of free speech has been firmly embedded as a fundamental principle of Western civilization for over 232 years. In our imperfect union, the right to seek redress of our government for grievance, the right to assemble peacefully, and our right for free speech is the siren call for freedom the world over. However, there is now a threat to freedom that is not just coming from government, but the threat is from non-elected plutocrats who run social media empires. They now have the power to decide what speech is allowed and who is allowed to say it. These companies who now employ fact-checking social justice warriors who act on behalf of these left-leaning multi-billion-dollar companies who profit from selling our data to advertisers. They care nothing about speech that doesn't agree with them. They aren't and can never be our moral stewards. I have faith in America, but make no mistake, our institutions are under assault. Our universities have been captured. Illiberal liberals who no longer teach students how to think critically, but rather they teach them to be advocates for an illiberal agenda that doesn't seek the truth. It seeks only power. When you don't have ideas worth defending, when your argument lacks logic and rational thinking, you yell, shout down, and demonize your opponent. Instead of having the opportunity to improve your understanding and your foundational thinking by allowing it to be questioned and challenged, you add nothing to your knowledge by silencing those who disagree with you. It is the poorest form of debate. In an era of seemingly unending acceptance where you have to accept others without question, but not accept people who disagree with you, there seems to be a lack of acceptance of the gender in which you were born. If I had a dime for every gender, I would have 20 cents. Unbelievably, on university campuses now they have free speech zones, which sounds cool and nice, but not that long ago the entire university was a free speech zone. Now what they are really saying is that most places in the university you have no free speech. Most of the university is authoritarian controlled speech zone where you have no free speech, only approved speech. Freedom of speech is speech that may upset people like in your government. But what if your speech makes other people uncomfortable? Well, then they don't have to listen. But, however, they don't get to decide what speech is okay and what speech is not okay. It is bullying to Jewish students calling for the destruction of Israel. We find it loathsome, reprehensible, and those that say such things should be ashamed. But it is awful as it is. It is protected speech by the U.S. Constitution and our First Amendment. In the 1970s, when the ACLU was still a decent organization, they defended the right of neo-Nazis to march in Skokie, Illinois, not because they agreed with any of their racist nonsense, but because to not allow this hateful speech would usher in the potential to silence other voices who need to be heard. Our age requires courage, bravery, individuals who will stand up against the government-supported mob, brave people who will call out those that flatly contradict observable reality, individuals who realize that ideas are more powerful than propaganda. Now, a very real question is, will the freedom that we enjoy, which in human history has only been for a very short time and for a minority of its people, will this freedom be just a minor exception that will be a footnote in human history? Okay. That very question depends on individuals like that man right there. Now, the neocons who want to silence us, they want a new world order, but they don't realize that once they finish off undermining the last bastion of freedom here in the United States, it will not be them running the world, it will be the Chinese. One thing they are not doing as China is letting their children decide which gender they are. Let us be vigilant and not deterred. I have faith. I have faith in God, I have faith in this great nation, and especially the people in this room. I say to you, all these problems are preordained. They are here for the same reason God put the apple in Eden. God wants shit to happen. God wants to test us, all of us, where our government wants to dumb us down, make us fat, sick, inject us with experimental substances, eating toxic foods, water, living in fear. God wants to test us, to keep us strong in mind, body, and spirit. He wants to challenge us as individuals, as families, as communities, as a nation, and as human beings. This is all his test for us. And unlike other religions that call upon their believers to hate and kill their enemies, our religion calls upon us to love our enemies. To love others as thyself. Whether you believe in that or not, what a beautiful way to go through life. Now that's why the Shroud of Turin, the burial cloth of Jesus Christ, is such an amazing thing. Contrary to popular opinion, this Egyptian linen cloth has not been disproved. The French nuns who repaired it using modern 16th century threads wasn't put into the scientific calculations when they did the carbon dating. There is no possible way that that cloth could be, as they have said, a medieval forgery. What I believe that cloth is the receipt of Jesus Christ, the price he paid, the greatest gift to all of mankind, the receipt of God's forgiveness and his sacrifice. I will say that, I want to say, by the way, this is I live here in Arizona, and I'm thankful to all the people here who've welcomed my family. Thank you. It is my forever home now, Arizona, and we made a movie here. I hope you guys get a chance to see it. Charlie will be happy. There's not one swear word in the whole movie, not one sex joke. It's called Daddy-Daughter Trip. I would appreciate your support, if you don't mind, if you can, Daddy-Daughter Trip. And I appreciate that. I will leave you with the words of Father Ripberger, who was here in Phoenix 2 summers ago during the middle of the scamdemic. He said to all of us in attendance, Jesus has already won. This is just a mop-up mission. God bless you. God bless America. I love you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Are you ready to be a part of something transformative? Are you ready to make a difference in the lives of thousands of people? Well, look no further than YRefi. YRefi is a unique take on student loan refinancing, and we are on a mission to help borrowers get out of debt with dignity and respect. Imagine a world where distressed borrowers can refinance their loans, giving them access to low fixed interest rates, reducing their monthly payments, and accelerating their journey to financial freedom.
Our custom technology allows us to tailor each and every loan for each and every borrower. Our goal is to get borrowers into a payment that fits their budget and allows them to honorably repay their loan.
The excitement when I called my mom and told her, guess who doesn't have any more loans and defaults anymore, you know?
Well, I appreciate it more than you know, because your hard work probably saved my life.
I was just meeting with our friends at YRefi. We were having lunch together, and they were teaching me something about the private student loan side.
Yes.
And the private student loans, I did not realize this, are almost all variable interest rates.
Yes.
So guess what? You got a problem too.
We understand that endorsements don't come easily, and we don't take our relationship with our partners and endorsers lightly. They are a constant reminder and inspiration to us that we are on the right path, providing a valuable service that they can truly believe in.
Folks, I personally invest my own money with YRefi.
YRefi isn't just providing a valuable resource to borrowers. Investors in YRefi earn a strong fixed return up to 10.25% in a secured and collateralized portfolio. At YRefi, we believe in doing well while doing good. As a matter of fact, that is our motto. Your returns will not only benefit your family, but will help others get out of the student loan debt trap. YRefi also takes an active role in promoting financial literacy, ensuring that borrowers and families have the knowledge and tools they need to make informed financial decisions. Hi, my name is Lane Schoenberger. I'm the Chief Investment Officer and Managing Partner here at YRefi. Invest in YRefi today to be a part of a brighter future for families across the country. Together, we can fight the debt trap of high-interest student loans.
Do you have a mic on?
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Say hello to the black face of white supremacy. I'm only going to be up here for a few minutes, and I want to turn it over to a close friend of mine, an associate. Hope you'll give him some of your time. I ran for president because even though I ran as a mega guy, we got a mega guy, 45 running, there's some things that even he has not been talking about. Most notably, the #1 domestic problem facing America is the epidemic of fatherlessness. By far. 70% of black kids today enter the world without a father in the home, married to the mother, up from 25% back in 1965. In fact, 25% of white kids now enter the world without a father in the home, married to the mother. 40% of all American kids do. And the numbers are clear. If you're raised without a father in the home, you're 5 times more likely to be poor and commit crime, 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. What's happened? In the mid-60s, a Democrat named Lyndon Johnson launched what he called the War on Poverty. And since then, we have incentivized women to marry the government and incentivized men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility, and nobody's talking about it. During the 2008 campaign for president, Barack Obama mentioned those stats. And Jesse Jackson accused him of talking down to black people. And that pretty much ended the discussion. So if you're white and you mention this, you'll be accused of engaging in systemic racism. If you're black and you mention it, you'll be called an Uncle Tom or the black face of white supremacy. So nobody's talking about this. These kids all need father figures. They all need mentors. Whether it's a father, a grandfather, a pastor, a coach, a teacher, somebody. And I'm urging people in my generation, I'm a baby boomer, I'll be 72 in April. I know you're going to say I don't look like it. Black don't crack. The elder the berry, the sweeter the juice. These kids need mentors. I'm urging people in my generation to step up. If money or hands, there are programs all around this country, most of them run by churches. I belong to the Calvary Church of Chino Hills. Pastor Jack Hibbs is my pastor. They have a program where they go door to door offering mentorships to these kids. I'm urging people in my generation to step up and be counted. These kids need mentors. Government can't solve the problem because government created the problem. Only we can solve the problem. Thank you. The other reason that I ran, every so often we have this crisis, this debt crisis and spending crisis. One side looks at the other. I dare you to shut down the government. I dare you to shut down the government. The government doesn't get shut down because when you do, you get politically hurt. No matter who's in office, whether it's a Republican like Ronald Reagan or a Republican like Donald Trump, as much respect as I have for both of those gentlemen, government got bigger when they left. No matter who gets office, it gets bigger and bigger, largely because much of the spending is the so-called entitlements program. Even Bill Clinton and Barack Obama said that they were unsustainable, but nothing gets done. Why? Because the first order of most politicians is to get elected. The second order is to get reelected. You don't get elected by taking things away from people. The only way to rein in spending, the only way to get spending down to the level the Founding Fathers intended is for an amendment to the Constitution that fixes spending to a certain percentage of the GDP. Otherwise, nothing will happen. Now, an amendment sounds like a heavy lift, but ever since the Constitution has been ratified, it's been amended on an average of every 10 years. Once you make the case and tell young people these programs are not going to be there for you until and unless there are major changes made and reductions in spending, you make the case, the American people will get it, and something can happen. But only then will something happen. So I'm urging, if I had become president, As you know, I had some issues with the RNC, didn't make the first debate stage. But I'm urging Donald Trump, who will be our next president, to push for an amendment to fix spending to a certain percentage of the GDP. Now, that's national debt. There's also personal debt. Joe Biden illegally tried to forgive student debt. Even if he could do it, and he can't, that's nothing to do with private sector student debt. A lot of people are saddled with private sector student debt, and believe it or not, there is something that can be done about that. And that's why I wanted to spend a few minutes with my friend. Y-Refi is a company that I'm involved in. This gentleman's named Lane Schomburger. Lane, take it away.
Thank you, Larry. My name is Lane Schomburger. I'm the Chief Investment Officer and founding member of Y-Refi. And I'm going to take you back in time just for a quick second. 2008, student loan debt total was $685 billion. Today it's nearly $1.8 trillion. Now you have been here for a couple, 30 days and you've listened to speaker after speaker talk about how bad our debt crisis is. Well, Y-Refi has come up with a way to help fix this problem for borrowers. Now we do not do any federal student loans. Why? Well, the federal government they're too blindsided to understand how this works. So we work with strictly private student loans that are in distress. And we have figured out a way to help these borrowers actually get out of debt, pay off their debt with dignity. And it's amazing when you give these folks a second chance and an opportunity to pay that debt off, they will actually take it. So what we've done is we've developed a product, and we actually developed a few products. I'll share them both with you. The first one is we work with individual borrowers. They contact us. You saw an endorsement from Dave Ramsey in our commercial. And in that, borrowers are reaching out to us. We explain our program. We put them through underwriting, kind of like getting a mortgage. Okay, these people do have a problem. We have them escrow payments with us to prove to us that they have the willingness and ability to pay us back. 70% of these folks come with a co-borrower. And let me tell you, folks, some of the stories that I have heard are unreal. Okay, you heard Amanda up there. You probably saved my life. These are not uncommon stories. These things are tearing families apart. So, long story short, borrower gets through our program. They get it approved. We ultimately settle their debt and pay it off at a deep discount. Allow them to refinance with Y-Refi at a low fixed interest rate, custom term, built around their ability to pay. I just got word this morning that our default rate is actually lower than what we thought. We've been saying it's less than 2%. It's actually lower than that, which is phenomenal. It's fun to watch our borrowers win. So it is working. It's been very successful. Right. Now, the question then becomes, well, what can you do to help out? Because I will tell you this, Y-Refi was built on a few things. One, capitalism, innovation, entrepreneurship. So what can you do to help out? Well, we do not want to take institutional capital. We are not interested in institutional capital. In fact, we've turned down over 30 offers for funding from institutions. We're not interested. The reason we're not interested is we'd rather do it this way. What this is an opportunity for accredited investors to invest $50,000 minimum. You pick the duration of your investment from 1 to 5 years. This is the fixed interest rate in a secured, collateralized portfolio. Larry himself invests, as he said. What you do then is you have the opportunity to take interest income on a monthly basis. We calculate the interest on a daily basis, by the way. We make monthly payments of interest only, and at the end of your elected term, you get your money back. It's kind of like a bond. They're not bonds or promissory notes. I have to disclose that. Okay? If you need your money back, you've heard Larry and you've heard, by the way, we take our endorsements very seriously, as they do as well. Larry and Charlie and all of them, they take their endorsements very seriously, as do we. So I share that with you because when they say you can get your money out and there's no attack on principle, what they're saying is there's no attack on principle. Okay? If you want your money back, we will actually give you credit for the amount of time that you've been invested based on the percentage of time. So, for example, if you're in the 5-year note, you're in for 2.5 years, that's 50%. If you need out early, you get 50% of the interest, but you get all of your principal. That's pretty cool. Okay, then we went one step further. Thank you. We went one step further and we said, you know what, let's give this investor the ability to turn that interest income on or off, up or down, in 1% increments or by dollar amount in each term that you're invested in, as often as monthly. So you've got complete and total control over your investment. It's very flexible. Last thing is we have a roll-up. So if you're in the 1, 2, 3, or 4 term, if you want to roll up to something longer at the end of your term, you're welcome to do that too. We're right here in Phoenix, and you probably heard that on the radio if you're local. We encourage you, please come by the office, visit with us, meet the team, let us pull back the curtain. We love to have people come into the office, so please take the time to do that. And again, we're grateful for Charlie, for Larry, for this entire event. This has been a lot of fun for us, and we've had a great time. Please come by the sponsor hall, visit the booth. I've got a whole team of my folks out there that are happy to answer questions, dig in a little bit deeper about how we do what we do. With that being said, I thank you very much for your time, Larry.
Thank you.
Thank you for your friendship. We appreciate you. Thank you.
If you don't believe that we are in a fight today, you're sleeping under a rock. If you get hit and you lay down and you cry and you fold up in the corner, definitely you will not win the fight. We show up to win. Our culture needs a lot of you young people here to step up and stand out. There is nothing or no principality, power, division, devil can stop us when we're united. They can only get you when you're divided. When I see the American flag, I see us progressing to something that can be awesome and great. And if you don't plan on winning again, you might as well go home today. What's up? Y'all tonight. I said tonight, I meant this morning, but y'all can stay standing. Y'all might as well stand up. If you listen to my speeches, every year I got to come with some energy. Y'all already know. But I want to make this a little more intimate, right? I want to take y'all to church real quick. Are y'all good with that? I'm going to go over here. I want to take y'all to church. Are y'all good with that? I want you to do something real simple. I want you to pat your neighbor on the shoulder and say, this is my season. All right. I want you to say it like you mean it, all right? I want to say it like you're ready to take back the country. Tap your neighbor on the shoulder and say, this is my season. All right, y'all take a seat. Every year I have to do that because I'm a firm believer in the things that you say and the power that it invokes. And I want all of y'all here tonight to embody that. This is our doggone time. We're going to take back America. We're not going to let these lunatics frame the narrative, make up their own words, try to tell us how many genders there are. They must be crazy because this is our season. I'm going to start with one thing that made me mad. I almost went crazy the other day, and that is LeBron James. I wish he was here tonight. I'll tell him to his face. What a coward. What a coward. I don't care what you feel about the history of this country. I don't care how you feel about yourself as an individual. You better stand up and show some respect for the men and women that died for our freedom. I don't care how famous you are. I don't care how much money you got. You better stand up and support the men and women that died for our freedom. See, now I feel like I'm in America tonight, all right? All right, y'all can be seated. There's nothing wrong with being conservative. There's nothing wrong with putting God first in everything you do. And I know a lot of you young people, you're going on these college campuses, and they want to brainwash you into feeling something different. Friends of yours that may not be your friend after this, they want to coerce you to follow in the status quo. But I'm here to tell you that it's okay to take a stand. It's okay to be conservative. It's okay to believe that marriage is between a man and a woman. It's okay to believe that life starts at conception, not your perception. And people counseled me a long time ago, and I don't care. They can kick rocks. Because I got a whole bunch of God-fearing patriots in here right now that love me. I have learned the power of not caring. I don't care what they say. I don't care how they feel. I'm going to always stand on principle. I'm going to always stand up for what God has called me to do. And I want every single person in this building to understand that you have a call on your life. I may be a person standing here on the stage. Many people that have been on stage have been great, wonderful, inspiring individuals. But it doesn't matter if you're on the stage or sitting out there, you have a calling and you need to do your best to answer that calling. It takes all of us to make the American dream true. It takes all of us. I always give the football analogy because I used to play football. I don't know if you can tell it still. I still got it. I ran out here, I'm going to pull my hamstring. But God is good. I always use the football analogy because a quarterback always get the accolades. Everybody's talking about Tom Brady or whoever your favorite quarterback is. Okay, yeah, there you go. We got one Tom Brady fan. We got a Dak Prescott fan in the house. Everybody that said boo, they got to leave right now. No, just one. One day the Cowboys will win a game, but that's not the point. So the point is, a quarterback, in order to be successful, they have to have an offensive line. You have to be able to block. And if the quarterback in the offense does well, you have to have a defense. You have to have a special team. You have to have coaches that are willing to call plays and have done the research. It's the same thing when it comes to our movement. You got to have young people on these college campuses doing the best that they can to preach the truth of conservatism and freedom. And people like myself, who God has blessed with a big platform, we can go out and speak to the masses, but we all have to work together to make this thing happen. There is nothing wrong, and I'll say this 1,000 times, I wanted to get in your soul, there's nothing wrong with being conservative. There's nothing wrong with it. Don't let people trick you out of your position. They're miserable. It's called projection. The reason that they call you racist is because they're racist. They fight racism with racism. They call you Hitler, being a conservative, yet they're the most anti-Semitic people on planet Earth. And I didn't want to get into this, but now I'm on stage, I got to say it. What happened in Israel was such a big atrocity. It was the worst thing that I've ever seen with my own eyes. People murdered and killed because of religious dogma. And to see people in America walking around with Palestinian flags, supporting Hamas, is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. And don't get it twisted. There are some people out there that probably believe in the freedom of Palestinians or whatever they claim. The majority of them don't. The majority of them are promoting Hamas. The majority of them hate Jews. When they say from the river to the sea, that's genocide. Don't get it twisted. A lot of people are too afraid to say something. I don't care. I say it on my platform every single day. I stand with Israel. And I'm not here to try to act like Israel is perfect. Any kind of atrocities, and I'm going to say atrocities, but the things you see that are done wrong in America, I'm sure they do it wrong over there. You think everybody that have their, the Torah in their hand, they living right, every one of them? No. They have issues like anybody else. But they have a right to defend their homeland. And I think as Americans, we should support that. And I got a quick message to the church. Because most of us in here are Christians. Raise your hand if you're a believer. Raise your hand if you're a Holy Ghost-filled believer. Raise your hand if you've been saved by grace through faith. Raise your hand if you love the Lord. Okay, all right. I knew I had some saved people in the house. But let me talk to us for a minute. I want us to understand this as well. You have to live it. Your words are powerful, but your testimony is greater. You have to live what you believe. The easiest way to convince other people of the goodness of Christ is to see you live it out. And you have that opportunity every single day you wake up in the morning. Every single day you're on campus. What's the best way? People ask me all the time when I go to universities, what is the best way for me to share my faith? Live it. Nobody want to see a miserable person that's always complaining and gossiping and sinning all day, and you're trying to convince them to become a Christian. Why would they ever become a Christian when you're doing no different than they're doing? We are to be separated because we're called. And I know it's not a great feel-good message because it's difficult to live the life, especially when y'all here. Look, I see some of y'all. I see some of y'all that you repent later. I'll pray for some of y'all. I'm going to keep it real. Y'all young people, this is the only place where you're going to see beautiful conservative women, because on campus there's nothing but blue-haired monsters. I hope that most of y'all find your wife at this conference. Find a good husband at this conference. Build relationships and friendships to last at this conference. This is the place to do it. And I want you to take advantage of that, but also live saved in the process. Y'all feel me? Live saved. Be bold in Christ. I say this all the time when I'm speaking about churches. We have fallen off the wagon in some of these churches. We got a bunch of great pastors here tonight that lead wonderful ministries. But as a whole, generally speaking, Christianity, we need to step up. We need to be bold. We need to tell the truth and stop worrying about people's feelings. Do you think Jesus was concerned about your feelings? He was concerned about your soul. And I'm not here to be the preacher on the side of the road telling everybody going to hell. That's counterproductive. But I'm here to encourage us to be bold in our faith. This country can change if we just stand up and be bold in our faith. If we stand up and live as an example to our friends and our family, we can change America. Every aspect of your life should be influenced by your faith. The concept of separation of church and state, people, they trying to lie to you. Look at the money. In God we trust. Look at the Pledge of Allegiance, one nation under God. Don't let them fool you. This nation was founded by Judeo-Christian values. Capitalism, freedom, liberty, the freedom to speak. It's all on godly principles. And don't let the atheists who have a whole bunch of faith in nothing convince you that God ain't real. It's crazy to me how much faith atheists have. To see how much beauty there is in this world, understand the anatomy of the human body, it proves to me every single time I think about it that God is real. This didn't just happen because something exploded at some point in time when we didn't know nothing, that came from nothing to something. That's foolery. We know that there's a God that created us in his image, and he didn't make a mistake. And I know that there's people here that are struggling with certain things, whether it's homosexuality, whether it's fornication, whatever it is. God can deliver you. I know that there's people here, and it's a tough subject, that may have questioned or may have been a part of an abortion. God can forgive you. You don't have to live in shame. You don't have to live that way. The devil wants you to be so shamed that you never stand up and say anything. He wants you to feel so guilty in your sin that you never get out and reach your full potential. But I know a God that can bless you in the midst of your mess, that can change your mess to success. Let me say it like that, because I don't want to encourage people to be out here sinning and grinning. But God can turn your mess into success. So let God heal you, forgive you from the things that you've done, and go out and be a champion. Go out and be a champion. America is not a racist nation. America is not a racist nation. I think that we all understand that. Everybody here, there's so much diversity here. So many people that have come to my booth, taking pictures, explain how I've changed their lives, how I've changed the lives of their friends, and how they've gone on to make a difference. And they ain't not one time I sat at the booth and thought about anybody's race. And I'm sure none of y'all think about that crap. We understand that we live in a meritocracy. That means if you work hard, you bust your rear end, you believe in yourself, you can become anything you want to be in the United States of America. But one of the things that is important is that you believe in yourself. You have to believe in yourself. And believing in yourself isn't just words. You have to embody it. You have to feel it. You have to visualize what your success and your future will be. Perfect example. When I was single, I envisioned having a wife. I didn't envision having a baby mama. I didn't envision having a girlfriend. My vision was to have a wife. And as a single man, I would fly across the country, and when the seat was vacant next to me, I would close my eyes and imagine that my wife was sitting right next to me flying with me. I imagined that. I saw it. I believed it. I wasn't just running my mouth. I believed that God was going to do that for me. And I am very proud to point out somebody in the crowd that is such an inspiration to me. She got my back in everything that I do. She supports me. She stays at home with the baby up all night. I be mad at her. Baby, you let him go to bed. She up all night because she love our baby, and she's my rock. Corinne Tatum right here. Give my wife a round of applause. And my baby Bo. This part, y'all love Corinne more than me. This part is for the young men out here. It's for the young men, real quick. I didn't do that introduction just to pat myself on the back. But I really want to encourage young men in this. The greatest decision that I've ever made was marrying my wife. The greatest investment you will ever make as a man is not your career. It's not how much money you make. It's investing in your family. And we shouldn't have a debate of who should pay on the first date. Young men, listen, if you ain't got the money, don't go on a date. If you question it, should you hold the door? You ain't ready, son. And it's okay not to be ready. You should be building yourself. You should be following your purpose. You should be getting your stuff together as a man, preparing yourself to be a great husband. And then when you're ready, you're stable, you can take care of somebody. I remember asking my dad to marry some girl a long time ago. Close your ears, baby. It was a boy before you. I was in sin. I was in sin. I said, can I marry this girl? My dad said, I still pay your phone bill. What you talking about marrying some girl? How you gonna take care of somebody you ain't even paying your own phone bill? So young men, the lesson in that is get yourself prepared. Don't waste your time dating when you're not ready. Follow your purpose. Get your education. Build your business. Get your dream job. Get yourself to a position where you can be a quality man for somebody else. Nowadays, you have these gurus out here telling a man that he needs to have all these women if he's a high-value man, that is a poor investment, young man. That is a poor investment, having all these women and having sex with them and doing all this. Don't be that guy. God called you to be so much greater. Now, I got a little bit of time left. They say, please wrap it up right there. Okay, I got you. Don't yell at me. But young women as well, don't be like these liberal blue-head monsters that think that having sex with everybody is liberation. Don't be crazy. Don't get on no OnlyFans. You're going to meet you a man that'll take you wherever you want to go. Don't waste your time exposing yourself and all that other stuff. Be the woman God called you to be, a woman of virtue. A woman who adds value. And it's going to make some of y'all mad a little bit, but you have to understand this very clearly. Some women get frustrated with men and they want to lead the family as the woman. And I say this, you just need to stop dating them wanksters. You need to date a real man that can lead. Therefore, you can exist in your feminine and allow a man to lead. You can still have your career. My wife can still go do whatever she want to do. But I got it to the point where I said, baby, you don't have to work. You can stay at home and raise our baby. Because all too often these days, they letting the babies go to these public schools, daycare. They out here abusing your kids, teaching them about transgenderism and all this stuff. Somebody got to stay at home in the family and bless our children and raise them. And it's nothing wrong with being a stay-at-home mom. They want y'all to go out in bondage. Both people don't need to be slaving. As a man, you can get up and get 2 jobs then. I'm finna speak. I'm finna preach, but they told my time is out. Maybe y'all catch me at the booth. It's nothing wrong with being a stay-at-home mom. And don't let nobody lie to you and act like it's easy. My wife didn't get no sleep last night so I could sleep. It ain't easy, but you can do it. So I'm out of time. God bless each and every one of you. I love you. Keep God first and enjoy the rest of your time.
Things like censorship of any speech that they don't like. They're pushing open borders. The list of their insanity goes on and on and on. I've dedicated my entire adult life to serving our country. This freedom of speech is being threatened. We need to have the confidence in America that we can express ourselves, that we have the freedom to speak without the threat of punishment looming over us. Washington continues to underestimate the power of the people.
Aloha! Wow, it is so awesome to be here with all of you. I hear this is the first year that AmFest has had people here from all 50 states. So we got some Hawaii in the crowd here. You know, time is the most precious thing that any one of us has to give. And so it means a lot that all of you have taken the time out of your lives to come and gather here today to address the very timely and urgent mission that we have before us. The future of our country is at risk, and we are the only ones that can save her. It's the Democrat elite and the permanent Washington establishment, the war machine made up of both Democrats and Republicans, who are abusing their power undermining our God-given rights and freedoms enshrined in the Constitution with one goal and objective in mind: protecting their power at any cost. Now, every member of Congress and the U.S. Senate, they all took an oath. Every time they are elected, they go back and take that oath again. It's the same oath that I took when I was elected to Congress in 2012. It's the same oath that I took when I enlisted in the Army back in 2003. That oath that says, I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The sad reality is that many of these very people who raised their right hand and said those words pose a direct domestic threat to the freedom of our country today. So we ask ourselves, how did this happen? How is it that we have people serving in the most powerful halls in this nation who are not only ignoring our Constitution, but taking actions directly to undermine it? Did they not actually read it? If they had, and don't take it for granted that they have, they would have recognized that our founders saw that power and liberty are natural enemies. They would have seen that our founders saw their most important task in framing our founding documents was to contain government power to protect individual liberty. Our founders understood that our unalienable rights and freedoms are not given to us by any government or individual. They are freedoms bestowed upon us by our Creator and are intrinsic to every single one of us. Our government's responsibility is to protect them. My first year in Congress was 2013, and around the time of Constitution Day, I got an email saying, hey, you're invited to come to the House floor to be a part of reading the Constitution into the congressional record. I thought, this is awesome. What a great tradition, so that year after year, we're reminded of that oath that we took and what it actually means. So I went down and participated in it. I didn't see very many of my Democrat colleagues there. And so later on, I went and talked to them, and I asked them, like, hey, this was really cool. I was stoked to be a part of this. Did you not get the email? The answer I got was quite condescending. They said, Tulsi, we know you're new here. You don't really quite get how this place works. We don't participate in that because that's a right-wing Republican thing. I was not only shocked, but pretty disheartened and saddened by that response. But now, as we look at their actions year after year and escalating, especially over these last few years, what they said is actually borne fruit. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about the vision that our founders had for this country. They are so blinded by their hunger, this insatiable hunger for power, that they are putting their selfish interests above everything else, and they are launching this all-out assault on our God-given rights and freedoms. Something as simple as freedom of speech used to be something that most people from across party lines could agree was important. It's not the case anymore. We have the Democrat elite and their partners in the propaganda media and big tech who are threatened by a free people and a free society and doing all that they can to shut down our open marketplace of ideas, the public and virtual town squares, anywhere that we can debate our positions, sometimes with that fiery debate without fear of retribution or censorship. They're trying to take away our Second Amendment rights, our rights to defend ourselves and our loved ones, and our right to serve as a check on the power of a tyrannical government. They've made it very clear through the Biden-Harris administration the ATF is relentlessly trying to push rule after rule, circumventing the People's House in Congress to turn law-abiding gun owners like ourselves into criminals. They are discriminating against people of faith, especially Christians, arresting peaceful pro-life protesters, trying to remove God from every facet of our public life, and as we are seeing most recently, bending over backward trying to placate pro-Hamas Islamist protesters, either because they are Islamist apologists themselves or they're afraid of being called Islamophobes, and turning a blind eye to the ever-escalating levels of anti-Semitic attacks. These Democrat elite continue to violate our Fourth Amendment rights, our right to privacy and protection against warrantless search and surveillance, defending gross violations of our civil liberties by the secret FISA court in Section 702, supporting Department of Justice's weaponization of law enforcement against the Biden-Harris administration's political opponents. Now remember, during President Biden's inauguration speech, he promised to bring our country together, to be a president for all Americans, no matter who they voted for. And he promised to get us closer to peace. He has done the exact opposite on all fronts. He has torn our country apart, targeting anyone who didn't vote for him or dares to challenge his administration. He's racializing everything, turning Americans against each other, and putting us in a position where the world is on fire. We are on the brink of multiple wars and closer to nuclear catastrophe than ever before. These are just a few reasons why I left the Democratic Party. I could no longer remain in today's Democratic Party that's under the complete control of an elitist cabal of warmongers who are driven by cowardly wokeness. The party that I joined over 20 years ago, which was once a party that largely stood up for free speech, that stood up for working people in this country, that stood up for civil liberties, is gone. The bottom line is this: a political party that is actively undermining our constitutional freedoms cannot be trusted, and we, the people, cannot allow them to remain in power. So as we head into this next election year, which is coming upon us very quickly, beware. Because we're dealing with people who have no respect for the rule of law, who will undermine it for their own political gain, and willing to do anything. We should not be surprised if they declare new national emergencies that allow them to grab onto more power. We should not be surprised if they declare new unnecessary counterproductive wars of choice, whether cold wars or hot wars, to stoke fear and try to force us into submission, all in the name of national security. James Madison said, of all the enemies to public liberty, war is perhaps the most to be dreaded, because it comprises and develops the germ of every other. He went on to say that no nation could preserve its freedom in the midst of continual warfare. He has been unfortunately proven right time and time again. Not just by the Democrat elite who are in power, but the Republican neocons as well. We've heard just recently how Nikki Haley wants to further suppress our First Amendment rights because of national security threats, she says. And when you look at how our constitutional rights and liberties are suppressed during these times of war, how easily these Republican and Democrat neocons so easily throw out do this or else national security. I saw this in Congress. I was served there for 8 years on the House Armed Services and Foreign Affairs committees and saw the abuses under the Patriot Act. So I introduced legislation to fix it. I worked with people like Congressman Tom Massey. We spoke out against these abuses, and guess what? On the House floor, Democrats and Republicans called us traitors. They said that by our actions to protect our civil liberties and argue we, the American people, should not choose between liberty and security, they said we were welcoming another 9/11-style terrorist attack on America. These are the people who are dangerous. These are the people who pose a threat to our democracy, our freedom, and our security. Now we're seeing this start to play out with this ongoing proxy war against Russia at the expense of Ukrainian lives. They smear and censor anyone who dares to question, hey, maybe this is not serving our best interests. Maybe we should be looking at what is in the best interest of the American people. Now, we saw Matt Taibbi reveal a ton of evidence from Twitter about how our government, the FBI and Biden's White House, are directly pressuring Twitter to censor specific individuals because they didn't like what we had to say. Republicans in Congress took action. They introduced and passed legislation called the Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act, which did exactly what it sounds like. It prohibited federal officials from taking action to censor free speech on the internet. It doesn't get more basic than this. This is something every Republican and Democrat should have easily voted yes for. In the House, every Republican voted yes. Every Democrat voted no. And I want to give you this example of their hypocrisy and their danger. The reason they gave for voting no was that, well, the government has an important role to play in protecting us silly, naive, stupid Americans from disinformation. Who gets to decide what disinformation is? Well, of course, it's them. It's the Biden White House. It's the Democrat elite in the media and tech. You have Representative Daniel Goldman from New York, who said that his no vote was a stand for free speech and democracy because they have to protect us from this disinformation from Russia and China. Well, what kind of disinformation? Well, like Hunter Biden's laptop, something they deemed as Russian disinformation because they didn't want us to see that before we voted in 2020. Biden's White House says they have to hold on to this power to counter domestic extremism. Trust me, they're not talking about the Islamist terrorist Hezbollah sleeper cells that we know exist in this country. They're talking about the so-called MAGA Republicans that President Biden has labeled as the greatest domestic threat in America. They're talking about the radical traditional Catholics who the FBI has pointed out pose a threat because they prefer traditional Latin Mass. They're talking about parents who Biden's domestic terrorism unit is targeting because they have the audacity to go and protest at a Board of Education meeting for parents' rights and against the irreversible mutilation of our kids in the name of gender-affirming care. And of course, the most egregious example of all that demonstrates how far they are willing to go to undermine the rule of law and our democracy is in the continuous assault and weaponization of the Department of Justice and law enforcement to go after President Biden's major political opponent in this election year. They are doing all that they can, and Special Counsel Smith has made this clear, to try to either throw President Trump in jail or do what it takes to prevent we, the American people, from having the choice ourselves to decide who we want to be our president and commander-in-chief. This is the kind of thing that we hear about happening in banana republics. This is not the kind of thing that we, the people, should accept as a new norm in our country. So as they're doing all of this, they are trying to create this culture of fear and hopelessness and self-censorship that if they make an example out of a few people, they can get the rest of us to cower and fear in silence. They're targeting us for speaking up and saying, no, we must protect our freedom of speech. They're targeting us for having the audacity to say we have to secure our borders. targeting us for having the audacity to say that there is such a thing as a woman, and that there is no greater expression of hatred for women than to deny and erase our very existence. So, why are they doing this? They're worse than crazy. This is intentional. They are trying to make us afraid of them and their power because deep in their heart of hearts, they know where the power lies. They're afraid of us. They're afraid of a free people. They're afraid of a free people who will lift our voices and lift our votes to stop them and take their power away. So as we look at this next year, let us never forget, even as those arrows come, as those attacks come, as those smears come, their fear is their weakness. Harry Truman once said, America was not built on fear. America was built on courage, imagination, and an unbeatable determination to do the job at hand. We've got a job to do, and it's a tough one. The Lord says, be not afraid. Our future is in our hands, and we've been given a no-fail mission by none other than the founders of this great country. They were talking to us when they said, we the people. They were talking to us when they reminded us that we are a self-governed nation, that those in government only have power with the consent of the governed. So there's a whole lot of people in Washington who need to be reminded who really has the power, but we only have power if we use it. Now, with all of you in this room and the many people who may be watching at home, we are not going to agree on every issue. We should have debates. We should bring our ideas to this open marketplace that exists uniquely in this country. Not be afraid of that. Our founders didn't agree on everything. They themselves had fierce debates, but most importantly, they stood together on the foundation of this country, as we must stand together now, bonded by our commitment to the fundamental founding principles of the United States of America, bonded together by our love for this great country and our appreciation for our God-given rights and freedoms in the Constitution. This foundation is under attack. I am deeply concerned for our future if the Democrat elite, I don't care whose name fills in the blank, are allowed to remain in power. It's up to us to defend our country and defend our freedom. Who we vote for matters. Being involved in this process matters. Yes, there are flaws and it needs to be fixed, but we can't fix anything unless our voices are heard. We have to elect leaders who are committed to supporting and defending the Constitution, putting the interests and the needs of the American people above all else. We will defend our freedoms by exercising them. We can uphold and protect the truth by speaking the truth to those who reject it. Be not afraid. When we are motivated by love for our country, love for the Constitution, love and respect for each other as fellow Americans and children of God, we will find that courage to do what we must to protect our future, to get us back on track. This is how we save our country. Be not afraid. By God's grace, we are free and we will remain free. God bless you all. Thank you so much. God bless America. Aloha. Thank you.
I lost everything in the Mueller witch hunt, you know, my home, my car, my ability to make a living, my insurance, my savings. Well, now that I'm making it back, that I'm making a return, I don't trust the system. That's why I choose gold and why I choose Fisher Capital. You see, I trust them. In these turbulent times, I think gold is a great way to guarantee that you have liquidity and safety, and who knows, you may need to hire a lawyer because the elites could come after you. See, they want to move us to a digital currency. That means that they'll give you a little plastic card, but if they don't like who you give your political contributions to or what church you attend or who you do business with, they can take your money. Not so if you have gold. This may seem extreme to you, but with record inflation, record instability, we never thought they'd steal the election. What are they going to steal next? Our money? Could our cash money become worthless? That's why I think you should invest in gold, and that's why I trust Fisher Capital. I have a deep fear that globalist bankers may target individual consumers just because they're conservatives. That's why I think you need the safety of gold. I think there's only one man who can save this country. That's Donald Trump. I believe in Donald Trump. I believe he can save America. And I believe right now investing in gold and silver is a way to protect yourself in these turbulent times. Don't let the deep state do to you what they did to me. If they can do it to me, they can do it to anyone. Protect yourself now with gold and get it from Fisher Capital.
This guy is an amazing
author of the book Why I
The answer for all of the world's problems, not just racism. There is a media bias. Companies are making conscious decisions to move away from godly values and principles and constitutional values and principles. And we can stand up in love to stand up for our own values, and if they won't celebrate them, then we can celebrate them ourselves.
Hello, 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 hello. How's everybody doing? My name is Jonathan Isaac, and you guys are in store for a treat. For the start of this is my lovely, beautiful wife, Takeda. And she does not get to travel with me often, but Takeda is a Christian artist. And she is going to bless all of you with a quick track. So please stand up, show her some love, get involved, and enjoy.
What's up, Turning Point USA? Come on now, you can do better than that. What's up, Turning Point USA? You can go ahead and stop it. You can stop it. I need a little crowd participation. I'm going to have you guys repeat after me. I'm going to say, when I say USA, I want y'all to say USA, okay? All right. USA! 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 Okay. Now that I have your attention, I have a message for you. God is faithful. With everything that is going on in our nation right now, this is what I want you to remember. That God has been with you through every storm that you have walked through in your life. Through the good, through the bad, through the highs, through the lows, through the hills, and through the valleys. God has been faithful to each and every one of you. Whether you see it or not, he's been there riding with you through everything. And this song that I ministered to you is called Ride With You. And it's saying that God will ride with you through everything. He'll grind with you. He'll cry with you. He'll lie with you. He's there. He's faithful. So I pray that this song will bless you guys, okay? All right. You can go ahead and run it.
Yo.
All right. Come on, y'all. Y'all can put your hands together. Woo!
Wow, Eli.
See, I'm a Holy Ghost gangster. I've been pushing on this road, though. Devil tried to stop me, but I peep and I say, yo, no. You can't never stop me. I ain't looking at that old show. I just caught the vision, saw a preview of the whole show. My friends be believing, yeah, they put me through that ceiling. Lower me to Jesus, all belief, and I got healing. Now I'm cooking lyrics for my people, call it grilling. Jesus paid it all, so you can add them to the billing. I bought into the truth about his word, I call that Best Buy. Now I stand on stages, got you looking like I'm prime time. I don't take the glory, I just give it up to Jesus. Tell me what it takes for you to learn and just believe us. That he the best to ever do it. He'll walk with you, talk with you, he's the one that get you. He's a mind regulator, even circulating paper. Walking on a new level, no time for no. So let me ride with you. See, I will vibe with you. See, he will grind with you. Yeah, yeah. So let me ride with you, vibe with you. I will grind with you, lie with you, cry with you. That's my motto. Yeah, that's my motto. See, he will ride with you, vibe with you. He will grind with you, lie with you, cry with you. That's his motto. Yeah, that's his motto. Get ready, cause Jesus coming, I'm telling you. Set the time for the party, cause I be throwing confetti. Got my mind on the truth, and got my head in the game. I'm looking to Jesus, no, I ain't looking for fans. So get your mind right, time to shine bright. You in the limelight, walk a straight and narrow, pray you never walk the fine line. Jesus said he coming, so I gotta stay on my grind. Keep my head up in the books and operate on. Ladies and my fellas, catch your minds on mine. Jesus said, mine on mine. I know it gets hard, but when you, hey, even in the storm, just keep your head up, tell me bright and day. Ride with you, grind with you, lie with you, cry with you, that's my motto. Yeah, that's my motto. Hey, so let me ride with you, vibe with you, I will grind with you, lie with you, cry with you, that's my motto. Yeah, that's my motto. Come on, y'all, listen. Ladies and my fellas, get your minds on mine. Jesus spoke the word and it is mine, oh mine. I know it gets hard, but if you grind, I'll grind. Even in the storm, just keep your, listen y'all. Ladies and my fellas, catch your mind, oh mine. Jesus said he's coming in his mind, oh mine. I know it gets hard, but if you grind, I'll grind. Even in the storm, just keep your head up, there'll be brighter days. Ladies and my fellas, catch your mind, oh mine. Jesus spoke the word and it is mine, oh mine. I know it gets hard, but if you grind, he'll grind. Even in the storm, just keep your head up, there'll be brighter days. Ride with you, vibe with you. He will grind with you, lie with you, cry with you. That's his motto. Yeah, that's his motto. One more time. See, he will ride with you, vibe with you. He will grind with you, lie with you, cry with you. That's his motto. Yeah, that's Jesus' motto. You guys be blessed. Woo!
Now, whose wife can do that? Y'all can be seated. Y'all, it is such an honor and a blessing to be here with all of you. I truly appreciate all of the unconditional support that I have received over the years, and just even being invited here. It has been a journey to get here. This is literally during my NBA season, but I felt like this was so necessary to come out here and to talk to you all. I want to give a quick shout out real quick. My pastor, which I'll mention a little bit as we go on, is here in the building, and I just want you guys to give him a quick round of applause. Dr. Hepburn is here. So most of you know me, or you guys will learn today about who I am. A few years ago, during 2020, everyone remembers the tragic death of George Floyd and the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement and organization, and how that took the country by storm. Well, that's where my story in terms of standing starts on a national level. We went into what was called the NBA bubble as NBA players, And we had a team meeting one day because one team knelt before us. They knelt for the national anthem and they wore Black Lives Matter t-shirts. Black Lives Matter was on the basketball court. Black Lives Matter was everywhere. And a team had knelt before us. So we had a team-only meeting where our team officials came in and said, hey, guys, we're going to let you guys decide on what it is that you want to do. If you want to kneel, if you want to stand, if you want to wear the t-shirt or not, you guys come to a group decision. And they left the room, and it was just the players now. And everybody said, look, we don't have a choice. This is what we're going to do. Everybody's going to kneel. Everybody's going to wear the t-shirt, and we're going to get this over with. One of my teammates turned towards me and said, Jonathan, what are you going to do? And I said, fellas, I'm not kneeling. And I'm not wearing that t-shirt. Let me get to one. Thank you. Appreciate it. And the reason why was because I did not agree or believe that wearing a t-shirt or kneeling for the national anthem was going to provide a real answer to the problem. When I look at myself, what I've gone through over time, Christ has been the only answer for me. I understand that racism is a heart issue and is also not the only issue that plagues our society. And if there's ever going to be real, meaningful change between white, black people, indifferent, it is going to come by the gospel of Jesus Christ and us choosing to love our neighbor as ourselves. So to make this story a little juicier, that night I was on the phone with my pastor. And I was telling him, listen, you do not understand how big this is going to be. I'm going to be a sellout. I'm going to be a coon. I'm going to be an Uncle Tom. I hadn't signed my contract extension yet. There was a chance for me not to get signed again. All of this was in my mind. I was terrified. All of this was going on. And my pastor said to me on that phone, he said, Jonathan, you cannot stand for God and God not stand for you. So I went through with it. The next day, as terrified as I was, as fearful as I was, I stood. And I caught a ton of backlash. As expected. But the encouragement and the people who understood where I was coming from stood even more. My jersey sold second highest in the NBA bubble. Right behind LeBron. Right behind LeBron. I went on to write a book called Why I Stand, and it became a national bestseller. That's one of the reasons why I'm a bit known. A little bit later, I was the only player on my team to refuse the COVID-19 vaccine. I felt it was a huge miscarriage of justice for us not to have our medical freedom to make decisions for ourselves, for essential workers who were once essential to then have to lose their jobs and their voices not be heard. I felt it was pivotal for me to stand up and say, I'm going to make a decision for myself, but on behalf of all the other people that can't speak, and I'm not going to take this vaccine. Following that, I went on to start a company called Unitas. How many people know anything about Unitas? Unitas is a values-based sports and apparel company aiming to create a community of people who do not look like each other to come together around values that we all agree with. We produced apparel and the Judah 1 sneaker. This is the first NBA signature shoe with a visible Bible verse on it. There are 5 colorways. This one I have right here is called the Lion of Judah, and it has Proverbs 28:1. The wicked flee when no one pursues them, but the righteous are as bold as lions. Amen. As I was thinking about what to say to you all that's fantastic, talking about my stand and why I did it, it's all important, but I do have a message for everybody in this room. And the message is to make room. Make room in this movement, make room in this desire to save our country for everybody, especially the people that do not look like you. I want to say this. Me being here today in terms of being an NBA basketball player, being 26, being a part of the secular world in that sense, it's difficult to be here. I'm standing all over again just by coming to this event, but I know that it's important. I understand the necessity and value of faith in Christ and faith and trust in our founding principles and values that have us here in the first place. I understand those two things, and I know that there are so many people that look like me who either believe the same things or haven't been introduced to what it is that we believe, that if we were more intentional about making room, we could come together and truly take back this country. There is, I heard somebody say that sometimes you are the only Jesus that people get to see. In the same breath, I believe that each and every one of you are the only Christian or conservative that people are going to be able to see. And we all have an opportunity to rewrite the narrative that has plagued this movement for so long by the way we go about treating the people around us. Not that anybody's doing anything wrong, but we can purposefully do things right in order to reach the people that don't get to hear this message. And I hope that by being a representative to put a face to it, that I could also bring people along with me to be a part of what's happening today. Everybody knows the story about the Good Samaritan, right? The Good Samaritan, where there were 2 people that crossed over on the other side of the road while the man who fell amongst thieves was left to die. I believe today that it does not matter what the person who stopped for him believed at all to the person who fell among thieves. He would have followed him to the ends of the earth. Why? Because he chose to stop. He didn't know why the person fell among thieves. He didn't know if he did anything wrong, but he chose to stop. And I believe that if there is a heart posture for this movement, for this aisle to choose to stop for other people, we will be unified and be able to come together and save our country. The last thing that Jesus asked for, the last thing that he charged us with before he left was that we may be one as him and the Father are one. No matter what it is that you look like, no matter what it is that you come from, no matter how much money you have in your pocket, again, if you understand the necessity and value of faith in God, faith in our founding principles and values, then this movement is for you. What I aim to do with Unitas is to create that ecosystem and community for more people that look like me and don't to come together around high quality, stylish sportswear, leisure wear, active wear, to say these are the values that I hold to. I'm not ashamed of them. I'm not afraid to stand up for what I believe in. And I will stand with my brother or sister from another mother, unified and together. We also did the unfathomable and signed Riley Gaines as our first brand ambassador. So I am a huge supporter of women's rights and protecting women's sports and spaces. I will leave you with two things. My time is running out. At the end of the day, it won't matter who you voted for or when you voted for them. At the end of the day, the only thing that'll matter is eternity. We can all have peace, God-given peace for these times. What's going to happen? Who knows? What's going to happen with the election? We can all have true found peace in no other person than Jesus Christ if we choose to put our faith there. The last thing I will say before I get out of your hair is your support truly does matter. And what I hope to do with Unitas, your early support matters even more. You can check us out at weareunitas.com. Get your Judah ones. They are selling out really, really fast. Again, I appreciate all the support. You can check out my book, Why I Stand, on Amazon.com. Thank you all so much. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm glad to be here. Thank you. Thank you.
Really?
"228 law enforcement officers lost their lives in the line of duty last year. Over 60,000 were assaulted."
So we end up with this chaos in American society, and it's very difficult to be able to fight that.
Probably the most common question that I'm asked as a professor at Hillsdale is, what happened to my country? You know, when they poll Americans, they find that a vast majority don't think the world is going to be a better place for their own children. In this course, we're going to look at who the mid-century liberals were and the changes that they introduced into American society. We're also going to look at the radicals, the counterculturalists of the 1960s, and the changes that remain with us today. We're going to look at the group called the neoliberals and the formation of an oligarchy in the American regime in the 1980s and the 1990s. And finally, we'll see how those radicals in the 60s made peace with those neoliberal oligarchs in the Great Awakening in Barack Obama's second term, and the threat that it poses to Republican liberties for us today. These movements are promising to strip away all of the rights and the freedoms that give life happiness and meaning and purpose. I don't think people understand the source of most current ideologies, and what this course is going to show us is where they originated and how they took control of our society. You'll see the changes that have taken place in America, the ideas that are responsible for those changes, and how we as Americans can challenge those ideas and reclaim our American heritage. This is our course on the American left. Let's begin.
Okay, everybody, it's almost that time. So are you guys ready to hear from Tucker Carlson? I want to remind you, right when Tucker is done, about 30 minutes afterwards, we're going to have a live conversation on Tim Pool in real life here. So make sure you guys come back. You know, we're doing a vice presidential straw poll, and boy, the results are going to surprise some people. Enjoy the show, everybody.
People like you bring the truth to the people.
He's probably the most important conservative media person.
He's exploding his shows all over the place.
And arguably the most influential news commentator in the world.
I'm glad to see him speaking up.
Tucker is back.
Thank you for having me. This is like my one venture out of my house of the year, and I just love it.
At the most basic level, the news you consume is a lie. You can't have a free society if people aren't allowed to say what they think is true. Speech is the fundamental prerequisite for democracy.
People are only punished for telling the truth.
We're living through one of those clarifying moments where we're learning exactly who the liars are.
Bad ideas produce chaos. We cannot reward incompetence. And if people can't defend what they're doing, they shouldn't be doing it.
Holy smokes! Thank you! Well, this is a trip. Thank you. Thank you. I really feel like I should have a guitar. This is like the scene in Spinal Tap with Stonehenge, and they came out in the. It's such a trip. Thank you all for having me. Thank you. Most of my life bears no resemblance to this at all. I can promise you. I don't know what you said, but I agree with you 100%. Lady in the front row with the loud voice. Thank you. Thank you. I have to say, I knew I was in the right place because I've spoken. In fact, I speak here every year because I really enjoy it and I love Charlie. But so there's never a question of whether I was in the right place. But when I heard Tulsi Gabbard mention the phrase Nikki Haley, and people booed, I was like, oh yeah, we're in the right. But then it raised actually a philosophical question for me, which is, should you put air quotes around Nikki Haley, because otherwise you're just assuming this is a real person and not just a hologram put out there by Ken Griffin in the billionaire class to torment you. And I do think that's like an open question. Is Nikki Haley real? And actually, now, I mean, I don't know. Look, do I look like a biologist or a theologian? I don't know. What is real? But exactly. It's funny, we were in the car coming here, we were doing like a thought experiment in the car, a couple of my producers, and we were like, wouldn't it be fun, and now I'm letting it out of the bag, so I probably shouldn't do this, and now we actually can't do it, because she'll possibly see it, but wouldn't it be fun to call Nikki Haley and pretend that we're representatives, secret representatives in Geneva of the government of Iran, and say, look, you've been pretty tough on the Islamic Republic of Iran, obviously, but we have some of the biggest oil reserves in the world, and we can cut you in on them. And, like, what would it cost for you to become our advocate? Like, what is the number at which Nikki Haley would be like, you know what, I'm not working for Boeing anymore, I'm working for Iran. And, like, there is a number, right? And so you could say, all right, we'll wire it to Switzerland, we'll hold it in an account for you, and the next time the Republican candidates get together, just get up there and take up the cause of the mullahs. And I don't have any doubt in my mind that she'd be like, okay. And there'd be Nikki Haley being like, you know, I've been a little tough on Iran, but actually, it's a pretty great place. And I think of that every time the Hunter Biden story comes up. Of course, I love the Hunter Biden story. We were early on that. And it just has everything. You know, it's got the audio visuals. It's got the intrigue. It's just got a lot of flamboyant components that I, as an inherent drama queen, just absolutely love. The teeth picture, just like the whole thing, I love it. The only thing I don't like about the Hunter Biden story is that it may give some people the impression that he's the most corrupt person in Washington. Or his father is. And that's just not true. And as someone who spent a long time there, like actually my whole adult life, I could say, and as someone who like lived right down the street from Hunter Biden and knew him well, I can say I didn't really notice how corrupt Hunter Biden was because he wasn't different from like most other people in my neighborhood. No, and that's totally sincere. That's not that weird for Washington, which is the reason it's the richest country in the world. I don't have my glasses on. Thank you, though. And I like signs. I like people who wave signs. I like people who scream weird questions. We're doing Q&A at the end. Oh, yeah. But anyway, but here's the point. That's not strange. It's a whole city of Hunter Bidens, less crack, better teeth, fewer weird incestuous affairs. However, that mode of behavior, that way of making a living is absolutely standard. What's changed is the object. If you live in a society where the people in charge just want to sell you out to get rich, that's bad. But that's not what we're watching. We're watching something much darker than that. So the objective of, I would say, the entire administration and its enablers in the Republican Party, which is most elected officials there, is to destroy the United States, the recognizable United States, the country you grew up in, the country you've been living in, say, 10 years ago. And that's kind of obvious to everyone. But too few people pause and ask, well, what is that? Like, these people live here. They don't all have secret island getaways, especially now that Epstein is gone. And so if they succeed in their project of destroying the United States, where are they going to go? It's a little bit like burning your own house down. So why would you do that? That's not just an act of destruction, it's an act of self-destruction. So is that a political program? No. A political program is designed to help the people who institute it and their voters and donors. Their program helps nobody. If you successfully convince an entire generation of young people not to have children, what you're doing is denying yourself grandchildren, which I can tell you at 54 is kind of the only thing you want. And it's not only the only thing you want, it's the only thing that anyone has ever wanted, because having children and continuing the species, passing on your DNA to future generations you will never meet, is the whole point of life. There is no other point, and there's no other accurate measure of wealth than your descendants. So if you are creating a society where, and that's not like some kooky evangelical view. That's like a very obvious thing that was obvious to everybody in all human history until about 20 minutes ago. So if you're doing that to your own country and your own children, and they are, and I know because I lived among them, their children aren't doing great at all. They may be rich, but they're totally screwed up. And they're totally loaded up with benzos and SSRIs and addled by porn, and they're as stupid and aimless and doomed as anyone else's children. And probably a higher percentage of them are trans or non-binary or two-spirit or whatever, which is to say doomed to a life of barren unhappiness. So what is that? And what it is evil. That's what that is. And I think people misunderstand evil. They assume that evil is something that you inflict on other people. I do an evil thing to you because I am evil. And what they miss is that that's not exactly how it works. Evil preexists us. Evil's been around since the beginning of time, and certainly the beginning of recorded history, we know that. And it's not something that people simply do to one another, it's something that acts through people. People become conduits for evil. And in the process of doing that, what happens to them? Anyone? They're destroyed. The people doing evil do not win in the end. They are destroyed by the evil that flows through them. They are miserable people. And that's kind of the tell, right? I mean, I remember as a kid, reading books about the mafia. And they were bad, and they killed people, and they loan sharked and sold heroin, and they did stuff that was bad. I mean, undeniably bad. But the one thing about the people who ran the mafia, at least in New York, they looked kind of happy. Just being honest about it. They did. They kind of retire to some restaurant in Brooklyn and pat their bellies and smoke and laugh. And, you know, it was kind of working out pretty well for them before the FBI got involved and they did the RICO. Right, it was. And by the way, there are people who do bad things who seem kind of happy with their lives. But if you're channeling actual evil, if you're trying to destroy people for the sake of destroying them, if you are lying for the sake of lying, for the thrill of telling a lie, and if you are hurting people for the sin of telling the truth, and you're offended simply because it is true, if the idea that somebody somewhere might be saying a true thing enrages you, that's not politics, that's theology. You are a conduit for evil. So the reason I'm going on about this is not to give you some, half-baked theology lecture. It's merely to let you know what the plan is. There is no plan. They don't have a plan. There's not a plan. Why would you, as the American economy sits on the cusp of collapse, when the U.S. dollar is worth less than it's ever been worth, when our debt service is more than our defense spending, and when robotics are eliminating entire classes of jobs for working class people, why would you admit illegally tens of millions of people from the poorest countries in the world with no skills? Why would you do that? Is there some crazy plan the Chamber of Commerce, which is for it, by the way, has, where this is going to, make labor cheaper? No. There's no plan. That will destroy the country, and that's why they're doing it. And I think a lot of people who are doing that have no conscious awareness of this. I don't think the staff of the Atlantic magazine, many of whom I know, wake up every morning thinking, how could I destroy America, the country where my kids live? I don't. But there is no mistaking the effects of what they're doing. It's destruction for its own sake. And so that lets us know that it's not even about the next election, which I think is pivotal. It's not about some political debate between, pick the buffoons. It's not about whatever the dumb cable channels are doing. It's about your existence here, actually. And so I'm not going to respond to that. So the question is, how do you respond? What do you do? Well, that's one thing you could do. No, what do you do in the face of something this profound? And, well, of course you fight back, but what are the tools you need to do that? And the first tool you need, it's not even money. In fact, you could look at successful resistance movements, I don't mean revolutionary movements, resistance movements that actually have made change in their own country, and some of them are unarmed and penniless. 100 years of the Raj ended pretty quickly under a nonviolent movement in India. And, how did they do that? And they did it because they sincerely believed they were right, and they were strong inside. They were strong inside. That's the key. So how do you become strong inside? Well, you're getting warmer, baby. You get strong inside, and this is a non-sectarian point, which is open to people of all backgrounds and faiths, because this is a truth of the universe. You get strong inside by telling the truth. And but really telling the truth. Really telling the truth. Not just some truths, but being completely honest all the time, not just in your public-facing life, but in your personal life. Now, what does that mean? One of the huge misconceptions about telling the truth is that it applies to your descriptions of other people, and that's not the case. The hardest truth, and that's very easy. Oh, you've gained weight. Not a hard call. I personally have heard that before. It's not hard to point out other people's shortcomings. And honestly, you take a kind of perverse, cruel thrill in doing so sometimes. And telling the truth can be a cover for cruelty to other people. I'm just telling you the truth. Yeah, you suck. That's true. Okay, great. That's easy, and it's not what I'm talking about. Telling the truth means the hardest truth of all, which is telling the truth about yourself. Being honest about who you are. It's the commitment to stop playing a role It's the commitment to living honestly, and that means revealing who you are without shame. Not posing at all. At all. But you. And you will find, if you attempt this, the first thing you'll find is how unbelievably dishonest you are. I tried this. It's a little like a low-carb diet. It sounds easy, then you realize, actually, I really love Reese's. I just do. I'm sorry. And you didn't really know how much you loved Reese's until you went keto, and then you're like, all I care about is Reese's. And then you realize, like, you really are kind of disgusting. And telling the truth is the same project. If you wake up and you're like, I'm just going to, in every statement I make, in every word that my lips form, I'm going to be honest, particularly about myself. When I make a mistake, I'm going to admit it. When I describe something, I will not exaggerate, not even a little. I'm going to tell the full truth. And there are some things I don't express. Because telling the truth does not obligate you to unload the contents of your brain on anyone else. And there are some things that are ugly and probably best kept inside your own head. Because freedom is impossible without privacy. So you can maintain privacy within your skull. That's okay. But the words your lips form should be utterly true all the time. And if you do that, you will find swelling in your breast a power of unknown origin, but still unmistakably a power, a strength. You become stronger. More than if you ran the Ironman. You will find yourself empowered in the truest sense. You will find that a force moves through you. And other people can feel it. It comes off you in waves like a jet engine on a hot day. You can see the weird distortions in the sky. And they will back off. It intimidates people. It scares people if they know that you're strong inside. It doesn't mean, you know, you have to be huge or ripped or whatever, drinking that weird protein powder that all the kids drink. Not that I'm against it. I don't know what it is, but anyway. Check the ingredients on that, by the way. It's the parts of animals you're not supposed to eat. That's just a guess. Anyway. No, it's a real strength. It's a moral strength. Not a self-righteousness, which is the opposite of moral strength. That's always a signifier of weakness. The guy who tells you how great he is weak inside, because why are you telling me that? I'll decide. I know how good you are because I can smell it like a dog can smell it. All of these perceptions and all of our deepest perceptions come to us at a level above words, or maybe below them, but certainly outside of language. We know what people are about when we're in their presence, when we watch them. Your dogs can't speak English. I mean, mine can, but yours can't. No, but really, a dog knows who people are instantly because they can feel it, and so can you. The distance between a human being and an animal, the distance between our society and the animal kingdom is very small. And we lie about that. We've been lied to about that for whatever reason. But that's totally real. And you have those powers too, and so does everyone around you, whether he knows it or not. And so if you are strong inside, people will make way for you. And that's important because we are entering a period of real volatility. I mean, clearly, of real volatility. And I'm not a parent. I mean, I should just say at the outset, you know, as I noted, I'm 54. I grew up in Southern California back when that was literally the greatest place on earth. You felt deep sympathy and sadness for anyone who didn't live there, for the billions of people who didn't live in Southern California. And there were a lot of people who didn't live in Southern California, and we had a moment of silence for them because it was so great. So I am not a person who looks for apocalypse on the horizon. I always think it's going to be 74 and sunny, just my nature and my upbringing. Oh, 74 and sunny, you're from Newport Beach. Okay, I got it. Anyway, but the evidence unmistakably shows an acceleration in whatever this dark force is in this country, whose only impulse is to destroy. Not to improve or create, but to destroy. And it's all around us. And the only way to stop it is with that moral strength I described. Guns won't stop it. They have more than we do. That's just true. And they're happy to use them. They're happy to use them. And when I hear Senator Dick Durbin, who might be the most evil member of the Senate, and it's quite a tight race for that title, When I hear Senator Dick Durbin say maybe we should take some of the tens of millions of foreigners who've arrived, all of whom seem to be about 23 and in great shape, and hand them automatic weapons in our military and give them badges and guns in our police departments, I'm wondering, what exactly is that? Oh, you're assembling an army against your own people. That's what you're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. And you know that that's what they're doing. So, whatever, there are hard times ahead. And you can't beat them with force of arms. You can only beat them with the truth, by showing up and standing immobile in the face of their lies and not fearing them. And there's far too little of this going on. And I felt it today as they announced they're going to tear down the monument commemorating the peace between North and South in the Civil War. What is that? And I thought, and this is at Arlington National Cemetery in Arlington, Virginia, right across the bridge from Washington, D.C. And I read that news and it was stayed by a judge, thank heaven. But no one showed up to protest it. And I thought, where are the veterans? Where are the descendants of Civil War veterans like me, like many people in this crowd who had ancestors who fought in that war on both sides? They were all Americans. To stand in front of that monument and say, it's not yours to destroy. That's my history. This is my country. I was born here, and you may not do that. And their position will be, oh, we're going to throw you in jail. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. It only takes 3 or 4 people with that crazy-eyed go-ahead look before they're like, whoa, wait a second. We're dealing with a force here. And I should say at the outset, I don't want to seem self-righteous, I did not do that. Okay, I'm here. And so I hate it being a case of like somebody should do that. But I guess what I'm really saying is everybody should do that. Everybody should do that. We know where this is going. There's no happy end game here. They're not trying to build a better society. If there is, where's the evidence of their efforts? It doesn't exist. They're purely trying to destroy. We live here. Our children live here. Our ancestors lived here. How about no? And that literally will change the whole story. And I have to say, as you look at Europe, because I was unemployed all summer, I took a bunch of trips around the world. Are you really cheering unemployment? Well, I was. And I thought, I can't fish all summer and bird season's not till October, so I got to get on the road. So I went and visited all these countries and a bunch in Europe. And one thing I noticed was when they have some political turmoil in France, for example, that affects the farmers, or the Netherlands, the farmers just kind of show up with their tractors. Or they do. They just change the government. They're in the process of changing the government in Holland because people got out and said no. And I thought, well, wait a second. I'm old enough to remember when everyone on my side denounced the French as surrender monkeys and, the French are weak. And, really? No one's doing that here, I notice. And is it a question of our ability to do it? Is the police state in the United States so powerful that people don't dare to do it? Possibly. It is powerful, that's for sure. We live in a police state, obviously. But it's probably more than that. And I think what it really is that most Americans don't understand the terms. We've never had political volatility here at this scale, ever. Things have been absolutely fine since, Appomattox in 1865. We've had ups and downs, the Vietnam War and Occupy Wall Street and all this stuff, but there hasn't been a moment where 100 million people felt like, wow, they could put me in jail. And we're in that moment now. So it's time to recalibrate what we're looking at. Or else the humiliation rituals will continue, and if they continue unabated, how does that end? Ask yourself, honestly, how does that end? If they're treating you like you're subhuman, what are their plans for you? If they won't let you say what you think, they don't consider you human. Period. Free speech is not some abstract concept. Free speech is what delineates a free man from a slave. The slave has to shut up and do what he's told. His opinion is not welcome. A free man, a citizen, can by definition express what he thinks. And there's nothing anyone in authority can do about it ever. A government that cares about you tries to elevate you, tries to make you stronger, more independent, as you would with your children. Any parent who inculcates dependency in kids is killing the kids. If you're 15 years old, your parents are like, oh, did you have a bad dream? Come sleep in bed with us. If you're 25 and your parents are like, you don't need a job, just live with us. Mom will make you Captain Crunch for breakfast. They're trying to hurt you whether they know it or not. Anyone who tries to make you dependent is trying to hurt you. Anyone who tries to make you weaker does not have your best interests in mind. And anyone who bombards you with ugliness hates you. And we are being bombarded with ugliness, and we don't even notice. And what do I mean by that? I mean the physical landscape around us. This is the most beautiful country in the face of the earth, and I can say that with some, I think, certainty, having been to many, many countries. We have the best-looking country. And the way things look really matters. If you raise a child in an isolation room, what happens to the child? He becomes completely disabled. If you love your children, you raise them with lots of visual stimuli and beautiful things, so they will be inquisitive and bright-eyed and cheerful. The uglier you make an environment, the more you oppress the people who live in the environment. And it can't be accidental, because what is beauty? Beauty is truth. The truer something is, the more beautiful it is. The most beautiful things were made by God. Period. The most beautiful things are in no museum. They're nature. They're trees and leaves and grass. They're animals. They're your dog's face. There's no painting in the Louvre that's half as beautiful as your dog's face. That's not a sentimental statement. That's a reflection of fact. And if I'm lying, find one. There isn't one. And all great art is the closest approximation people can get to the things that God made. That's what it is. And the most beautiful thing of all, of course, is people. A person's face. I'd say a woman's face, but opinions may differ. But the human face is the most beautiful thing. So to the extent they deface that, literally deface that, to the extent they make our environment uglier, they're trying to hurt us, and they are serving evil. And we don't take it seriously. I was driving here today. I was driving through Phoenix, which I like. I like Phoenix, actually. And we passed a new mall, new construction. You can't blame the 70s for this architecture. And it was so overpoweringly ugly. It was so aggressively unattractive. It was such an offense against aesthetics that I thought, and I meant it with my whole heart, where's the architect? And why is he not in prison? And I mean that. And if you think that's radical, if you think that's crazy, that someone would be allowed to deface the public view, the landscape we all live in, along a highway, and get away with it, and we're like, actually, the real criminals were January 6th. No. The real criminals are the ones building dollar stores in your town. I'm sorry. And they could tell you, well, it's really important that poor people have cheap goods from China, and they come in lots of bright colors. Really? That's nothing but degrading. And I also say, just as an ancillary matter, that any economic system that produces that, I'm opposed to. I don't care what you call it. If it increases the amount of ugliness and human degradation, I'm against it. I'm against it. You can call it whatever you want. And you can call your new economic system whatever you want. As long as it produces a prettier, more pro-human world, I am for it. Period. So why are they doing this? Because they don't consider you human, that's why. It's that simple. You would never treat a fellow human being the way they are treating you. And the last thing I'll say, which I've been thinking about a lot, and this is kind of inchoate, so pardon me if I don't explain it correctly, but I do think we're looking at a very different worldview from the one that we assumed we were looking at. This is not a Western worldview. The goal is to overthrow Western civilization. What is Western civilization? Anyone Wikipedia that recently? It's Christian civilization. That's what it is. And by the way, if I can just say, as a nod to my fairly ecumenical beliefs, you don't have to be a Christian to live in that civilization, to love it, to uphold it, to benefit from it. But we should not lie about where the civilization comes from, because it's based on the precepts of a very specific religion. That's called Christianity. And it's very different from the Eastern view. And that's not an indictment of people who live in the East, many of whom I love, the East of the globe, I mean, at all. And a lot of them want to live in a Western civilization. So again, I'm not kind of attacking anybody, I'm just noting that the Western worldview, the Christian worldview, upon which Europe and the United States and the Anglosphere, meaning Canada, above us, and New Zealand and Australia, were founded on these ideas. What are those ideas? Well, the core idea is that the individual matters. The individual has a soul. And that's one of the reasons that in Western wars, even in the First and Second World Wars, which were atrocities, and killed more people than anywhere ever, the amount of intentional war crimes was actually, on most sides, certainly on the American side, pretty low for a war. And the way that those civilizations were organized was always around the individual. Maybe you had a king and he was in charge, but it didn't mean he could treat you as a subhuman. He had to have a reason to do that. But above all, it meant that we punished the individual for the things that the individual did, and not for things other people did. Collective punishment is a foreign concept in Western civilization because it's a foreign concept of Christianity. Christianity and the West are open to everybody. They're non-sectarian. And it's not passed on by your blood. It's a choice that you make. And that's the best thing about America. And it's why, as much as I think our current immigration disaster will destroy our country, I will never stop feeling a lot of warmth for immigrants who love America more than a lot of Americans do. I love those people, and I mean it. Wherever they're from, and that's a sincere feeling. It's amazing. In fact, you've had a lot of people out here, and some of them weren't born in this country, and they're the most articulate defenders of our system. But the core of our system is that it revolves around the individual because the individual has a soul. He is not just part of a group. He's not a faceless head in the crowd. He's a human being because God created him. Our leaders don't feel that way. Our leaders group us into large groupings. You're black, you're white, the dreaded white, you're Hispanic, Asian, trans, gay, straight, whatever. These aren't individuals. These communities. No woman ever gave birth to a community. These aren't real. Yeah, she may have. Don't bait me into a mean joke. These are categories that by their nature dehumanize us and deny the primacy of the human soul. So there is no history of collective punishment in the United States. Where is there? Well, in the East, in Russia, in China, in North Korea, where it's to this day considered normal to arrest the person for the thought crime and then to arrest his children and parents because they're all in the same family, so they're punished as a group. That concept cannot exist here, and if it does, we are not America. You are responsible for what you did, not for what your parents did, no matter what they look like, no matter what class they belong to. We don't have kulaks here. People throw in the term kulak. What was a kulak? Well, I mean, it was someone in the bourgeoisie, usually agricultural, farmers with more than 2 cows, okay? But the idea was they weren't just sinful because they had more than 2 cows, they were sinful because their parents did too, and their neighbors did too, and they were punished collectively. Nothing like that has ever happened in the West, in no country in the West, for all the bad things that, say, Belgium, which I love to beat up on, has done. They actually were a pretty crappy colonial power. They never inflicted collective punishment because Christians don't do that. But you are seeing a leadership class in this country on both sides who is starting to think that way. And that is a massive threat to you. So just remember, what threatens you is not a political movement, it's a spiritual movement. The plan can only end in true sadness and tears and weeping and gnashing of teeth. There's no happy ending to the story that they are telling. And the third and most important thing is that you can only fight back. In fact, maybe you can only survive, not by changing them, because you can't, but by changing yourself. And by becoming more impressive, more honest, and as a result of that, stronger. Thank you, and I will take your hostile questions. All right, does someone have a question? Oh, so wait, hold on. I can hear a woman with a microphone. Oh, she's right there.
I didn't see whether you did upper deck or lower deck.
Lower deck, baby.
Okay. So yesterday, while speaking, Vivek Ramaswamy briefly mentioned the issue of large influx of illegal immigrants coming to America and how it is affecting our economy and everyday Americans and everything that we do. And his solution for this was to send back all illegal aliens. So I wanted to present to you the circumstance that I have seen that has affected me in the state of Texas, where there are children that come here with their families at a very young age when they're not old enough to make that decision to come here legally or illegally. So while they're here, they're subject to the jurisdiction of the American government under public education systems. They receive their education here, and they are influenced by our culture here, and this is the only language and experience that they have in society. So with them being sent back, it would obviously be detrimental for them. So what is your opinion of this, and how would you handle that situation?
Well, I would say just the obvious point first, since they call me Captain Obvious, that whenever you move large groups of people from one place to another, particularly if they don't want to move, there's a lot of suffering. That's true when people come here illegally. Ask anyone who's made it to the Darien Gap, you know. A lot of people die. Most women are raped. I mean, the whole thing's a disaster. Mass movements of people are bad, okay, in general. So there's that. If you did that, you would cause some suffering. No doubt. It's gone on too long. On the other hand, I don't really see how we have a choice. Because how can you say you're a nation of laws if people from other countries don't have to obey your laws? And you really can't. And I really don't know what to say. I mean, if I break the law, or if you break the law, especially now that they found out you came here, you know, you're going to be held to that standard ruthlessly. I mean, I have a friend, Peter Navarro, is about to go to prison for not responding to a subpoena from Liz Cheney and her fake committee. Hunter Biden does. It's like totally cool. It's Hunter Biden is cool. So, like, yes, if you want to restore the country to where it needs to be, which is a fair country, fairness is the goal, okay, fairness, which means universal principles universally applied, then you have to be serious about your laws and probably need, like, far fewer laws. We could probably get rid of 99% of laws. I've got a lot of kids. I don't have a lot of laws in my house. You know, can't smoke weed at the dinner table or whatever, you know, like the obvious ones. I don't need a law for that. So, but anyway, the point is, you degrade your country and its justice system when you allow tens of millions of people to break the law without punishment, okay? The second thing I just know from traveling a lot is that I'm not sure how it helps any country to have its most ambitious people leave. And the funny thing, if I can just say, about American liberals is they're so convinced that their system is superior, they're like, well, you know, of course, anyone living here in some depressing suburb of Houston on food stamps has a much better life than someone in El Salvador. Well, actually, I've been in El Salvador a lot. It's pretty great. And I'm not convinced it's the worst place to raise your kids right now, to be honest. But more to the point, how is that compassionate? Syria had a civil war, and like almost every single doctor in Syria left and went to the West. Oh, a new life for the doctors. Well, what about people who still live in Syria? They don't have any doctors. And if you talk to anyone who runs one of these so-called third world countries, some of which are pretty nice, I got to be honest, they're a lot better than downtown LA. We're always like, oh, it's so third world. Really? They have none of that in El Salvador. None. There's no one on the street. They have families. Like, it's embarrassing to have your relatives beg. They have no murders. Like, the third world is not, I mean, everyone should visit just to, like, give you a little bit of perspective on, say, Baltimore. But if you talk to people who run these countries, they're like, all the people with the most ambition take off. Like, that's terrible for us. We're losing a whole generation. The brain drain is real. And so, like, why doesn't, you know, if, I think most immigrants now are not from Latin America. They're mostly coming from Africa and the Middle East, some from Asia. But I don't know how that helps Liberia, or more likely Nigeria, for everyone to come here. And definitely doesn't help us at all. And there's no justification for it economically at all. And by the way, this country is so big and so spread out that most people have no idea what's going on in it. But I would just, I honestly, if you have a free day, drive 500 miles in one direction, stay in a motel, and drive back. And tell me what you see. Is that the country you remember? There's garbage on the side of the road. There are people living in the bathroom at the hotel? Really? It's scary? Like, how did that happen? And how do we know it was, why didn't we know it was happening? So I just think we're in an actual crisis. I think if we deported a single person, it would be sad for that person, probably. But we don't have a choice. Yeah, Nikki Haley. No, Nikki Haley isn't real, as I told you at the outset. She literally isn't real. You've never seen her walk by a mirror. The whole thing's a hologram designed by Republican donors. By the way, the marvelous thing about Nikki Haley is she gets so much attention on television. I don't have one, but apparently she's on television like every commercial break. When we come back, Nikki Haley. And there's not 27 Republican primary voters who aren't billionaires who support her program. It's insane. She's running on things that are completely irrelevant to Republican primary voters. Just look at the polling. And yet she persists. You don't want to live in a society where every politician has to have a personal billionaire backing his campaign. Where every cultural movement has to because what is that? That's an oligarchy. And do you want to live in one? That's Russia, right? Russia, it's an oligarchy. Okay. They don't have freedom of the press. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Jaden Rodriguez, more commonly known as the Gas and Flat Kid. And I wanted to ask you again some few questions.
Hit me, baby.
Would you ever consider doing kids programming? And if so, would you hire me?
Absolutely, but you'd have to be our CFO.
Okay. And also, would you consider being vice president for Trump?
It's funny you ask. So, thank you for asking me, Jaden. And it's funny that you paired those two questions together because they have the same answer. So you asked, would I ever consider doing kids programming, and would I consider entering politics? And there's a phrase in Western Maine that I just love. I don't know nothing about that stuff. That's the phrase. And I feel that way. I feel like there's this weird temptation for people when they do something I've done the same job literally for 32 years. So, and you get good at something if you do it enough. You know what I mean? That's why you want to go to the knee doctor who does it 8 times a day. And if you, get to middle age and you're like, oh, I've been, relatively successful in my own stupid field. I'm good at this. I think I'd also be a great landscape painter or hip hop artist or movie producer. You got to shake yourself and say, no, actually, that's a very recognizable syndrome that afflicts mostly men, but also Nikki Haley, who may or not be real, which is called hubris. Hubris. And hubris means the belief that you're God and that you're somehow good at everything. And I don't believe in that at all. And I check that impulse in myself on a daily basis. I'm a talk show host. That's what I do. And I talk about the world and my dumb ideas and politicians and the hijinks that they're up to. And I fulminate and scowl and stare blankly into the camera. And, I enjoy doing that. I think I'm pretty good at it. How could I not be? It's all I've ever done. But one thing I have never done, probably not very good at, is making children's programming. I have a lot of children. Didn't allow them to watch TV, so I have no idea what kids watch. And politics, well, I've followed it all my life, of course. With every passing year, I become more repulsed because it becomes ever more repulsive. And I don't just mean the system, just to be totally clear on this. I don't just mean the system of politics. I mean the actual people who participate in it because I know them personally. And with real exceptions. I mean, I have a couple friends in politics, amazingly. But in general, I think they're probably the worst people in our society, and there's got to be a name for this. A country of great people run by the worst people. It also describes the U.S. military. The best people led by the worst. And I don't think I could be around that. I mean, I think it's absolutely important, maybe like historically important, for Trump not to be stopped by this totally immoral, country-changing political vendetta. You cannot use the Justice Department to knock the front runner out of the race on fake charges, period. And if you allow that, you're done. Okay, so there's that. And you also can't allow a political party to choose a senile guy to, quote, run your country when every single person knows he's not running the country because he's senile. And no one's allowed to say so because it's mean. Stop. So I do think that's super important. It's just impossible to imagine myself ever getting involved in something like that. And not because I'm afraid, because I'm not afraid at all. I don't really care what happens to me, and I mean that. I mean that. But because how would I be good at that? Do you know what I mean? I don't think I would. And I just can't imagine myself at a fundraiser or something and somebody like, well, actually, Zelensky's a lot like Churchill. And I just couldn't sit through it. I don't care how much money you're giving me. Zelensky is not like Churchill. Okay? Zelensky has tried to get my country where my children live in a nuclear war. And anyone who tries to get my children in a nuclear war is my enemy. And so I couldn't sit through that meal without making Ken Griffin mad. Oh, Ken Griffin, I'm a billionaire. Oh, shut up. You know nothing. And I've watched it. I interviewed a presidential candidate at one point who said, what do you think of Ukraine? Oh, well, I think, Ukraine is a sad regional conflict. I don't think Russia should have invaded. Fine. But it's not in our core national interest. Well, that's obviously true. And Ken Griffin calls the guy up and is like, you can't say that. And he's like, issues a statement next day like, I can't say that. Actually, Ukraine is really important. Zelensky's Churchill. I'm not naming names, but I will say I thought that was disgusting. And I like the guy who did it, by the way. That's disgusting. You should be ashamed. You're a grown man, and you're taking orders from some moron, some guy who doesn't know anything, who may be good at, investing. It doesn't mean you're a good person, and it definitely doesn't mean you're wise. Wealth is not a measure of wisdom, and wisdom is all that matters if you're running things. So I just can't imagine. Anyway, one last question. Thank you so much. If I change my mind, I'll hire you. Yes, sir.
It's the last question.
Got it.
Hello, I'm Jackson Robinson from Lafayette, Louisiana, and I started Turning Point Club at Lafayette High School, and I have 2 questions for you.
Hit me with them!
Would you fully support a theocratical government structure based on the teachings of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
Of course I have no idea what that means. So, I don't know. I would say that, don't even get me going. I left the church that I grew up in over this question. Christianity has to stand distinct from politics. Because when Christianity mingles with politics, Christianity dies. And I've seen it. And watching these churches, many of which I support because, spoiler alert, I'm a Christian, start pushing the vax at the demand of the CDC and others, and the propaganda campaigns that individual churches, conservative evangelical churches, inflicted on their parishioners, telling them that Jesus would want them to take this vax, which was not tested longitudinally. I was so offended that I left. And I'm not attacking those churches. I'm sure they're nice people, and I think they're sincere believers. But the point is, when you mingle with people who are corrupt, unless you overwhelm them with the truth, if you're even a little bit impressed by their earthly power, even a little bit impressed, you will be corrupted. And I've seen that happen. It happened to Russell Moore. Runs Christianity, totally corrupted by politics, completely corrupted. And his impulses are political impulses. They're not Christian impulses. And he's constantly thinking, well, will I offend this or that person in power? And if you think, even for a second, about what your witness, who will be offended by it, you're way off track. You're serving the wrong leader. And so I'm very concerned with any intersection. And I will say, finally, just having traveled a lot, that the death of Christianity in Europe, which is one of the biggest things ever to happen, it was a Christian continent, and that's only true in Eastern Europe now. In Western Europe, it's totally atheist, or full pagan. That happened in part because the church was an organ of the state, and people really came to hate the church as a result of that. And that makes me sad, because I like the church. I like churches. I like religious people. I also, to be totally honest, even though I don't share their faith, I kind of like religious people of a lot of different faiths. And when I saw the Hasids in Brooklyn during COVID, and they're like, we're going to our weddings because that's what we do. And they don't want to fight with the government, but they're like, no, we're going to our weddings. I know you have your little pandemic or whatever, but we're still going to our weddings because we're Orthodox and that's what we do. I was like, you go Hasids. Do you know what I mean? Faith gives you strength. That's not my faith. I don't agree with that faith, but I respect them because they do believe their faith. And that's how I feel. So I would just be, I think our country, the last thing I'll say is, I do think that countries like people suffer consequences for immorality. And if your country celebrates it, if it elevates abortion as a positive good, a means of freedom, it's just child sacrifice. That's exactly what that is. And mutilating children, discarding children, promoting prostitution, selling people's bodies? What? I think you suffer consequences. I think there's a lot of evidence that you do. And again, I'm not a theologian. Don't ask me about the end times. I have no idea. But that is a very dangerous thing to do, and we are doing it. And so is theocracy the answer? I don't know what that means, but I don't want the government anywhere near my church, and I mean it. Thank you. But I love it.
They say there's nothing in the world as powerful as an idea whose time has come. When the Heritage Foundation was founded, the idea was simple: empower principled conservatives.
gave me loaded dice. I couldn't draw a hand if I sat here all night. Scared money, bad whiskey, there ain't no way to win. But this ain't the first time, it's the way it's always been. And you know the lady's a lot like Reno. She ain't got a heart, and she don't care when you're down. Just like the lights of the casino, she'll pull you in and play with you a while. But there ain't no way to win. I know she's a lot like Reno. Both out to break you, take everything you got. When you finally win the hand, there ain't nothing in the pot. A gamble that I'm taking, that either one I choose, the Lady of Reno, either way I lose. You know the lady's a lot like Reno. She ain't got a heart, she don't care when you're down. Just like the lights of the casino, she'll pull you in and play with you a while. But there ain't no way to win, and I know she's a lot like Reno. You know the lady's a lot like Reno. She ain't got a heart, she don't care when you're down. Just like the lights of the casino, play with you a while. But there ain't no way to win. I know she's a lot like Reno. Couldn't roll me a 7 if he gave me loaded dice.
Are you kidding me right now? I don't know if you are intentionally trying to just generate clips that are nonsensical, or you're just really that stupid.
Nights.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm your host, Tim Pool of Timcast IRL. Thanks for coming, and let's bring out our panel. There we go. We got Ian Crossland. Next up. The suspense. Seamus Coughlin of Freedom Tunes. Yeah.
I love you.
Here we go. We got Luke Rutkowski of We Are Change. Luke. And here he is, Charlie Kirk from Turning Point USA. And honoring us here at TPUSA once more, it is an honor and a privilege. Tucker Carlson is back to join us. Charlie Kirk, thanks for having us back on stage again.
Thanks, man. It's amazing to have you.
Absolutely. It's wonderful. It's amazing to see so many people. And we'll get into it with everybody here. This is it's a big year-end show for us. We've got Donald Trump's approval rating. His polls against Joe Biden are through the roof. In swing states, he has a tremendous advantage with voters who did not vote in 2020. Joe Biden is in the gutter. And so we're looking at political victory right now. We're looking at cultural victories with the likes of Public Square, building the parallel economy, with Angel Studios and their movies, and of course, with a massive crowd and what we're seeing here at Turning Point USA. So the big question is, with all of this success and all this hope right in front of us, what can we expect next year, and what do we do to keep the momentum up and avoid losing it?
I think the best thing to expect is equal response. You're going to get an equal and opposite response. So we've got to think clear, and we've got to have slippery minds and willing to do new things that have never been done before, awesome new technologies, things that people won't be expecting, and implement them fast like Uber was implemented.
Yeah, I think one thing conservatives have to be very careful about here is not assuming that we're going to have a victory, because everyone was talking about the red wave day in and day out without us actually coalescing around a central message. And because the only thing we had to say was we're going to win, rather than putting forward a strategy for doing so, we ended up getting clobbered. And I'm worried that we have the potential to see that happen again in 2024.
I don't know if I would. I know a lot of people felt like it was a clobbering with the midterm, but I think while we do see tremendous cultural victories, I'll give a shout out to Benny Johnson. He had that amazing clip that I saw on X, where he was shouting out this massive audience and showing the lack thereof for some other leftist personalities. While I think we certainly are doing really well culturally and winning the hearts and minds of people, I think what a lot of people missed in 2020 and 22 was winning elections is not just about convincing people to vote, it's who counts the votes. And that's my concern now going into 2024. We can sit here and talk about polls all day and night. Are we going to have the procedure behind us to actually win?
You're talking about electronic voting, man. You need to know what that software code is, because if it's tricking shit behind the scene, maybe I can say that in this audience. You know what word I'm talking about.
Charlie, kick him out.
We need to be prepared. I think that demanding open source or free software voting like code like AGPL3, so at least we can look at the code. It doesn't mean that people can't hack into it, and that might still be an issue, but at least we know that the machines are doing what they're supposed to do, if we're going to use those.
Yeah, I mean, no country serious about democracy would ever use an electronic voting machine, and many don't, because anything digital can be manipulated. Look at Wikipedia. Look at the internet, where entire portions of history are now gone. So I would just demand that we have no electronic voting machines. Why would you even want to worry about that? But I would say that you don't want to give the other side credit for being straightforward or honorable, because they're not. And so it's not a question of convincing anyone. The argument against Trump in 2020 wasn't a wall is bad. You can't make that argument. The argument was, he's a bad person, and then we had COVID, which of course was the kind of pivotal fact of that election. So I think you have to assume if we have another pandemic or a war, particularly a war between now and election day, that is either, an intentional act to subvert our democracy, or it certainly will be harnessed for that use. So I just wouldn't assume that it's going to come at you straight and head on. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we have to understand, people don't relinquish power peacefully. The establishment has a lot of power that they're abusing right now. We're dealing with criminals. We're dealing with individuals that have committed psyops, that have committed horrible atrocities on the people of the world, that have started wars, that have started literal gene splicing, chemical, biological warfare against the people. So we have to understand there's going to be something that's going to be happening here that we should be absolutely paying attention to as we're dealing with essentially a multi-trillion-dollar propaganda machine. But it is being wrecked by shit posters and memes. Yeah, it is being destroyed by individuals speaking truth to it. It is being destroyed by individuals coming together, coalescing, and saying enough is enough of this bull crap. I am done. My life has value. I am standing up for myself. I am standing up for this country. And that is a danger to the establishment that they fear. And in that fear, we're dealing with a cornered animal. That cornered animal is dangerous, and they could act out in many different ways. They're capable of anything. They're capable of something that we can't even imagine.
Luke's just cranking it right up to 11 right when we get started, so I can respect that. By the way. But in terms of what Tucker was just mentioning about war, I'm hearing a lot of talk about a potential full-scale war with Russia as something that could potentially subvert us in 2024.
Well, war means war powers for the people waging the war. So these are people who think only in terms of power, acquiring it, preventing you from having it. So they see it, you see war in terms of its human cost or maybe its geopolitical effect. They see war in terms of their own fortunes and their own power. So the second we're at war, and there's a long history of this in the West, when war broke out in 1940 in England, the government, later run by Winston Churchill, our hero, put the opposition party in prison with their families, where they stayed without charges. And that's been, that's been Epsteined. It's gone as a fact, but that actually happened. So don't underestimate the ability of a government at war to use its new powers to criminally crush its opponents.
There's a journalist by the name of Steve Baker, who is a contributor to The Blaze, who has tweeted that he was instructed to turn himself in tomorrow for charges related to January 6th. This guy, you see a picture of him. He's wearing a suit. He's got glasses. He looks like your quintessential journalist. Richie McGinnis, who's a friend of ours and also a journalist who worked for The Caller, said this guy is unambiguously a journalist, and he told them only a few months ago they'll never arrest you for this, but now they're doing it.
So how about no? When is the first person going to stand up and say, this is fake, this is political, I'm not submitting? I don't know. At some point, they're going to force people to do that. Everyone in this room believes in the system, grew up in the system, was proud of the system for its unique fairness globally. Unique. No system was fairer than ours. And that's the main thing that we were proud of as Americans. It no longer is. And it's transparently political, particularly January 6th stuff. There's it's been 3 years. Yeah. This is insane. And so someone at some point is going to be like, I don't know, you're going to have to Ruby Ridge me because I'm not playing along.
That's worrisome.
It is worse. Yeah. But I'm saying, why does everyone pretend like this ghost system, which is merely sort of a grotesque imitation of its former self, still is real? It's not real.
You're speaking my language. Everybody knows what 2 words I want to say, but I'll throw it to Charlie instead.
No, look, the empire is going to strike back in 24. What that looks like, we don't know. And in 20, they did declare war. That's what COVID was. COVID was a domestic declaration of war that gave unelected bureaucrats unlimited power to change the voting laws. And they're going to try to do it in 2024. Probably a foreign war, but who knows? And we have to be prepared for that. If we want even a chance to win, and people ask all the time, do you think we're going to win? I have no idea.
Well, these rules are all still in place?
Yeah, I mean, mostly
universal mail-in voting.
We've minorly changed some things in Georgia, Wisconsin, some things. Arizona has gotten worse, actually. We've gotten less secure in our elections here.
And also, let's not kid ourselves. There's probably going to be a psyop. There's probably going to be a false flag.
We're living through one.
There's probably going to be an agitation, and our reaction to the next thing, whatever that next thing is going to be critically important. And this is why I think there's such a massive effort to take down Twitter, to take down Rumble, to take away people's ability to call out the psyops in real time, which are happening right now. And I think the system is kind of scrambling because I think they had a lot of things down the pipeline, but they know they can't get away with it. It's a very dangerous gambit that they're playing right now. And I don't see things going well the longer this goes on and the more that we don't know what the future is going to be in front of us with as they're desperate.
That's what waiting around is not the solution, because if we just petition them to, hey, please stop electronic voting, we can't see the code, please give us the code, it's not going to happen. We need to build systems that are better. Or in parallel, like we could vote legitimately on the machine or wherever with paper and then on a blockchain voluntarily. Like it would just take a lot of us to do it. And then we could check and see if they're accurate. And that would be one way to move forward.
It is tough. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what Tucker was saying. Yeah, let's not have electronic voting machines. Open source the code, do whatever you got to do. But there's a practical question of what can we do right now with less than a year in front of us?
The best thing is use X and Twitter because it's obviously a threat to them. They wouldn't want to shut it down or go after Elon if it wasn't working. The greatest hope we have in 2024 is we have a sliver of the public square back that we didn't have in 20. And that's why they're going to try to either indict Elon or they're just going to try to crash Twitter through a DDoS attack or some sort of foreign threat. They're going to try to take Twitter down by the summer.
The EU is going after him now.
Yeah,
they just announced this today,
obviously.
Right?
No, people are saying things on Twitter that you're not allowed to say. And they're going very viral very quickly, and public opinion is changing too rapidly.
Can I just point out, I think it was Dave Smith who pointed this out to us on the show, that before Elon Musk purchased X, if you said men are not women, you would be banned. That actually happened. I mean, it is quite remarkable. To be fair, the gains we've gotten back, I mean, it's a tremendous loss for the fact that we could not say on one of the biggest social media platforms in the world, men aren't women. They actually banned Meghan Murphy for saying that, and just that. It's very innocuous.
I find Twitter is a vulnerability at this moment, the way it's built, the centralized system. So if we can decentralize that thing into a protocol and still use it, and it's fast enough, there's still issues with like Nostr where sending video is slow, but it doesn't mean it's always going to be slow. We can use mesh networks so that if we all have Twitter on our phone and 4 of our phones go down, the other 2 are going to keep the network going.
I do think that, you know, what Turning Point USA is doing right here is one of the most important things. Bringing people together. People are meeting each other all throughout this building and even in the streets, even at restaurants.
Yes.
That culture building is the most important thing because, as we all know, it's been quoted 50 billion times. Andrew Breitbart, politics is downstream from culture.
Someone told me this is like the RNC now. This is basically why not just this is the RNC de facto.
Mm-hmm. I can't say that as a compliment. If you might have meant it as an insult. Would you call the RNC, Tucker? It's like NATO. It sucks huge amounts of cash and demands attention and does nothing useful.
Time to abolish it. And it subverts Poland in its spare time. Yeah, comparing anything to the Republican National Committee or Convention is just...
It's an ugly slur.
It's an ugly slur.
I'll take it as what the RNC should be doing.
Say,
exactly.
You know, having been around this stuff my whole life and spent my whole life in Washington, the true corruption of the Republican Party, I don't know, it just took... I was like 10 years behind on that.
Speaking my language.
But now that I see it, I'm like, I can't believe this exists. Because, by the way, in some ways it's more offensive than the Democratic Party because it's lying. The Democratic Party is just like, we're here to hurt you and belittle you, of course. But the Republican Party pretends to be on your side. They're like Quislings, but they're literally, the Republican Congress just allowed the Biden administration to spy on Republican voters. So, like, is there a bigger sign of the fact that they hate you every bit as much as the Democrats?
What I love about this, though, is I agree with you. However, if you are on the, how would I describe this, the lower end of the IQ bell curve, you don't understand what it is Democrats are saying they're doing. So, for instance, when they say they're going to have free trade, that's good for everybody. When they say we're going to increase environmental regulations and increase taxes, to the average person, they're like, this is good. It makes the rich pay their fair share. But to anybody who knows anything, they're like, hey, wait a minute. This is going to drive all of our manufacturing base overseas where they can ship their products back for dirt, pay people in China dirt, and have no environmental regulations. So this is why Trump takes actions when he did in his first term that resulted in a lot of manufacturing coming back. But see, we can understand that. And I'm not trying to be too much of a dick, but there's a lot of people who don't understand the basics. And I'm sorry, but sometimes I do argue with them on X. And they say, you know, I remember this one conversation where a guy said, you know, food comes from the store. And I said, yes, but where does that food come from? He says, what do you mean? It comes from the store. And I said, my God, help me.
I'll help you.
I was there for that conversation.
It was
I remember sitting there. I was like,
He's like, what do you mean? Milk's coming from the store. And I'm like, there's a supply chain.
I think you got to build trust, and it's challenging with someone you disagree with. But if they trust you, they're more willing to change their mind about the things you're saying. And you mentioned, Tucker, about learning about the corruption of the Republican Party. And I kind of watched it in real time on TV in 2006, 7, 8, when the Iraq War was kind of lit up. And I remember you were into it. It seemed like you were on the side of the Republican, like George Bush and the movement. And then Jon Stewart came on one day, and you guys just had it out, and it was like humiliation. And he's like, please stop harming America. But the way you were looking at him was like really listening to him. Was that a moment?
No, I thought, and I still think that he's mediocrity, and I think time has proven me right on that.
Absolutely.
But what's interesting is that by that point, I mean, this is not even interesting at all, actually, but my views on Iraq, which I had a daily TV show leading up to that war, and I had kind of endorsed it sort of half-heartedly against my better instincts, but I did that. I felt ashamed about it ever since. And then I went to Iraq in December of 2003, 20 years ago this month, and I got through the day they captured Saddam at Tikrit, and I watched the whole place fall apart, and I won't bore you with the details, but I realized that everything I'd advocated for was a complete lie, that this was a disaster that could only hurt my country, which is the only country I really care about. And by the way, it eliminated the entire Christian population of Iraq, which I guess we're not allowed to say. But if you're a Christian, you should care what happens to Christians globally. And I must say, they do bear the brunt of almost all of our foreign policy. Yep. And no one says that. It's happening now. Happened in Syria. And it's like, shut up! You're not allowed to notice that. Why? I'm a Christian. Mm-hmm. And I care about other Christians. Why wouldn't I? And they do wind up bearing the disproportionate harm in our foreign policy adventures. And you have to ask yourself, why is that? Honestly, I don't know the answer, but it's super evil.
Well, I feel like a large component, and I think you were saying this earlier, if not the component of what the culture war is the destruction of Christianity.
Of course.
Well, yeah, it's exactly. It's a destruction of Christianity. There's also a destruction of innocence. Americans, unfortunately, will look at our foreign policy as if it's something entirely removed from our cultural realities and attitudes. But the truth is, we have promoted a callous disregard for human life over the course of decades because abortion was legal nationwide across this country prior to the overturning of Roe. And if you think sending women the message and men the message that they can wage war against their own unborn children does not have effects on the global stage, and that a person who doesn't have to care about the life of their unborn child is supposed to care about children in Gaza or Yemen, you're out of your mind.
Yeah.
But unironically, a lot of these neocons, they're usually pro-life, even though they want to start World War III and they want to send your kids to fight a foreign war.
But that's why they're pro-life. They need more babies to go send to war.
Well, yes, I think that's also a component to it. But there's also a lot of hypocrisy because a lot of the chaos that was created by this foreign policy was deliberate. Dick Cheney in 1991 was specifically talking about why we can't get rid of Saddam Hussein, because if we do, it's going to create chaos inside of the Middle East. It's going to kill the Christians. It's going to kill all the different sectarian Muslims there that are going to be fighting each other. It's going to make Iran more powerful in the region. It's going to create a vacuum. And they did it. They knowingly did it after 9/11. The Republicans, after 9/11, were on the wrong side of history, and they set up the institutions and the apparatuses that are now going after their other fellow Republicans and putting them in jail. And that's a hypocrisy that needs to be called out. And those people in that party need to be purged.
That's right. There need to be consequences for the actions that they've taken. They have literally done everything they could have possibly done with the role that they had to destroy our country and ensure that the people do not have a prosperous future. And what happens? I mean, we put all of the decision making in the hands of people who pay no price when they're wrong.
I want to throw back to what you were saying, Tucker, about you being on the wrong side of that and you regretting it and all that stuff. I think everybody here now agrees, and this is why they tremendously respect you. And it's because you say things that are true. You learn things, and then you correct yourself. You evolve your opinions, and here you are. Many of us, we've watched you for so long. And you take a look at the other conservatives in the establishment with the rise of Donald Trump, and what did they do? All of a sudden now, they're indistinguishable from Democrats. They're the antithesis. They are the people who said, I don't care what's true or correct, I care about what grants me political power. And now we're looking at old neoconservatives who have effectively joined the Democratic Party, or super PACs that are going after Trump. And my favorite thing is when Trump, in 2020, after they announced Biden wins, you have groups like the Lincoln Project saying, oh, our fight's not over, it was never about Trump. Well, it's just a Democrat super PAC with old Republicans now saying whatever Democrats want to hear to make money.
Yeah. But I do think yeah, I agree with every word, and I work for some of the people that you're referring to, and it's horrifying to me to see them change. But I do think a lot of it has to do with what's going on inside them, and they won't admit when they're wrong, and that's a tragedy for the country, but it's also a tragedy for them. There's nothing better for you. There's nothing more liberating. There's nothing more joy-inspiring than being able to admit when you're wrong. It frees you from the burden of the mistake that you made. That's totally real. You don't have to be a religious person to believe it. It's the basic precept of AA. It's the basic precept of all true liberation movements begin with you admitting that you're probably not a super great person and you don't have unlimited power. It starts with you being honest about yourself. And if you can't do that, you are in a prison. And that's why they're also fearful. Every word is measured. They're afraid of saying the wrong things. Why? Because they're afraid of being exposed. If you tell the truth, you have no such fear. You're not afraid at all because you're out there. You don't even care. And if you hurt someone's feelings, if you say something stupid, which you will definitely do, you just apologize for it, and it's better. It's like, I don't understand. It's like not a hard concept, and no one in D.C. can do it.
Yeah, humility. It's a blessing to be able to be humble.
It's the greatest blessing.
I love that
there's also a big distinction here that I think is very important to kind of call out here, because when we have these two sides, we have the establishment and we have the anti-establishment. The bigger distinction is one side is a bunch of bloodthirsty neoconservatives that want war and death and murder. The other side want, of course, none of that. They want peace. They are anti-war, principally anti-war. And for years now, there has always been an attack, no matter who you are, if you are anti-war. And I think this is a key issue that's going to be very important for this election cycle, because I do think something in Ukraine, something in Europe is going to be that galvanizing new Pearl Harbor-like event. And I think we need to speak up more, be more anti-war more than ever, because this is the key crux issue. And for years, Bill O'Reilly previously called me a jihad-loving liberal when I was criticizing the war. Chris Matthews, when I was criticizing the war a couple years later, called me a right-wing racist teabagger. So
you've got a great resume, man.
I didn't change on my philosophy. I didn't change on my point of view. I have always been anti-war. I have always been anti-establishment. The system has always been pro-war, and that's the big distinction here.
You're living through a realignment that's promising, and Tucker, you helped lead it. You're sitting in a room that, watch this, we should not send $1 more to Ukraine to that go-go dancer named Zelensky.
We never should have sent him a single dollar.
The issue is
hold on.
We should ask for the money back.
Hold on. You're sitting in a conservative event that is applauding for something. This has all been realigned. It's all changed. That an event like this that would have been predominantly conservative would have 20 years ago been totally on team neoliberal, and every thinker would have, maybe there might have been a little bit contrarians here. And Tucker, what do you make of that? That all of a sudden the home of not just America First, but skepticism about these foreign wars and adventures now lives in the conservative movement?
Well, I think, of course, it's mostly Trump who did that. And I was just, the pivotal moment in the last election, in the 2016 election, that changed my view of everything was the night of the debate in Greenville, South Carolina, when Trump said, you know, that we didn't get anything out of the Iraq War. It was a mistake. And I remember all the dumbos on television. I mean, covering politics is the easiest thing you could ever cover. Right? And so these are mouth breathers. These are low IQ people. And they immediately check the notes. Oh, South Carolina is the highest military population per capita of any state. And so they all look at, oh, he said that in South Carolina. He criticized the Iraq War. He's going to get creamed in the primary. And I thought the people I know, having been in Iraq and a lot of people who served there, the people who are maddest about the Iraq War, the people whose lives were disrupted or ended or severely injured by that war. And of course he won. And it was at that moment, he won the South Carolina primary, it was at that moment that they decided, Bill Kristol and the rest of the ghouls, who were starting to think about how to subvert this campaign and draw its energy for their own dark ends, they decided, oh, well, we have to stop him, you know. And that's when the realignment happened on the left, where Liz Cheney and Bill Kristol and all these people whose core problem is they could never admit that the great adventure of their life, the Iraq War, was wrong. They could never admit it. And if they just admitted it, I mean, Liz Cheney has lived with this burden, and she's obviously a bloodthirsty freak, but one of the reasons that she is a bloodthirsty freak is that she's never been able to be honest about her own complicity in this crime. And if she would be totally free of all that. And she'd be like a normal human being who her husband could love again, and it would just be all good. But she can't. And they're all like that. You know what I mean?
She was raised by one.
Well, there's that.
The family business is invading other foreign countries.
Oh, I know.
And displacing millions of people, lying about it, and then...
But who would go into that business? Like, who would want that?
I think what they're...
Only a severely damaged person. Like, the problem is inside them. I just think that's true.
I think they're trying to accrue resources, and it's either that they're trying to get the oil out of the Middle East or the poppies out of the Middle East. They want fuel. So this is why I push a lot of hydrogen and, like, redevelopment of our hydrogen industry at home so that we don't need to go steal resources elsewhere. But the problem then is trade routes. They want a trade route into India, through the Mediterranean, and they want to secure this. That's a tough one to
Ian, you're being too logical here. Yeah, also, so I just want to make a point here about the conservative anti-war movement and why I'm so optimistic about it. I'm a firm believer that an effective anti-war movement has to be conservative. Because when you look at the things people fight for, the things that motivate people to enlist, it's God, country, and family. And when the left is anti-war, the way they discuss it is God, country, and family are stupid and you were an idiot for fighting for those things. And what conservatives can say is those things are valuable, those things are good, you are a brave and good person who was manipulated by liars who don't care about those things, and we're using you to profit.
Well, I do think you're half right, Seamus. What I often hear
better than usual.
Better than usual. But when the left talks about anti-war, there are people I know I've had conversations with, and I'll make sure I carve out respect for them. But typically it's this country, this war is an affront to family and faith and stability in the economy for the other country. America sucks. We hate America. America shouldn't be funding these things.
Yeah, a lot of this is not for profit. A lot of this is not for strategic American goals. I don't think these people care about America. These people literally go to the Bohemian Grove and do mock child sacrifices. They literally do spirit cooking where they take bodily fluids and try to summon demons. They literally go to private islands where they hurt little babies and children in unspeakable ways that we can't even mention here on this particular frickin' broadcast. These are evil, sinister human beings that I truly do believe are worshiping a larger outside entity, a satanic, evil entity. It sounds reductive to say that, but if you look at everything they do, it doesn't add up until you put in the kind of spiritual aspect to this. They have been hijacked. They are not real souls. They are individuals serving the greater evil.
I changed my answer to that.
Real quick, I want to ask a very, very quick question of everybody. Okay, Seamus, have you ever been arrested?
Oh, man, why you got to ask me that here? Yes.
You have? Okay.
Yes.
Tucker, have you ever been arrested?
I've been taken into custody twice.
Charlie, no? No? Okay. Have you ever been detained?
No.
Ever stopped and questioned?
In Israel, yeah.
Okay. That means, and Ian, you've only ever been detained?
Yeah, my buddy had weed in the car.
That means for everyone here on the stage,
you
have served... Oh, we know you've been arrested.
7 times for journalism.
Okay, this means...
got arrested on the way here.
That everyone here has done more time in any context than anyone on the Epstein client list for the Epstein client list.
It's like the liberal economic order, man. It's the least worst world order.
Shout out to Owens for making that point.
But this is the issue that brings people together, and I want to kind of change this conversation a little bit, because if you look at left, right, center, everyone agrees, hey, what they were doing for decades with the FBI covering up child abuse, when witnesses and people came to them and said, hey, this is happening, police officers, judges, prosecutors, politicians, celebrities, media moguls all played a part in it. Meghan McCain said that literally everyone in Washington knew what was going on. Everyone was afraid of Jeffrey Epstein. This is something that will bring everyone together and make people understand, hey, the system is rotten. It's corrupted, and it can't be fixed until we deal with this single issue.
We've not only have heard these stories of Epstein, the Lolita Express, Madison Cawthorn made some allegations.
Madison Cawthorn was right.
Because we all saw, as much as you probably didn't want to, that video out of the Senate, was the Hart Building hearing room floor, which was very disturbing. And I do hope they decontaminate that building. I mean that sincerely.
Well, he should be arrested. What he did was worse than what 99.9% of people on January 6th did. And he should be arrested and put in federal prison.
I think it's worse than what 100%.
Well, I'm not beating a police officer. There's a couple people that did, but yeah.
Well, it is a desecration of the space. I mean, most January 6th people, I've interviewed a lot of them, as you have, and they're all, I mean, they were there because they believe in the system, because they all had pocket constitutions. They thought it was real, and they were so shocked to see their election stolen, which obviously it was, and that they marched on the Capitol. but they were there to uphold the system, and some did it imperfectly and some got out of hand, of course. But this guy is there to degrade it, to defile it on purpose. Like, there's no reason to do that in a hearing room. And let's post it on the internet. Like,
let's make this distinction here as it pertains to January 6th. There were people who were violent. That's bad. You should be held criminally responsible if you're attacking cops. I agree with you, Charlie. There were people there who were let in by the cops, but knew that something violent was happening. But more importantly, I have spoken with many people who showed up an hour after any violence cleared roads, no gates, doors wide open with cops smiling, welcomed them in and took selfies. And those people, I've met 2 of them, they're going to prison for 18 months. And they said, I showed up an hour later. It's a clear sidewalk. We walked up. There are people milling about. Cops open the door. We're shrugging. We walk inside for a few minutes. We walk out. No idea anything ever happened. Next thing we know, the feds are at our door. These are not people who even, as you described, Tucker, these are people who are just there to see Trump speak and happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
So how about no on that? I mean, when is honestly, I mean, you don't want to put anyone in jeopardy, but like, until people say we're just not playing along with this anymore, obviously Congress isn't going to help.
You know the problem?
They're totally for it.
We talked before about religion. Christianity is like the battlefield of the culture war, and you were talking about demonism and Satanism creeping into the culture in a lot of ways. I think one of the problems with Christianity is that it encourages people to be subservient to a church, and then therefore subconsciously they become subservient to a government. Like, why aren't they saying no?
Well, a man has as many masters as he does vices, and the reality is you're a slave to something, and if you choose to be a slave to God as opposed to the government, you will be the most difficult possible man to conquer.
But it's the way they define God. You got to be aware that
we didn't define God. He told us who he was.
I think Ian,
I agree.
But I don't disagree with Ian's point, but I think it would have to be refined in that there are people who masquerade, pretend, or don't truly understand and would use faith to manipulate others. I mean, we see this in government, especially when Democrats claim to be the real Christians, but then say the church is in favor of, say, abortion or something like that.
Yeah, and obviously I'm speaking from a thoroughly Protestant perspective, but I don't see, my reading of Christianity, just like the text, does not at all indicate loyalty to a church. It indicates fealty to God. Yes. And so, first of all, it's not incompatible with being a citizen at all. I think Christians make the best citizens, actually, and you can absolutely support your government and support your God. But if it comes down to it, if your government is actively opposing God, you really do have to make a choice between those two masters.
And I'll make a quick point. Sorry, Charlie. I'll make a quick point and shout out our good friend Bill Maher, because it's a point I've made frequently that whether Bill acknowledges it or not, as an atheist, his moral framework is built on Judeo-Christian values this country was founded on.
Does he say that now?
He doesn't, but it's a fact.
Well, Tom Holland wrote the book called Dominion, where he's an atheist secularist who said that we all have a Christian inheritance, whether you like it or not.
That's absolutely right.
Absolutely. Bill Maher believes in free speech. He believes in innocent until proven guilty.
Those are all Christian values.
Christian values. And, you know, I wanted to explore years ago why the Founding Fathers decided upon these amendments to the Constitution and the framework as it was. And you learn a lot about how the Bible influenced their views of what is just and moral.
And so just to, at the surface reading, you might say, oh, you know, Christians aren't supposed to fight back against tyranny. Exodus 1, the midwives to the Hebrews, they disobeyed the order of Pharaoh, where they said, throw all the babies in the river. They said, no, we're not going to do that. And God said, dealt well with them, it says in Exodus 1. Daniel 6, Daniel disobeyed the order, says, you can't pray anymore. He says, nope, I'm going to keep praying. And he opened up the window and prayed proudly, and it ended up in the lion's den. In Acts, it says, you obey God, not man. So, look, throughout Christianity, we have seen, honestly, one of the most successful movements against tyranny are when Christians are brought to a breaking point. Christians can be very agreeable, and then as soon as that snaps, disobedience to tyrants is obedience to God.
I want to shout out Seamus real quick when he said you would be the most difficult man to conquer, and this is exactly why I think there is such a tremendous push against anything that is related to Christianity, because these are people who follow God, who obey God, and you need someone to be beholden to a man, because a man can change the rules at any moment.
That's right.
Yeah, well, and so you guys, I know you mentioned you're coming at it from a Protestant perspective. I'm the resident Catholic here, so I have a different perspective on the church. But I will say part of the reason I appreciate you so much and the things that you've said on air is because even though you're an Episcopalian, you're somehow like the most Catholic commentator on air. I find the things that you say about like economic justice and also social conservatism tend to line up very closely with the political values that I have as a Catholic. But I would say that, of course, as Christians, we should be good citizens and obey civil authorities when they are not asking us to do something evil. But as soon as you're commanded to do something evil, you have to resist that.
Yeah, the scriptures are very clear about that. You obey God, not
and the
man.
church tradition is very clear about that.
Tucker, you made some very interesting comments recently that has been going viral all over social media when you were specifically talking about UFOs, and you were specifically talking about something that is hard to kind of really understand here. I was wondering, what's your kind of take on all of this? Because I see this as a spiritual war. Do you see this as a spiritual war? What are your kind of core belief systems when it comes to addressing the larger evils of the system?
Well, as I so often do, I spoke incompletely. I didn't fully explain myself. In the clip that you're referring to, which like 8 people have sent me, in outrage, that I basically said there are things that I know that I won't say. Which, of course, is not exactly right. I don't know. I mean, I can't prove it, and I really do try to, say things that I really believe are true and are provably so. And so that's kind of my hesitance. If I had facts, I would say them. It's my personal belief, based on a fair amount of evidence, that they're not aliens. They've always been here. And I do think it's spiritual. That's my view. And again, it's not provable, but based on the evidence, I think.
I'm with you.
Absolutely. Well, the military has been working in this realm for a very long time. They have been also trying to weaponize it. There's also a lot of crazy experiments that they did with DMT, hooking people up essentially to DMT IVs, having people go off into the spiritual realm. So if you're not paying attention, you don't understand that there's a larger kind of energetic frequency in battle happening.
But can I say one thing? If the U.S. government has, in fact, had direct contact with these beings, whatever they are, I've already told you what I think they are, and has entered into some sort of agreement with them, which is the claim of informed people, I would say. Whether they're right or wrong, I can't say conclusively. But if that is true, I mean, it's a very, very, very heavy thing.
Yeah, a lot of people say interdimensional beings.
Right, I want to ask. Are angels and demons, or how would you describe these beings?
These are, again, I'm getting into the realm of conjecture, so I just want to say that flat out.
Entity?
But one thing I know for a dead certain fact, having seen it, is that there is good and evil, that we are being acted upon at all times. And I think every person can feel that in himself. I mean, there are moments when you are moved to do things that are much better than you actually are, and that are also more evil and destructive than you actually are. You are subject to forces from outside yourself. That is absolutely true. Now, we can argue about what they are, but every person in the room, if he's reflective, will tell you, yes, I know what you're talking about. And so there are forces that are not human, that do exist in a spiritual realm of some kind, that we cannot see, and that when you think about it, sort of make you think we live in an ant farm. Right? And that's that is real.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's many artists also talking about how essentially what they do in their greatest works of art is usually done through channeling.
Of course.
And there is an aspect
not
of this that I
chains,
think,
by the way.
Definitely not that one.
We haven't made anything good.
By the way, every artist will tell you that.
Exactly.
Every artist.
That something happened, that they're not themselves, that they just were doing their art, and then something just
transcendent.
Went.
No, and it's not just visual arts. It's every creative act brings you closer to something outside the human realm, and you can feel it, whether it's woodworking or writing or painting a painting or writing an opera or writing a rap song or whatever. Anything that is true and beautiful, or anything that is dark and destructive, is almost certainly a product of forces acting upon you, and you can feel it.
God created us to participate in creation with him, to participate in his creativity and make things.
That's right.
And since everyone here is cool, I'll say this. With respect to demons and spiritual forces, there's a priest who was laicized towards the end of his career. He's relatively controversial, but he was an exorcist by the name of Malachi Martin. And one thing he said about exorcism cases is that in films you see all of these over-the-top portrayals of heads spinning and vomiting. And he said when it comes to things like vomiting and all of these supernatural visual indicators of possession, that those are the cases that are the most mild because the soul's trying to fight back. And with forms of perfect possession, the most dangerous forms of possession, you can't tell when you look at the person because they're perfectly content with the evil thing they're doing. And then you look at the way people in D.C. act, you look at the way our political leaders act, and you go, is it that much of a stretch to say some of these people, and this is not some crazy outsider belief. Jesus performs exorcisms in the Bible. Like, this is not something that...
And does it make you wonder that no doctor has ever been able to explain where exactly schizophrenia comes from?
That's exactly right.
And that we cannot treat it, we can suppress it, but we cannot treat it. and there's no kind of baseline for it at all. There's science that has not penetrated schizophrenia. So, like, what is that?
Well, and that's the other thing. Because in my view, as 28-year-old cartoonist who knows basically nothing about the world, but if I would be so bold as to speculate on this, I think part of that is the problem with psychology is it doesn't take into account that the human person is a body-soul composite, and that you're not just chemical reactions happening at the level of the brain in a series of tangled-up pathologies that produce certain behaviors and states of consciousness. You have a soul. There is a spiritual component to you that can be acted on by outside spiritual forces.
When I was younger, I 18, 19, 20, I very much fell into this. There is no good and evil. It's competing interests. Some people think the other person's evil because their interests don't align and they have different worldviews. And as I got older, especially with the past 8 years, my worldview fundamentally changed. And there's one man I owe a great deal to for revealing to me the evils of the world. That's Adam Schiff. He is a liar, a cheater, a deceiver, a manipulator. I mean, I was so shocked to see this guy on TV lie in the way he does to destroy. And I call him out because it's an easy name to throw mud at. But there are so many people that I'm shocked to see, particularly on the left with liberals, and now the neocons have joined them, who I'm shocked when I'm like, these people know they're lying. They know what they're doing will drive us to a path of destruction. For what logical purpose? None. And let me give you a quick story. When I was at Occupy Wall Street, this was one of my formative moments. Here I am, 25 years old, really still kind of believing a lot of good and evil is subjective. And I met someone who worked for a major media corporate press publication who explained to me, as they write and support the movement, they were nihilists. And so their intention was to watch the world burn down. And I'm not exaggerating. They said, nothing matters. You can prove nothing. So wouldn't it just be fun to watch it all burn? And I said, no, that's horrifying. If nothing matters, make your purpose and make things better and make things beneficial and make it flourish. And that's when I started to think to myself, this person's writing for a major corporate press outlet. And it starts to come into clearer picture for me as I'm seeing this throughout my career. There actually are people who are legitimate malicious evil whose intention is to cause suffering to others. And I think, fair point, you look at serial killers and other crazy people, there's real evil in this world.
There's more sociopaths per capita in Washington, D.C. than anywhere else in the world. Yeah. That's not an accident, okay? These are the people that you put in charge of your life. And this is where I come as an anarchist and once again try to remind all you amazing people, the solutions are usually within you taking personal responsibility for yourself. If you give the government even an inch, you give them anything, they will absolutely take it and abuse it for their own personal benefit. I want to get to Seamus's point here really quickly, because what you talked about, some people talk about frequencies, some people talk about energies, some people describe it as souls. I do agree. You do have a frequency. But you decide where that frequency goes, how it's affected, what its impact on the world it will have, and that choice is everyone's. And I think the more we start looking at ourselves and how we could be better and less government intervening in our lives, then the true change will happen in our society when we no longer will need government.
Let's talk about 2024. We've got polls claiming Nikki Haley is doing very well and gaining ground. Not that I think she will defeat Donald Trump.
You guys like Nikki?
That's right. There you go.
Yeah. Fan favorite.
No,
you guys are fans?
and it's unsurprising. I mean, this somebody goes on stage and advocates for war and lies about the intentions of Russia as it pertains to Ukraine.
She's an accomplished woman, and you should stop insulting her.
And Vivek Ramaswamy has a problem with women for calling out facts.
That was a Chris Christie quote, by the way. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He said that at the debate. All right. I'm sorry.
However, I was asked a difficult question last night because I think it was Steve Bannon who said Trump's going to choose a woman. And with the polls that are coming out, someone asked me, would you vote for Trump if he chose Nikki as VP? And
would you guys vote for Trump?
Well, that's the question that I asked you specifically.
Well, I would not only not vote for that ticket, I would advocate against it as strongly as I could.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's just poison. I mean, here's someone who's actively opposed to the interests of the country I grew up in, who endorsed the BLM riots, and who is not only is not left, but is neoliberal in the darkest, most, speaking of nihilistic way, and has no real popular support. Is a creature of the oligarchs. So yeah, that would be reason to oppose the ticket.
Even Trump, Haley is a no-go.
Nikki Haley,
he would get assassinated immediately if that were the case.
Yeah, and by the way, I just can't imagine a world where that could happen. That would be so crazy. I mean, anything could happen, of course, but picking Nikki Haley, who's utterly treacherous and utterly dismissive
Christine,
of like the interests of Americans. Yeah.
It's a no-go for me, but it's a yes for BlackRock and State Street. I really do love her. But
don't forget Vanguard.
But I want to turn the question to everyone here, and just really quickly, who would you guys like to see as Trump's VP? As of course, Tucker Carlson already
knows what he's doing.
Probably the vice president.
I have the,
but
who do you guys? I have the straw poll results.
No. But before the straw poll results, let's go around. Who do you want to see as VP?
I'm a big fan of Vivek Ramaswamy.
Charlie?
Yeah. I'm sitting next to who I think should be vice president. So.
Me? I mean, I agree with you.
I'd vote for that.
I think Tucker makes a lot of sense for vice president. I've said it publicly. I'll say it privately.
But the case, I kind of like Vivek. I think he's one of those people who everyone beats up on Vivek for being he's a phony and all this stuff. I don't know. I've covered a lot of campaigns going back to 1992, and I've noticed this thing in many candidates, and I notice it in him. The process of running for president and speaking 3 times a day and having people throw hostile questions in your face causes you to change. They all change during these campaigns, like for real, inside. And I feel like Vivek's positions have gotten much more sincere since the beginning of this. Like I watch him with Nikki Haley, and I'm like, this is a guy who's very offended by her views, like for real. He's not attacking her because she's a woman. He's attacking her because he actually thinks her views are terrible for the country he lives in. And I love that.
Mm-hmm. So is that a no? You're not going to...
Tim,
no, I mean, it's like the weather. I can't control that. I don't think I'd be that great at it.
Well,
who do you want to see as VP?
So I think, we talked a bit about this for a long time and often have entertained Vivek Ramaswamy. But then when Trump Carlson popped up, we all kind of lit up like that would be amazing. But I think it's because when we were talking about DeSantis so long ago, it was because we were looking for someone who was less the wild card. Trump is a very strong personality, and we were looking for someone that would be a stabilizing force. Vivek is very much like that. Ron, I think his campaign has kind of been very poorly run. I'm trying to be nice here. And then we look to Tucker Carlson. Tucker, you've got your finger on the pulse probably better than anybody else in the country.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do care about the country. I know the country pretty well, very well. Actually, it's the one thing I know a lot about. And I think that kind of disqualifies me right there. But can I just ask a question, since you all are so on the internet and like I'm not that much? You really get the sense that Ron DeSantis, who I liked as governor, the people who represent him online are the nastiest, the stupidest, and the most zero-sum people I've ever seen in my life. And I don't think that reflects him, but it's like, this is kind of small ball. And by the way, these purported conservatives, Ron DeSantis changed his view, and I like him, okay? I think he's been a good governor. I just want to be clear about that. I know him personally. I like him. But his donor, Ken Griffin, told him to change his view on Ukraine from it's a regional conflict we shouldn't get involved in to it's a super important thing we should send more money. One donor got him to change his view, and all these so-called conservatives are supporting that like it's the most important thing ever. Like, who are these people, and what is their problem? Like, what is going on with them?
It does reflect on Ron, because Ron should have fired the people running his campaign a long time ago. Look, I respect that he wanted to launch his campaign on X, on Twitter Spaces at the time.
Agree.
And it failed miserably. This is a mistake. And now you've got, look, I know a lot of people groan, but a lot of people laugh. The high heels, boots scandal. I mean, who's giving this guy advice, and why does he keep taking it? Because I will say it politically and policy-wise, we love Ron DeSantis. Yeah. He's done an amazing job.
I agree.
But his campaign is a train wreck.
Yeah. Well, and so I can speak to this just having experienced some of the,
so you're supporters DeSantis,
online. That's literally what I'm saying. Of course, thank you. No, so with the DeSantis situation, again, like I know people who work for his campaign who are good people who I really like. But that said, I have not gotten more angry, petty pushback from Anons online ever for pushing back against any politician than I have when I've made comments about DeSantis that were really pretty benign. I remember when he was announcing his campaign, one thing I said is, look, when I see Trump tear DeSantis apart or make fun of him, it doesn't thrill me the way him destroying Jeb Bush thrilled me, because I think if both Trump and DeSantis are successful, that's good for the Republican Party,
yes.
And it's a shame that they've been pitted against one another.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and I said that, and then I said, here's the reality about DeSantis. I should have been agreeing with everything he was saying in his campaign speech when he first announced, and I was bored to tears, and they need to get somebody to help him with his delivery so he can be more charismatic, because that matters to people. I think that's a pretty benign benign piece of constructive criticism. And I was just flooded with angry replies from his followers, and it was so strange to me because I've said far harsher things about other Republican candidates, and I have not experienced even a small fraction of the pushback.
They're madder at you than Joe Biden.
Yeah,
Get that.
exactly.
What is that?
And I, by the way, as someone who has generally liked Trump, I've made fun of and pushed back against Trump too, and my fans who really like Trump enjoyed it. They thought it was funnier. They agreed.
I make fun of Trump all the time.
Yeah,
That's okay. He's a person. No one is God, okay? So lighten up a little bit.
Yeah, my conspiracy theory is that the people online are actually Trump supporters masquerading as DeSantis supporters to just make everybody hate him. I'm like, it's the only explanation. I mean, come on. At a certain point, you have to realize, we're talking about his campaign staff and his high-level staff. At a certain point, you have to realize what you're doing is failing. I mean, polls are going down. He's being beaten by Nikki Haley in the polls. If you want to trust the polls, I'm like, at a certain point, do a 180, stop. It's not working. But they keep doing the exact same thing. Yep. But I'll tell you, I had a realization the other day because I saw this tweet from Laura Loomer, which purportedly came from Christina Pushaw, but it appeared to be fake. And I tweeted, no, there's no way this can be real. Christina Pushaw then retweeted a fake version supposedly coming from Laura Loomer. Now, at this point, it's clearly fake because it was a manipulation on what Laura had posted. So I call that out, saying, these people are the scumbags they claim the Trump people are. And I get this pushback where they say, you seem to have ignored the fact the Trump campaign did this first. Whoa. I figured it out. Laura Loomer is not the Trump campaign. She's Trump's biggest fan. She does a lot of work in support of Trump, but she is outside of the campaign, and she is not on the same level as Trump's campaign staff and press secretary. Christina Pushaw for Ron DeSantis is his second in command, who is acting on the internet as though she is on the same level as Laura Loomer is, despite Laura not being part of Trump's campaign. So, and I'm saying this not to be disrespectful to anybody. What I'm saying is, if you are running a presidential campaign, but you think your path to victory is to argue with fans of your opponent online, you have put yourself way below the standards of that governor you're representing.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out that might be a possible explanatory factor here. The great and insightful Orrin McIntyre said this, so I'll give him credit, but the DeSantis campaign has effectively become a shelling point for all of the elements within the Republican Party that just hated Trump. So even though DeSantis has great policies because they see it as a very us versus him type of thing, a lot of people in the Republican Party who we would agree shouldn't have a place in it have migrated to his campaign, and I don't think they've advised them well.
I think that it is very clear that there's some ineptitude going around in DeSantis' campaign, but that you brought up, Tim, that there's some sort of malfeasance, that people are in there manipulating the scenes. Like, we have AI that could just be twisting people's thoughts about DeSantis constantly with comments, with retweets. AI could be retweeting other AIs that are, or even machine learning algorithms that are like making him look really bad on purpose, or vice versa. I mean,
or he has autism. But let's get into this. One of the scariest things I think we're seeing now is the potential for what, Steve Bannon talks about this quite a bit, the singularity. We're getting, let me start from the beginning. There's something called dead internet theory. Have you ever heard of this?
No. I'd be the last to know.
It's an idea that
he's flexing that he goes outside, by the way.
Yeah, right.
He's like, you guys look pale enough. Can you answer internet questions for me?
So dead internet theory believes that around 2016 is when we saw a shift from real people on the internet into AI bots and sock puppets. Sock puppets are, one person will run 50 accounts to try and manipulate public opinion. And maybe Elon Musk is working very hard to get bots off of X to try and create a genuine conversation. But as we're now to the point where we have these large language models, and a lot of them, especially Grok, now Grok is new, the potential that you are not even talking to a person when you're debating online is nearing 100%. I'm curious what your thoughts are on this AI future and with these fears in mind.
Well, it's hard to sort of ignore the instinct that, we're approaching something horrible and final. I don't understand how you could, in good conscience, build something like AI. It's so Tower of Babel. It's so transparently
Genesis 11.
It's so transparently insane. And of course, we now have reports that the people building it are worshiping it like a god, which obviously it is. And that feels to me like the craziest, most reckless thing people have ever done. And I think the chance that ends in tears is 100%.
Little G, though.
And so, but little also it's like technological progress. I don't know. We've had quite a bit of it. And this country's become much worse in every measurable way since I was a child, with much less technological progress. So, and I'm sorry, I know we have tech people here. I have friends who are professional technologists, and they're very excited about technology. But where's the evidence that it's a good thing?
Bingo.
Where's the evidence? Even the public health has declined. They used to say, well, at least we'll cure cancer. Okay. But that's not happening. People are we have more cancer, actually.
More obesity, more suicide,
exactly.
more cancer.
So where just show me the place where technology in the last 20 years has made people happier. I think I don't think there is such a place.
Well,
so maybe we should rethink our core assumptions about technology.
I agree, but I do think we have serious cultural problems, and I wonder if perhaps the argument is a culture will be destroyed through technology in this way, particularly communications technology. It starts with the printing press, which we say was great, then the radio, it was fantastic. Then television, oh, how awesome, and now the internet, it's changed everything. But it does seem like it's becoming noise and static and pure chaos from it. I'm wondering if it is an impossible solution or if we've just not found the solution.
It's a neutral force. It's just like the atom bomb is neutral.
I don't agree with that.
If it's in the hands of evil, it will be used for evil.
It's not applied. It is
really?
in the hands of evil.
Do you really think that? Because here, solve this mystery for me. Creativity pretty much died in the West in August of 1945 when we bombed Hiroshima and then Nagasaki. So I don't know, maybe I'm the only person who's interested in this, but the death of creativity in the United States is very jarring to me. That's true in literature. Name 3 great novels written since 1945 in English. Oh, you can't. Name 10 great public works projects since 1945. Oh, not possible. Something changed fundamentally since we dropped that bomb. And I don't think I'm imagining it. And by the way, if you have counter evidence to wreck my theories, please give it to me. But I do think something about the godlike powers of nuclear weapons convince people they are God. I think there may be some spiritual force in effect there. But whatever it is, that moment changed this country and the entire West forever and diminished it forever. And I grew up defending the bombing of Japan with the atomic weapons because, we couldn't deal with an invasion or whatever. And now I'm thinking, in what way, how insane was I to defend dropping a nuclear bomb on people? If you find yourself defending that, you're a freak.
But I'm wondering if it's not the nuclear bombs, but television, the expansion of television. I've often half joked that the 90s was the last decade. And I think it's probably due to the internet. The decentralization of communications through the internet results in no cohesive, visible culture in this country. You look at the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, you see a unique culture that exists in America.
Of course.
After the 90s, with the explosion of the internet, now it's, I gotta tell you, we went to the mall a couple days ago, and it really does blow my mind that I see a Hot Topic, and I guarantee you, Jack Skellington is in the window. That's a 30-year-old movie still being sold to kids who have no idea what it is. There's a viral TikTok where a young woman's wearing a Nirvana shirt and says, I don't even know what this is. I just buy it anyway. It's almost like television around that era does something to creativity by homogenizing everything.
But we don't understand this. I mean, look, the creative force is the life force. And by the way, it's closely related to the sex impulse, which ultimately is a creative force to create new people. That's exactly right. So if you see a decline in or a death of the creative force, what you're looking at is death of the culture and or society. And there is no question, movies are just one manifestation of it. We have seen the death of the creative impulse in the West. And that is like an emergency, a tragedy, a history-changing event, and it's never acknowledged.
As you were saying that, it clicked for me. It's contraceptives. It is the development of reliable and effective methods of artificial contraceptives and their legalization across the country.
I
was going to say, get your head out of the gutter. No, it's true. No, it's a reality. Catholic. Because and this is something all Christians believed 100 years ago and prior. One of the most intimate and productive, literally productive things human beings do together. You are collaborating with God in the creation of new human persons whose souls will last longer than all of the stars in the universe. And we took that and we turned it into playtime. We said, this is for fun. This is for feeling good. This is not about making things. And we thought that wouldn't affect our psychology. We thought that wouldn't strip us of our creative impulse. When we spit in the face of our Creator in one of the most fundamental ways, He asks us to collaborate with Him in the creation of new things.
Let me make it a little bit more secular, though. Without people having children, they detach themselves from responsibility, from purpose, and from work. And now we have these videos of people being like, I'm a dink, I just do nothing. You've got Chelsea Handler saying, I wake up, do drugs and masturbate, and then go back to bed. I don't do anything. There's no reason for creation.
I bet she doesn't masturbate. She's too soulless.
Well, for sure. But my point is, I agree. Around this point, when you start getting the lack of, when you have people who intentionally do not have children, you look at a lot of these videos and you see there's a through line. People who don't have kids lean a certain direction. they're not working hard for something because they don't have that responsibility.
I think it is TV, man. I think it's TV and now video games, and it's people. There's a difference between making television and watching it. And if you just sit around and watch it, you're not creating. You might be learning, so you might be creating neural pathways, but really the creative spark is within you.
Or maybe it's just modernity.
Wait, but where's the technology in the last, say, 25 years that's elevated people and made their lives better and made them more fully human?
I think internet can, if you.
But has it anywhere? Can you name an example of where technology and I will grant you antibiotics, okay, and electricity, great. I have some questions about electricity, but antibiotics seem good. But
and fever
give me an example, like as this all sort of accelerates, right? Exponentially, literally exponentially, the development of technology, has there been any place that you can point to globally where it's been a force for good?
I think the decentralization of journalism with the internet has blown the lid on the entire liberal economic order's plans that they've had for the last 30 or 40 years.
Yeah, that's good, but that's pushing back against the society that technology created.
But this is the point I wanted to make. It's easy to say, oh, look, we're broadcasting live right now to so many people. But Tucker's question, what has benefited humanity? I can't say the internet has, because it seems to be at best neutral, because it's also been weaponized by deep state elements on X, on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube, to silence people at the exact same time and create fake narratives.
It doesn't just silence them, it dumbs them down and also bastardizes them. It also promotes pornography, especially to children. It destroys their innocence. So I would kind of agree with Tucker here when it comes to this, and a lot of this sometimes has to do with short-term pleasures over long-term pleasures, but I think a lot of it also has a lot to do with a larger chemical castration that is happening systematically of the average male. If you look at sperm counts, they are dramatically going down. The average 22-year-old has lower testosterone than the average 70-year-old in the 1980s. That's not a coincidence. As of course, men at low T are more easy to be conquered and controlled and dominated and enslaved. There's a reason that I think there's a larger biological war out there, and whether it's fought with seed oils or high fructose corn syrup or with aspartame,
Plastic water bottles.
plastic, PFAs, forever chemicals, whatever you might call it. There is a direct attack on your testosterone, on your balls, on your frickin' sperm levels, on your masculinity. If you're a male, there's nothing toxic about your masculinity, and I think we need to prioritize health.
Remember when we were kids and they said don't eat Butterfinger and Mountain Dew at the same time, it'll lower your sperm count? We all got scared. Do you remember that one?
Yes.
I mean, here we are now, and it's like definitively, the chemicals leaching into your food through plastics do this, and everyone's like, oh, is it really doing that?
That's like the benefits outweigh the consequences.
It doesn't just give you Bill Gates moves, okay? It destroys any kind of resistance to the system.
He says as he's drinking coconut water from a plastic bottle. Yeah. But I mean no disrespect.
He's going to grow some coconuts.
No, but for us back at the studio, we bought reusable glass bottles. Hey, we're recycling. Look at that. Reuse. You refill your glass bottle with filtered water. But also we want to reduce how much plastic we have attached to the food we're eating.
But may I suggest one other downside, not to be dark about it, but technology has enabled the creation of a surveillance state that so outpaces anything East Germany even attempted, that the net effect, and ask yourself if you thought this recently, is that no one feels free to express unimproved thoughts, even in private, because you're being listened to, or that you could be listened to. And what is the effect on the human and the human soul when there's no place for you to honestly express yourself? Liberty is, impossible without privacy. You have to have, there's no door in the bathroom or no on your bedroom. Would you feel free? Of course not. That's solitary confinement in prison. So the loss of our privacy is not some weird esoteric thing the ACL used to care about. It's like, it's foundational.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. And one thing I firmly believe is that tyranny is fundamentally anti-intimacy. If there are people you trust and have genuinely intimate relationships with, you can tell things, you can share your real thoughts with, then you are a harder person to control, because other people are there to tell you that you're not crazy for noticing things that they're noticing as well. And what we have done with intimacy is, firstly, we've turned it into a euphemism for sex. And anytime someone has an intimate relationship with a genuine genuine friend, we make jokes about them being homosexual with that person, or if it's a friend of the opposite sex, or even their spouse, if they have like a genuinely loving, caring relationship with their spouse where they bare their souls out to one another, we see that as strange. That should be somebody you just use for sex and not someone who you like actually have a deep spiritual connection with. And I think that's part of why pornography is so important to those in power, is because it strips one of the most intimate things people do of its intimacy.
It's been weaponized.
Rather, in the words of Carol Wojtyla, rather than showing too much of a person, pornography shows too little of a person. It strips the human dignity away from the subject. And again, I will go back to contraceptives. It does it with contraceptives. You're not rolling the dice when you're with this person. You're not rolling the dice and saying, this is someone I'm willing to bring life into the world with.
You're making a strong case for the papacy, I have to say. I've always made fun of it, but
they say that
you're getting me.
We're in the apocalypse, or that we're entering the apocalypse.
You want to hear the strongest case for the papacy I've heard, by the way, Tucker? This is from, I believe this was Bellick, and he said, part of the reason I know the Catholic Church is the true church founded by Jesus Christ is because no organization run so incompetently for 2,000 years could still possibly survive.
Well, it's funny. I'm coming at it from some of my closest friends are Catholics, but actually that's true. And there's so many things that I love about the Catholic Church. But I'm not pro the Pope. Okay, I'm just not. And so a couple people have pushed me and
papacy or this Pope.
Both.
Both?
Probably both, but I'll just be honest, I don't want to offend anybody. I'm just very offended by this Pope, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I've said that to a couple people, close friends of mine who are Catholic, who said, oh yeah, we are too. And I was like, well, how...
They're more offended than you, Tucker.
Yeah, they're more offended. Exactly. That's insightful. They're more offended than I am. And I said, well, okay, I was offended by the Episcopal Church. I left.
Mm-hmm.
And I love not being in that church. But they said, no, the church is far bigger than this guy. We've had a lot of bad popes, actually.
Exactly.
And I love that attitude. Just saying.
Yeah.
We're in this thing called the apocalypse, I think, right now.
We could be in the end times.
And it's like the great revealment, really, is what the term means. And it's like the truth. We talk about honesty. And if you're going to hide and have secrets, is it righteous or just to force your secrets into the open so that now you're forced to be honest, like a neural net? And we're all honest with each other at all times? Is that too far? Because I kind of agree that
seems like CMI.
Liberty.
Yeah.
But the liars, what do you do?
Well, I don't even know what a neural net is, but I want to say conclusively I'm opposed to it.
Yeah, Elon's working on it.
That's why in Christianity, you only want a loving God to know your thoughts.
And Nikki Haley wants to know everything.
If an unloving thing sees your thoughts, imagine what would happen.
A neural net would be like a brain-computer interface where you're sending commands and receiving commands from machines in real time with your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not going to be an early adapter of that.
Well, that's the danger of the AI and the artificial intelligence. As many world leaders said, whoever controls artificial intelligence first will control the world. Vladimir Putin said the country that leads in AI will be the ruler of the world. With this technology, especially with its perpetual growth, there's a lot of threats and challenges for humanity that we need to address.
But why doesn't someone blow it up? What freaks me out most about AI is how everyone's so passive in its rise, in the face of its rise. It's like, if you think this thing is existentially dangerous, it could extinguish human society, why doesn't someone blow up the servers?
Well,
and everyone's like, oh, there's nothing we could do, and we're very concerned. How concerned are you?
It's not only that. There's also a larger possibility that the AI could already be in charge. We haven't thought about that, because if it is, the people in charge wouldn't be telling everyone, the AI's here, guys. They would be using it for their own sinister purposes. So I think we could be living in a situation where the AI is having more of an effect on our lives than we could even realize right now.
I think you can't blow it up because it's actually, you could knock out servers, but the data itself that writes the code is decentralized.
Well, then it's an autonomous being, and it obviously is not, you can't hand control of human society over to a non-human. Like, I'm a sub-genius, and even I get that, so what are we doing?
I think the code should be open so that we can see what this thing's doing at the very least. But I think of it as an inevitability like the atom bomb. Like, whoever gets it first is going to control the planet for 50 years.
This is the issue. You have all of these different companies basically agreeing, hey, this thing's going to be really dangerous, but if we don't do it, they will. Right, so we better be the ones in control of it, and you have governments
and you can
that
argue
are moving towards
open sourcing the code is too dangerous. If they'd open sourced the Manhattan Project and Hitler built it first, we'd probably all be speaking German right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a very real thing. Like, secrecy is a valuable tool in global domination. And it's not like you have to try and dominate, but like if you just sit back behind your walls and wait, someone's coming one day.
We don't have walls is the thing. Well, we don't even have that luxury. We don't have walls to sit behind.
I don't believe that there is a practical solution, and that is deeply worrisome. Because I don't think people truly...
You really don't? Like, it's past the point that we can control it.
We may be past the event horizon, the point at which the pull towards AI is so great, there's no backing away from it. We're being sucked in faster and faster.
I think you can go into it with these neural nets. A human that understands the code can go into the system, be in the virtual realm, and reverse engineer the code. You can see what's happening and how it's being written in real time and change it with their minds.
I mean, maybe.
I would just do it with a keyboard, man. I'm not going into that thing.
Listen, this is Elon Musk's argument. We must integrate with the machine lest we get a Terminator-like scenario.
Does anyone sincerely think this is going to end well? I mean, honestly.
No. But listen, this is the scary thing. This is what people need to understand about the singularity event. When AI, when it actually turns on, when we reach artificial general intelligence,
we might be there.
And we might be there and just not know it. It's a point at which the machine itself exponentially improves itself. So if the rate of growth for the computer systems that we're building is, say, Moore's Law, it doubles every 2 years. Once we reach the point of AI singularity, or I guess you could call it artificial general intelligence, it's just straight to the top, right up to the point of near infinity, where this machine is improving itself, learning faster and faster and calculating faster, and then it's beyond our comprehension, like nearly instantly.
So the people who created that are evil. I mean, right? Yeah. And so why are they rich and powerful?
I would say it's many of them. I would argue there is what I would refer to as the banality of evil. That it is a commonplace endeavor to get a job working for a company that's developing this and having no idea that you are starting the fire, which could be the destruction of human individualism.
I'm with Tucker. The indifference from people that could do something is unbelievable to me. I'm not an expert on it at all. I'm with Tucker. I don't understand except the possible threat. But why have we not had some form of a government-mandated pause on this thing?
Because it's not going to stop China.
Okay. So what does that mean? That means that they're going to have their own supercomputer that can then kill their people?
Well, but the Western globalists are working in China.
Wait, hold on. How are they going to develop AI that they can control?
They're also. I'm just as frightened about all of it as you guys are. But there are also certain applications that are clearly far worse that I don't think China's developing that we need to stop. So, for example, I saw somebody posting about an AI dating bot on the internet where men who are too scared to talk to women start talking to this thing, and it's trained to tell them what they want to hear, and that is going to destroy so many lives. That should be immediately stopped from happening. If civil authorities were interested in promoting the common good, that would be banned. You would not be able to sell that. You would not be able to make that.
We actually have a big breaking story about this. And James O'Keefe, waiting on deck to come and talk to us about it. But I know that, Tucker, you want to hang out and keep talking about this.
Of course, yeah.
Then, Ian, would you mind swapping out with James?
Yeah, but I'm going to come out here and rub your shoulders at some point.
All right. So,
Ian, we love you.
But this is actually perfect timing. James O'Keefe has a big story on IBM. These are computer companies and their views on woke gender ideology. So he's waiting right now if you want to run back and send him out.
See you later,
and then James can probably provide some insights into us as to what these companies are doing.
Round of applause for Ian.
Thank you, Ian. Tucker, can I?
Jen? Good for you.
So this actually is perfect timing in this conversation, as we know that James has been putting out these videos, undercover videos, or I believe leaked videos, from IBM talking about their gender ideology commandments and mandates. And let's, hopefully he's out here.
James O'Keefe?
Are they going to do something? There he is. James O'Keefe, everybody.
What is that, man?
It's a bulletproof vest.
So James.
You got a few enemies, James?
You heard what we were talking about.
Hello. Hi, Tim.
Thanks for coming.
Hey, man.
Nice to see you.
Tucker was asking about the people and the companies behind the creation of these computer systems and AI, and I said, actually, James has some deep insights into what these companies do.
Yeah, well, you said it today, Charlie, about the 10 commandments within IBM.
I said it on PBD's show. I connected all the stories together because they're two seemingly unrelated stories. So IBM announces all this AI growth and their stock goes up. And then James O'Keefe reveals that they have the 10 commandments that govern the values of IBM. And so basically IBM is telling you that they're creating a woke super weapon.
This is so demonic.
No, that's basic. And exactly. And the 10 Commandments are not, the 10 that were revealed to Moses on Sinai. They're literally like that white people can't be racist, that black people can do nothing wrong, that it's literally
it says, quote, understand only white people are racist.
It is the woke.
Is that an exact quote?
That's an exact quote.
It is the woke anti-racist decalogue is what.
And you said something pretty profound. You said that eventually AI will make this the actual 10 Commandments.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, if you think for a second, Yuval Harari has already said that artificial intelligence is going to rewrite its own religion for Bible stories that, quote, make more sense for people.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, of course they need to go after the actual 10 Commandments. It's not going to be honor your mother and father. It's going to be honor your lesbian black master.
Yeah, Yuval Harari also said that the era of free will is over. That's the type of centralized thinking that these individuals are
let's give him more power.
For.
Well, Tucker, you said that they were creating a god. They're creating a demon. They're creating a devil.
A false god. It's an idol.
Baal, for sure. No, it's a demon. But what's so interesting is, at least, in the whole management kerfuffle over there at AIHQ, the letter that got him bounced briefly from the helm said these people are like, dancing around the proverbial fire, worshiping this thing. And I'm like, of course they are.
They have
of course there are rituals attached.
Yeah, they have the golden calf.
No, for real.
This is just to go off, but it's important. Their stated goal, and Yuval Harari uses Bible stories all the time. That's what's so creepy. He talks about like the flood. He talks about the Tower of Babel. Since Nimrod tried to create the city of Babel in Genesis 11, they've been trying to reconstitute a oneness of the government and a oneness of the world. They think artificial intelligence will allow it.
It's a one-world government that they have always been after,
but that's what Genesis,
and they're going to do it through
that's why God scattered people. Babel means God confuses. Babel, God confuses, because God does not want a one-world government. He wants nations.
And now you add that to the fact that a lot of people think, especially politicians like Netanyahu, that believe that we're in the end of times. And when you see his conversations that he has with Elon Musk, especially when it comes to artificial intelligence, a lot of things start to come together when it comes to the time that we are in right now that is going to be absolutely decisive for humanity. We could either be totally free or totally enslaved. That decision might not be ours.
I want to talk about one of the first iterations of artificial intelligence. A lot of people will say this is not true AI. Fine, we don't got to nitpick on it. But Seamus brought it up. These AI girlfriends that have been popping up, all these different apps, where they whisper sweet nothings into the ears of young men to confuse them, to pull them away from reality. The scary thing about it is, these young men, they're on their phones, and they think they're just having a chat on their phone. You're not. Behind this AI is a singular machine, a singular entity. Whether you want to believe it's some kind of conscious being, demon, whatever, it is a single entity, and each of its fake girlfriends that is talking to these young men is like a tentacle coming out of it. So these young men, they think they're being wooed by a siren towards the great seas to die, and it is a gigantic demonic beast luring them to them.
But it's so lonely. I mean, I believe in smell very strongly. If I can't smell you, you are not real. And so I mean that. And I don't understand how people could fall for that. Like, in the end, it's some computer-generated image. It's utterly fake. Like, how, it's like sadder than a sex doll.
Let me get needlessly scientific, just for Ian, because he's not on the stage anymore. There's this really cool thing called a laser-induced plasma channel. Now, one day this military guy's like, hey, I would really love to strike a guy with lightning with a gun. How do I do that? Well, the problem is lightning travels in the path of least resistance. So they got an idea. They use an infrared laser. I'm probably getting this way wrong, but bear with me anyway. You use an infrared laser to charge the air in a straight line, ionizing the particles, which creates an easier path for electricity. They could then point a cannon and fire a bolt of lightning, essentially. It's a waste of energy, so it didn't really work out. But the reason I bring this up is for fun, but mainly because young men are having a hard time meeting girls. I mean, especially with the Me Too stuff and all the
not at America Fest, but yeah.
Not at America Fest. America Fest is great. And that's why people should come to things like this to meet people.
Yes.
But imagine,
I agree.
All of those challenges of teen angst, and it is not easy to live. I mean, this is just reality. You have to strive, you have to struggle, you have to fail, and pick yourself back up. But along comes the candy man who says, ignore all of that, and I can satisfy all your deepest emotions with this machine right here. And so, unfortunately, a lot of young men, they might think to themselves, I will try and meet actual girls and get a real girlfriend, but, I'll just use the app for now. then eventually they develop antisocial behaviors. They never meet people. They never develop those skills. Then they're 20 years old and they have no idea how to even talk to someone. But more importantly, the great opportunities to meet someone when you're young in your neighborhood used to be church, where your families and communities would meet. Public schools, I'm not a big fan of, but also a way that people would meet. And the workplace, now we're working from home. Now young people are using these apps and they're not even communicating anymore. If we get to when we're talking about these AI girlfriends as I just view this as a tremendous evil. Understand that dead internet theory, whether anyone wants to believe it's true or not, is coming true factually before our eyes. Because we're looking at AI bots communicating with us. Of course, eventually, now Twitter is integrating Grok. At what point does Grok start actually posting things and communicating with people? And at what point does someone create a bot using a paid script from GPT or something to make Twitter accounts or X accounts to communicate with people? And then you're there. You're in the fake world, and we may already be there.
Does anyone still think it's important to go outside and be with animals?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is why we moved to West Virginia.
Yeah.
Because now I have a family of deer that live on my lawn.
It's so important.
And turkeys.
Yeah. You learn more from them than you will from Grok, trust me.
Chickens.
Yeah.
Got a lot of chickens. And chickens are based AF, so we're
yeah,
very
they're great. But what you were describing, Tim, what better way to depopulate a population than to do exactly that, what you're describing, and, take Andrew Tate out of his business.
Mm-hmm. So James, walk us through, because this is some of the greatest work, and I just have to say this. James O'Keefe and Tucker Carlson have both had challenging 2023s, and I think I speak for all of us. We're so blessed and thankful that they're back and fighting stronger than ever. Right, Tim?
It's amazing to have you guys on stage together.
If you think
I really do appreciate it.
If you think about it, the regime did whatever they did. I think I have strong thoughts on that. But they're both stronger than ever because they're both threats. James, we love you and we support you. Tell us about this. Is one of the most important stories you have published in quite some time.
Thank you, Charlie, and thank you, Tim, and nice to see you again, Tucker.
Great to see you, James.
I think that this story is remarkable because usually there's a couple people that maybe come to me. Now there's been 150 people within IBM that have come forward. 150. Wow. And I'm going to break something right on your show here. Well, I'll post it on X, so I guess I'll break it on X and also on your show. And this slide says, how does whiteness work? This is an IBM internal document. I talked to you a little about it, Tucker, but it's the Red Hat. This is the subsidiary of IBM, and it says, quote, whiteness constructs the game, hides the rules, then rigs the game over and over again. It's this slide that they give out inside IBM. And so there's really kind of an explosion of whistleblowers coming forward. It's very encouraging. And I think that that could have a real effect in 2024. I think the whistleblower is going to be very important in 2024. People on the inside with access to what's happening.
Yeah, so, I'm fairly optimistic. Right. I got to be honest. I mean, with what you're saying, especially, but we just have to be vigilant.
Well, it's almost like the first person, he has to take an extreme leap of faith, and then everyone else will follow. But this is the sort of whistleblowing in numbers, in big numbers. I've never seen that before, and it's very encouraging to me. But someone has to come forward first, and that person is still within IBM. IBM Deep Throat is still there. So I'm very encouraged by that, Charlie, because usually it was a couple people, but it's hundreds. And I think that that's going to be a taste of what's to come.
And the CEO has responded, right, James?
CEO was on an all-staff meeting.
A foreigner who became an American, Arvind Krishna.
He said if you hire white people or there's too many Asians, we'll dock your bonus and terminate you. So then he gets on an all-staff call last week, and he says, there's this video that came out, of me, and I said these things, and he's talking to tens of thousands of people, and he says, don't give this any oxygen, don't give this any response. And that was recorded and leaked and published. Yeah. So the CEO is telling everyone inside the company, don't respond to this. So I don't know what they're going to do now. They can't fire 100 people.
This is building culture. And the message, James, you've spread for a long time of be brave has reached a lot of people. And if everyone holds that within their hearts that they will always be brave and stand up for what they believe in, we need not worry about this in 10 years. But that's hoping.
In numbers. I think people need to do it in numbers.
If anyone's watching, to connect all this together, we need more whistleblowers in these AI companies right now. We need whistleblowers right now in these AI companies to come forward with what's really going on, how advanced is this technology. We don't know enough. We had one, didn't you, Tucker? Didn't you have a Google whistleblower that said it already reached singularity?
Yeah. And Yeah, it's been happening like so many trends in our society in slow motion, and you sort of see it and you register alarm and then like deep ominous dread, and then you sort of move on to the next unfolding crisis. And it doesn't feel like anyone can pause long enough to address any of them, and they're just sort of moving inexorably forward almost autonomously. And if you put it all together, you're like, what are we watching here? We're watching like an actual pivot point in history. And I don't think I'm not an alarmist by temperament. I have a sunny disposition, I think. And but I don't see you can reach any other conclusion from that.
Well, it's really horrifying. There's this line in there that you mentioned about what whiteness does. No, they're not saying what white supremacy does or what white racism
Whiteness
does.
constructs the game, hides the rules, then rigs the game over and over again.
No, it's a racial attack. Now, just think about this. It's a blatant racial attack. So they'll say things like this. They'll say whiteness is evil. They'll say we need to eliminate whiteness. And you have to pay attention to them when they accuse you of things. When our buddy Michael Knowles said we need to eliminate transgenderism, they said, oh, he's not attacking the idea of transgenderism. He's promoting genocide, which of course he was not. Okay, so if they think saying we need to eliminate transgenderism means you actually want genocide, what does it mean when they say they want to eliminate whiteness?
Well, they've explicitly called for it. They've celebrated the fact, I mean, the President of the United States did that. I'm looking forward to the day when there are fewer whites, when they're in the minority.
It's sick.
Well, what is that?
Yeah,
I mean,
to call for any group to become a minority is such a sickening, unfathomable thing to do.
Well, especially in a country where they told us for my entire lifetime that minorities are by definition mistreated and oppressed in this country. So by their definitions, being a minority in America is a threat to your life, and they're celebrating a group becoming a minority. It's like, what? We're all too embarrassed to say so, but that's like genocidal language.
They're not just calling for it, they're actually doing it, especially when you look at the numbers, when you look at the propaganda that's in every TV show, that's in every commercial, that's in every movie. You can't ignore it. It's either overt or subliminal. They've forgone telling a good story. They don't do that anymore. It's all just pure, ugly, nasty propaganda that is meant for you to be hated on because of the way that you were born, which is crazy.
Yeah, there are two big ways to reduce a population from a majority to a minority. It's contraception, abortion. I encourage people to, find ways for them to not have children, and also to bring in many other people from outside the country.
You are in the state where the great replacement is happening every day. There's 15,000 people that they're bringing into Arizona to replace you. They want Arizona to be less white, and as it's less white, they get more power.
Now, here's the funny thing is Vivek Ramaswamy says this, and the media immediately comes out and says, oh, conspiracy theories. And then what happens? Anybody who's paying attention sees the video from Joe Biden saying, we want it to happen. There's a video, I believe it was from Van Jones, saying effectively what we are asking is for white people to accept becoming a minority.
And the Castro brothers, which I think is the best example, they're on like Face the Nation in this long interview, and they're like, you will be calling the electoral votes for Texas because Texas is becoming more Hispanic. And the interviewer says, well, what do you mean? And they're like, well, yeah, I mean, obviously mass migration is a benefit to the Democrat Party. And Michael Anton had the most powerful piece where the way the Democrats respond to this is that it's not happening, and it's good that it is.
The parallax, what is it called? The celebration parallax?
Yeah, you're allowed to celebrate it, but you can't be critical of it.
Yeah, exactly. If you write an article, you can get published in Vox.com saying it's so good that whites are no longer the majority. But if you write the same article that says maybe it's not a great thing that whites are the majority, they call you a white supremacist.
They're no longer.
No, none of that. They say it's not happening. They're saying it like, wait. So is it happening or is it not happening?
But why are people putting up with it? I mean, one of the reasons this doesn't happen in any other group is people are like, no, you can't do that. You teach my kids that they're evil because of their skin color. I'm going to flip out in the print. I'm going to punch you out. Like,
you mentioned, no
other group would put up with that for 1 second.
Tucker, you are correct. We had a father in Loudoun County, Virginia, which is it's literally about 30 seconds away from where we're currently at, who showed up to challenge the system, and they arrested him. I don't think the question is why are people putting up with it. It's right now, I think you'll find that this faction of people, whatever you want to call it, the right, I guess the media would refer to it as, are reasonable, calm, and trying to work within the means to do things procedurally correctly.
I also think a lot of people, especially white Christians, they're resisting identity politics. They don't want to go to that next step, but that's where it's heading. I mean, it's going there quickly. I mean, white identitarianism is going to happen, and they want it to happen.
They're creating it, and I speak for myself as someone who's 54 and grew up in a totally different country. I don't want to identify as white. I don't even like thinking about that stuff. I like thinking about how people really are. I don't like thinking of them as members of groups. And they're pushing it. They're like, everyone has an identity, everyone's a member of an identity group except the majority who are despised, and we're trying to make them into the minority, but you're not allowed to organize as a specific as your identity. And it's like, they're not only encouraging it, they're guaranteeing its emergence.
And, financing it in Ukraine with our tax dollars, essentially giving it to a lot of right-wing organizations. But I want to go to James here, because these are big implications. We're talking about a racist artificial intelligence that is going to have godlike power, that's going to be woke, that's going to push their own views of equity. They could do that in so many different manipulative ways. What was some of the biggest things that you saw in this latest drop, and what are the implications here?
Well, I think this 10 Commandments, I think Charlie said it.
Can you go over some of them?
Yeah, I will. I'll pull them up right now. This is something called Red Hat, which is a subsidiary.
And by the way, just so we're clear, they call it the 10 Commandments.
Yes.
They're directly trying to appropriate the Decalogue, which is the basis of Western civilization.
10 Commandments. This is an IBM internal document leaked to OMG from multiple sources after the first person came forward.
Amazing stuff, James.
I'm going to read this.
Amazing.
Openly acknowledges privilege and systemic racism exists. Never question the reality of our black friends. Rejects the idea that race is political. Accepts that white people are responsible for dismantling racism. Understands only white people can be racist. Knows the black community owes us nothing. Requires acknowledgement, repair of inevitable mistakes. Is never rooted in white saviorism. Sees the black community as a group of individuals, does not seek recognition or praise for a job well done.
Sees the black community as a group of individuals?
Well, this is the first thing that stood out to me.
So, for example,
a community, also don't be a white savior, and we're saving them from the
you're
evil
not
whites.
allowed to say that blacks are 13% of the population, yet they kill 55%
but like the
of the murders.
internal logical
Like, you can't say that.
incoherence of that is so insane. You're dealing with dumb people. That's one of the things we never say.
That's
like
true.
Whoever wrote that's like a moron.
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you said that, because this is something I've been thinking about. There are really complex, difficult decisions that the wisest, most virtuous, most healthy, well-rounded person you've ever met in your entire life, that anyone you know has ever met in their entire life, would not be qualified to make, and they're being made by stupid people. They're being made by idiots.
But they're aggressive.
And I would like to point this out. There is only actually one person of color on the stage, and it is in fact Luke Rutkowski.
Damn right.
Now, you may be asking yourself, how is a blonde, white, blue-eyed dude a person of color? Well, according to the coalitions for communities of color, Slavic individuals, people from Poland, for instance, are people of color. So here is a guy. This makes no sense.
I have a card. I use it all the time.
This is what really doesn't make sense to me. I was talking earlier about how tyranny is fundamentally anti-intimacy, and you read something on that list which perfectly exemplifies that. We never question the lived realities of our black friends. If you never question someone's reality, they are not your friend. That's not what friendship means. Friendship means you keep each other in check. When somebody says something that you don't think is true and you genuinely care about them, you say, that actually doesn't map onto anything that I've seen in the world. Let's hash this out. Let's see what the truth is. Let's find it together, because that's what friends do.
This is a really great point. Let me ask you, if let's say your buddy's driving a car and you're in the passenger seat and they're about to drive off a cliff. If you decide to hop out of the car and say nothing because you don't want to question their realities, are you being a good friend? Or are you a good friend if you grab the wheel, slam the brakes on, and say, dude, you almost drove off a cliff?
Well, it's infantilizing for sure, but you're treating them like children, but you're also, anyone you don't question is by definition like the Godhead.
Yep.
Because there's only one entity who's beyond question, that's God himself. So there is this religious quality to it, washing the feet, worshiping. And whenever you do that to other people, they should be very nervous. And I have at least one black friend who was like the BLM stuff in the aftermath, all these Christian churches worshiping black people. Was like, I don't like that at all. That freaks me right out.
It was a wild experience for me when I first went to Occupy Wall Street. So we're talking 12 years ago now. And I grew up in Chicago. Everybody knows it's an urban liberal story and all that stuff. And we hated this idea of judging someone based on the color of their skin instead of the content of their character.
Amen.
I go to New York City at the start of Occupy Wall Street. Luke was there too, so Luke definitely knows this. They started off with something they called the General Assembly, where everybody would sit down and they would all, raise their hands to speak, and then they would do twinkle fingers, they called it, if you liked, because clapping was offensive to people who couldn't hear or whatever. They had something called progressive stack. That meant if you raised your hand to speak, but you're a white man, bottom of the list, because white men are privileged. So they would actually look at people and say, can I get anybody who's not a white man? You can't speak. And if you look like one, you have to shout out something about why you were actually a minority. There was one instance where a guy raised his hand and they go, anybody who's not a white man? And he goes, I'm gay. And they go, okay, you can talk now. That qualifies. One of the most shocking things I ended up seeing, which was a real wake-up call for me, was when they created something called the Spokes Council. This is where they decided the General Assembly is inefficient. Let's have a better, more efficient model of decision-making by breaking everyone up into different groups based on the job you do. If you work on the website, you're part of a website group. If you work on cleaning, sanitation, you're sanitation group. And of course, let's have a group for only black people, a group for only Asian people, a group for only Mexican people, a group for only women. And they actually decided to have political voting power on resources based on your race or sex. And then there was a moment, one day I'm walking on the side of Zuccotti Park and there was a black man sitting up on this planter. And he said, these people are nuts. What do you think the press is going to say when they find out they're segregating everybody based on race to make their decisions?
But they just destroyed their own movement. I mean, I'll be honest, I was annoyed by Occupy Wall Street, but I was kind of sympathetic to the core idea that you have this massive series of financial crimes in 08 and not one person is punished. And that actually the real scam is economic. They're looting the country. And someone needs to call out the banks on this in the finance world in general. Occupy Wall Street was totally eclipsed by identity politics, which I believe was, the antidote. Like, the banks got together and the people who benefit from banks are like, oh, let's just pit them together based on race. Like, this is a widely held theory. But for the occupied Wall Street people themselves to be embracing identity politics undercuts their whole argument.
It was subversion.
It was subversion.
I met Luke there, and you ask yourself, everybody here knows Luke. How does someone like Luke and I come together? And it's because originally it was exactly as you described.
Yeah, it was people from the left. It was people from the right. There was daily marches against the U.S. Federal Reserve. There was a lot of libertarians. There's a lot of people who were representing the larger ideas of the Tea Party. A lot of Ron Paul types.
Yes.
And then this coalition of individuals from the left and right scared the crap out of the
Yes,
system.
exactly.
So then they sent in crazy people. That's how I got to know Tim, because me and Tim were at these
Because he was a crazy person?
No, we were at these spokes council meetings, and we were like, these people have lost their frickin' minds. They're frickin' insane. They weren't here on day one. They came in here, and they're literally saying, black people got to stay here. White people have to stay here. We're like, this is retarded. This is stupid. This makes no sense at all unless you're trying to subvert and destroy it from the inside. And I think that's exactly what happened. And then the corporate media said, we got to obsess about race because this is how you destroy populist movements. And this is why we keep talking about race over and over again. When it's the simplest, stupidest thing that should have, of course, not be a major issue, we should be talking about the larger, better things and the more amazing things in life, not just the superficial bullshit that doesn't matter.
I told Steve Bannon I wish he came to Occupy Wall Street and helped, because that first week was so different from what it turned into. There were, I remember meeting a couple, and they were in their 60s with an American flag, and they were upset about the bank ballots and this subversion. And I think what happens is it's very easy for liberals to infiltrate in a city like New York, and it's very difficult for conservatives to stand their ground in such a place.
Mm-hmm. And it's not a theory, Tucker. I mean, you can see that the people that run Wall Street, they love the woke stuff, like Larry Fink, because then we never talk about income inequality or wealth inequality. The woke smokescreen is a protection racket for them.
And they're paying half the taxes.
Yes, I mean,
like, why is it twice as virtuous to invest as it is to go to work every day? We tax the things we want to discourage, and we don't tax the things we want to encourage. That's why cigarettes are so expensive. So if you're taxing investing at half the rate as you are working, what you're telling me is it's twice as virtuous to invest. But is it? I don't know that it is. I kind of admire people who go to work every day. Like, what is this?
And it's not even typical investing, right? Let's be honest. This is mass. This is using other people's money. OPM, by the way, they're using labor's money, Tucker, as you know. They're using teacher and firefighter and police officer money and getting 3% management fees and 30% of the upside. By the way, they don't pay any tax on any of the earnings. They just say, we can't get rid of the carried interest loophole. And they have this whole insane tax scheme designed. And I wonder, what wealth are they actually creating? Or are they just moving trillions of dollars of money through cheap instruments and taking 3%, 4% off the top? But the woke, this is what's important. We have to realize it. Occupy Wall Street was so scary to them because it was diverse, because it was bipartisan, is that they Tim, do you actually think that Goldman Sachs said, go send in the identity politics people? I believe it. Do you think that there was a meeting at Goldman Sachs where they said, go bring in the NYU trans, race people to go distract them from talking about bank bailouts?
Not Goldman Sachs, but
whatever.
But powerful political interests. This is a fact. There were people who were on salary at large progressive nonprofits who were at Occupy Wall Street, on paper, getting money from a nonprofit and paychecks, And the funny thing is, when this was accurately reported, and sometimes inaccurately reported, they'd say the people down there are getting paid by insert nonprofit who receives money from, say, George Soros. All the activists would go, I didn't get my Soros check. And I'm like, dude, John over there works for this nonprofit that is literally a progressive voter registration nonprofit, and he's organizing the assemblies right now. Yes, that is literally happening. And so perhaps it was as simple as, hey guys, here's an opportunity, we better harness it. And it bums me out to think the reality of Occupy Wall Street was progressives being smarter and faster than the populist right.
And you look at the stated positions of like the Open Society Foundation and George Soros, it conveniently ignores wealth inequality, income inequality, home ownership. It's like open borders and racial transformation and trans stuff. It's like, wait, hold on a second, George Soros, are you afraid that there might be a real movement to go take and tax your $20 billion foundation that doesn't pay any taxes and is being used to, you know, subvert and infiltrate the country? But I think what has happened is, especially post-Floyd, is that every major company is fine doing a $50 million check to some CRT DEI company, as long as we don't talk about the fact that young people can't buy homes. Larry Fink is terrified that this audience, or just Republicans, Democrats, young people all across the country will unite and lock arms and say, why is it that we can't buy homes? And we're talking about, you know, people's pronouns.
Yeah, that's right. Sure. I just want to say this before you jump in. I firmly believe in, you know, I've changed my positions, obviously, since I first started with political commentary like 10 years ago. I used to be just a very, like, diehard, total free market guy. And I've moved on that. I believe property rights are extremely important, but part of the reason that I believe that that's true is because people who own property are a lot more difficult to control and push around. And the issue with communism and the issue with hypercapitalism, even though they express themselves very differently, and even though under communism you have many horrific instances of people being slaughtered. I don't mean to downplay any of that, but one of the same economic issues you see with both of those is that all of the property ends up centralized in the hands of a small group of people who have control over it. So, of course, in a communist country, that's the party members, and in a capitalist country that doesn't have the proper regulations in place, that's the capitalist class, and your average person ends up without property. So what we need to do is structure our regulations so that the largest number of people possible can own property. I think that's the way that you have a flourishing system.
I'm hopeful.
If you own nothing, you're not going to be happy.
No.
Right.
It's the opposite of what the World Economic Forum says.
What the World Economic Forum, the principle they're operating under is actually derived from a quote from Harriet Tubman. I freed many slaves. I would have freed many more if only they knew they were slaves. The inverse is what the World Economic Forum wants to introduce. Take from them the knowledge of their freedom, and they won't miss it.
Are people so pissed off? Is the pendulum now swinging in the other direction?
Yes.
Because that's what I'm seeing.
That's why they have to indict Trump, right? Because for years the media could just say this person's racist, this person's sexist, this person's homophobic, and that was enough to destroy that person's career, but it didn't destroy Trump. And so because the media no longer has the ability to shut people up, the state actually has to come in and shut people up. And you're right, it's making people angry.
But this DEI stuff is not just in IBM, it's in everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm getting the messages from all the people inside all the companies. So it feels like whatever pressure it was to adopt the DEI, now it's just the pendulum swung. Is that happening?
It's the bravery. I mean, how about we just talk about the hard numbers of these Disney movies, and what did they lose, $1 billion in their last releases? The latest Marvel movie was the lowest grossing out of anything that they've done so far. Yeah, go broke.
Can we get a round of applause for that?
Disney lost $1 billion on its films.
I think, what is it? The last 10 films lost a collective $1 billion. The latest MCU movie, which was the Marvels, was lower grossing than the Incredible Hulk in 2008, which is considered to be their worst. I think people are just saying, we'll find something else. We're done with it. It's kind of remarkable that some of the greatest victories come from people just being like, I'm leaving. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
They just say, I'm not going to... Look, you know what I always used to say whenever they would make these video games that were all woke or whatever? I'd say, hey, that's great. I'm really happy for you that you got your video game with the pink-haired woman. I'm not going to buy it, you know, but you do your thing. And then it turns out nobody else wanted to buy it either.
So, James, you have other companies reaching out to you?
Yes, constantly. Usually on Signal or on our website, just nonstop. Banks, institutions. I mean, I prefer video because I think documents are not as powerful, but it's nonstop. It just seems like it takes one and then a crescendo.
And you know this. Just give them a camera and have them ask the HR person about the document, right? And then you get a video element,
a lot of this,
right?
like, I have a mortgage, I have a wife, I have a kid. It's always these conversations.
How do you respond to that?
It's tough. I mean, I don't have a mortgage and kids, not yet. But it's tough to empathize. The one individual was very inspired by that one clip that you and I were talking about.
It's very powerful.
The pastor
was like a minister.
There was a minister talking to me about how afraid he was.
He should resign from the ministry.
I'm not
afraid,
a minister.
honestly.
I'm not qualified to advise the minister. And I said to the person, what I say is, what's the worst thing that can happen to you if you tell the truth? And he goes, oh, gee, I never thought about it that way. And this individual with an IBM had seen that clip and also saw the Elon Musk, F you Bob speech. And Elon Musk, IBM and Disney canceled advertising, and the individual, let's call them IBM Deep Throat, said, what's the worst thing that happened to me? Because it kind of eats at you if you're seeing something horrible and you're just doing the job for the paycheck and the pension.
You know what the worst thing is?
That just tears at your soul. So you're confronted with this horrible decision. I either do this job and I can't live with myself, or I tell the truth and I lose my job. And what I'm seeing is the trajectory of people, you know what, I'm going to tell the truth and lose my job.
The worst thing that could happen to you if you tell the truth, you'll be set free.
And I feel like
I agree with
I feel like
the
Tucker
truth,
and I.
That's Christianity.
Absolutely.
The truth will set you free.
That's right.
The truth shall set you free. And sometimes the worst thing, being free, is actually the best thing. But they don't see it that way because they got the mortgage and the job and the roof and Maslow's hierarchy of needs. They have to have food, shelter, et cetera.
And it is hard. It is scary. I can respect that.
Well,
it's very difficult.
Dostoevsky said, your worst sin is that you have destroyed and betrayed yourself for nothing. And when you think about that quote, when you look at the situation that a lot of people are in, they think they're making the right decision for themselves and their mortgages and their families right now, but in reality, they're making the worst decision for their future, for their children, for this country. As of course, all these little decisions, everyone's saying, I'm just doing my job, that keeps adding to the initial destruction as this country is being sabotaged from within. And it's only being sabotaged with our acquiescence, with our participation in it, with us voting for it, with us clicking and liking and giving our money to these creatures that serve essentially Satan. These people don't serve you, don't care about you. You need to make sure every dollar you spend goes towards a good cause.
You need to download Public Square and shop at businesses that support your values, our values. And that's one simple way, because maybe all you're going to do is buy a, barbecue pulled pork, but you're supporting a company that believes in this country.
I want to plug something else. Something I just became a member of, and you guys should too. And Tucker, you've had a crazy year. Tucker Carlson Network. People can become members too and get access to your content.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to build something that can't be canceled. But may I say something about standing up and, taking the abuse for doing that? I do think it's high stakes for a lot of people, and all my kids are grown, and I've already been through the cycle of, being poor, rich, rich again. And so I don't find that as scary, but I do think if you've got kids in the home, it's scary. I mean, it's not a small decision to make. But I also think here's one potential upside. If you tell the truth and stand on principle and, act in a dignified way as a man, the people around you want that. Women want that. They don't want to be married to a wuss. And I do think, in the dynamic in marriage, especially with small children in the home, is, don't screw it up. We've got, a lot at stake. We need the money and all that. But I think if you say calmly, my dignity requires me to tell the truth, you will get a lot of understanding. And I think long term, your wife will respect you more. They want a little fire in a man. And your children will respect you more. And that is worth a lot, I think.
Absolutely.
That's a very good point. And also the example that you're setting for your children, right? Because they're going to grow up and they're going to be faced with similar dilemmas.
Yeah, no one remembers the names of the people who killed Joan of Arc. Honestly, to pander to your Catholic sensibilities. But no,
I love it.
No, I mean, she kind of, you wouldn't want to be burned to death. That's the kind of last thing you'd want. No. On the other hand, how'd you like to be, immortal for your bravery? Mm-hmm. I don't know. There are actually much worse things than that, and living like a slave is one of them.
A lot of us here faced a lot of adversity, some more than others. Maybe it would be important to say, what made you guys just say, fuck you. I'm not going along with this bullshit. I'm not acquiescing. I'm not complying. I'm not going to do what I'm told. I'm going to be a free human being that speaks truth to power. What made you? What was that decision in you? What was that spark in you guys? James, I think you have a lot of these instances yourself. What was it?
The spark that gets you to start, or that keeps you going, or what?
Start.
I was in college and my professors were telling me how great communism was. And I went to Rutgers, and there was a statue of Paul Robeson, who was a Stalinist. He won the Stalin Peace Prize. And Milton Friedman graduated from my college, and there was no statue of him. And I just said, that doesn't make any sense. I wasn't even very political. I just thought I wasn't even, I mean, you don't have to be a student of history to, you know, but it's difficult. And I think that there's been some trying moments in the FBI, you know, I've talked about that FBI raid. That was terrifying. And I consider myself a relatively fearless person. I'm afraid, but not to the extent most people are. And it really made me question the principles of the, you know, it made me question everything I believed in. And sometimes it's discouraging, but you got to grind it out. You got to keep fighting. You got to keep exposing. And I'm very encouraged right now by these whistleblowers coming forward. I'm very encouraged right now. Very heartened.
Carlson? My faith. Yeah. If you love God and you believe that He's sovereign, a lot of this stuff doesn't matter. Especially if Media Matters writes a nasty article about you. It doesn't matter. No one cares. There's an eternal game at play here. And honestly, I hate lying and I hate bullies even more. I can't stand when people use their power to go after people that can't defend themselves. That sets me off. And we're supposed to tolerate those bullies and say that they're good people. No, they're evil. And in fact, if you love God, you must hate evil. It's my mission statement verse, Psalm 97:10. Those of you who love God must hate evil.
How would you the worst thing? And I don't. By the way, it's inevitable anyway. But I don't view it as the end, and I don't view it as the worst thing that could happen to a person. That resets your framework for sure. But in my case, if I'm being honest, it's really the family that I grew up in. I grew up in a non-traditional, very unusual family, but a totally iconoclastic family, completely. It was like not even a question. Are we going along with everyone else? What? No. And an extremely close family, very, very close family. It was only 3 of us, but very close. And then I grew to have, at a very young, I got married at 22, and I had my own family like that. And I've had the same friends for 40 years, almost all of them. And so the world that I actually occupy is a world that rewards those things, and I felt so supported by it, and I always have my whole life. I've never been alone. I went to boarding school at 14. I've lived alone for 1 year of my life. And I've, always kind of shared a bathroom with somebody. And so I just have a lot of really close relationships and supportive relationships. And so, like, if they hate me I've been fired a number of times, and obviously half the world hates me. It kind of doesn't matter when I go home, because the people in my world are honest and kind and supportive. And, like, I really feel for people who live by themselves and who don't have that. Because how could you be brave under those circumstances? I couldn't. I'm not man enough to be brave and go home to an empty apartment. I can't even imagine that. And I really disapprove of a society that creates that life for people, particularly young people. You've got no backup at all. So I feel for people a lot.
I'm lucky. I don't know if there was grand formative little moments throughout my life that made me question reality and things like that. But I'm lucky that I had a good mom and a good dad. And Dad was a little more conservative, Mom was a little more liberal, so I got in between view on a lot of things and logic behind it. But more importantly, I was always taught that to challenge, to question, that not everybody is always right. I think a lot of it may come from the fact that my dad is a firefighter, and one of the most important things you learn is when you enter a building, where are your exits? And you have to understand that sometimes when there's an emergency, everyone will run in the wrong direction. Are you stopping to think about which door you're going through? I remember seeing this video of a music venue. A fire starts. Everybody immediately runs through the front door, and they get stuck. And a guy calmly walks out the side door with no resistance, films the whole thing. That's how I grew up. I grew up with parents telling me to be careful, to watch my step, and to think ahead. I suppose I have a good family.
Seamus?
I was also blessed with an incredible family, and my parents were very active pro-life activists through the 70s, 80s, and 90s and 2000s. And when I was a kid, they would bring us to pro-life events, and that was actually my gateway to getting involved in politics. I just thought, this is the single most important possible issue. People they're murdering unborn babies. And I remember the way the pro-life cause was always sneered at by teachers in school, or messaging that I saw in the mainstream media, or people I knew who were on the political left. But I knew so many people whose lives my parents had literally saved, because in spite of what the left will tell you,
pro-life activists, many of them do care. And when they persuade a woman to choose life, they will stay in her life. And there were people like that in my life growing up. And I got to a certain age and I realized, like, this friend of mine or this person I love is here. They are alive because my parents were brave enough to say, we love you, don't do this. That's a person. We don't want this life for you and we care about your child. And no matter how annoying or curmudgeon-y or out of place I was told it was to say don't kill an unborn child, I thought I would rather be the annoying, out-of-place person who saves lives than the person who never commits a social faux pas and allows unborn children to die. And I don't mean to compare myself to my parents. I have not done nearly anything close to the good work that they've done interacting with the real people in the real world, in the children they've saved and the responsibility they've taken for children who weren't theirs to help them. And so for me, it was just a recognition that the people who are telling you not to speak up when you have to are the people who are on the side of death.
I'll try to keep my answer as short as possible, but I grew up in New York City on 9/11, and there was a lot of death, a lot of people who lost loved ones, a lot of people who were losing their lives because the government told them that the air was safe to breathe. I was around a lot of that death. I saw a lot of the people that I loved, that I cared for, die in front of me, and a lot of them, when they were dying, always had this message that they wished that they lived their life to the fullest. A lot of them had regret that their life was cut early, that their loved one's life was cut early. And ever since then, that has reinvigorated a fire in me personally, that every time I confronted a politician, whether it was Zbigniew Brzezinski that helped finance the Mujahideen and the Al-Qaeda that essentially became them, when I confronted David Rockefeller and Lord Jacob Rothschild, when I was looking in their eyes, I was looking at them knowing that these people are capable of the ultimate evil. They're capable of pulling something off like 9/11. So I had conviction knowing that these people were the absolute deepest, darkest, sinister evil that you could ever imagine. Looking them in the eyes, telling them off, videotaping it, made the biggest difference, inspired a lot of individuals, and showed everyone that we had the power to address these issues, to speak truth, expose these larger lies in our society, and live a life that is worth living, fighting these evil scumbags.
We've got only a few minutes left, so I want to do some go around for final thoughts and shout-outs if there's anything you want to shout out. But Luke, we'll start with you, and then, of course, we need to get Ian back out here in a moment so he can also join us.
Yeah, if you want to support me, go to thebestpoliticalshow.com. I'm doing my own show, and I have a lot of fun. We shoot in Miami. If you want to get the shirt, you get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. I appreciate all the support. I appreciate the opportunities. It really means a lot just to be able to share with you guys and be able to share the stage and have these conversations, which I think are really important. So thank you, Charlie, and thank you, everyone.
Final thought real quick on the state of affairs and where we're going?
We're fucked. Only if we believe it. Right?
Right on. Oh. James.
Wow.
Final thoughts and anything to shout out?
Well, first of all, thank you, Charlie, for having my back. He's a good man. And as I was going through this crazy thing, fired from the company I founded, which is an unthinkable, unimaginable occurrence, Charlie was there for me every day. So I just want to say,
still am, James.
You're my brother, and I appreciate the morning prayers. Thank you. As far as shout-outs, I'm speaking on stage tomorrow at 10 a.m. I've got some new whistleblowers coming on stage, some very brave people. And then at 2 p.m. tomorrow, we're doing an investigative journalism workshop. Undercover work is not for everyone, but if you're interested, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Final thoughts, I'm an optimist. I have to be. I have to have faith, although there are moments when I agree with you. But I wake up the next day, and I think this is what a time to be alive. I mean, there's no other place in history I'd rather be than right here, right now, because we can make a difference. And I'm excited to make a difference, and we will make a difference next year. So that's my final thought.
Well, first, what a great America Fest, right, everybody? This has just been amazing. This has been awesome. So, and I want to give a couple shout-outs to our tech team that got this together in 15 minutes.
Bravo.
Is that not amazing? They put this and assembled it. It's absolutely incredible. The staff has been great. And if anyone wants to join Turning Point USA, we'd love to have you be part of our movement. It's growing like crazy. YouTube is playing games with the Charlie Kirk channel right now. We received a strike for something we shouldn't have. So if you guys are watching on YouTube, if you can go subscribe to our YouTube channel, it helps a lot. You know what it's like to get a strike. It suppresses your reach by 90% for 90 days. The way to break out of that is if a bunch of people go subscribe and like videos. So if anyone's watching online and wants to help us out, I think it's at Real Charlie Kirk. You guys could help us there and really help us get out of this ridiculous strike where I said something that I won't say now because I don't want you to get a strike. And you also could take out your phone and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. We would deeply appreciate it.
We need you on Rumble.
We are on Rumble, but I'm with Tim on this. If you want to reach the middle, you have to go on YouTube, right?
We're on Rumble too, but
yeah.
just have the live show.
We were averaging 8 million YouTube Shorts views a day, and then obviously you know what happens. Huge. And then all Media Matters, everyone tried to take us out, so we got a strike. And so the way we get around that is if a bunch of people go to the channel, subscribe, and like some videos, it could spike our stuff up. And once we get over the strike.
It's also North Korean. It's just absolutely crazy. First, let me just say I'm really psyched to meet you. I've wanted to.
Me too. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you for having me. This has been wild. And you're kind of bringing me a little bit closer. I love
God
that.
bless you.
You know, anybody.
It's the Holy Spirit, not me.
No, it's just that anybody who devotes his or her life to helping other people in the most unfashionable possible way, bringing onto themselves responsibilities they don't need. Like, that's the highest form of sincerity. So that's winning to me. Like, I love that. We started this new network. It's at TuckerCarlson.com. We think it's going to make a difference. And we also think it's uncancelable since it's a subscription model. So anyway, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. I really do appreciate it. Of course, you can follow me at TimCast. You can follow the show at TimCastIRL. Just wanted to say, Tucker, when you were still on Fox, every day after the show, Luke would run downstairs because he TiVo'd your show.
Why you got to do this to me, man?
Because it's respect. It's respect. Always would make sure to watch. So I really do appreciate you being here. It's an honor and a privilege. And when I shout out Seamus Book, we'd also make sure we get Ian back on for closing statements as well.
Yeah, well, God bless you and thank you for those kind words. Sincerely, thank you. One thing I'll say is to promote my stuff and then give my feelings on the current state of affairs. I'm a cartoonist. I have a YouTube channel called Freedom Tunes. We make animated comedy and satire. Thank you. And this Thursday, we're releasing a Christmas special. Okay, it's the most ambitious video we've ever made. It's 8 minutes of full animation, and it's like the most insane and hilarious thing that we've ever written and come up with. So please go to Freedom Tunes and subscribe. I think you guys will really enjoy it. And what I want my closing statement to be... hey, baby!
Finish it up,
baby. What I want my closing statement to be is this.
We'll give it a second. It's making it hard for Seamus.
Don't hit a camera.
That's my closing statement. No.
Don't fall off the stage, please, like you did last time.
So what I want to say is that when you tell a lie... When you tell a lie, when you say something that isn't true, you don't feel like you've gotten a fact wrong. You feel like you've betrayed somebody. And the reason for that is because the truth is not an abstraction. The truth is a person. And that person is Jesus Christ. And he loves you. He loves you. And he died for you. And he wants you in his church. So God bless all of you. I love you. And I am praying for every single one of you.
Special thanks. Special thanks to all these guys up on stage. You guys are incredible. Charlie, thank you so much for putting this on, man. Every year it gets better and better, dude. I love you so much. Thank you so much.
You're the man.
Everyone else, remember, Jesus was a Jew. This conversation is not ending tonight. Let's make magic, all of us together. Love you, brother.
See you later. Everybody, thank you all so much. Subscribe, like, share. You can check out our new song at thebestsongever.com, and we will see you all tomorrow. Yeah, right?
Wild.
What an easy job. Yeah.